you think he's got maximum pink? Kirby, Kirby, Kirby's the one. He comes right back at ya. He comes right back at ya. Give it all that you got. Take your very best shot. It's in the right back at you for sure. Yeah.
How can I help you, King DDD?
I need a monster to claw with that there Kirby.
That's what we do best at NME.
You better get it with a money-back guarantee.
He's here to stay. Don't be fooled by his size. You won't believe your eyes. Kirby! 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 Kirby's the one! Right back at ya. Yeah!
The throne awaits, a seer warns of a deadly fate. Give up your children, separate. Bide your time, lie in wait. Sonic Underground, Sonic Underground. They made a vow their mother will be found. The children grow, learn what's right. Leaders of the freedom fight. They seek their mother, she knows they do. Is it time if she only knew? Will the prophecy come true? Sonic Underground, Sonic Underground.
I long for my children, but I have to wait. To act too soon could seal their fate.
They made a vow their mother will be found. Sonic Underground.
And now, it's time for the Melee Madness podcast. James and Kay, your podcast sucks ass. Your podcast sucks ass. Welcome, everybody, to another episode of the Melee Madness podcast. How's it going, everybody? We've got the spiciest of spice to go on today. Oh, my God. If the kids are watching, put them to bed. I don't care that it's still daylight. Throw those fuckers in bed. How's it going, Kay?
Also, if I'm Melee K, if I can recommend, just as maybe a spoiler to this episode, if you're thinking of taking your children to Chuck E. Cheese anytime soon, in particular, if you want your children to play laser tag, I would recommend maybe hold off for a few days. The rest will be clear soon on why. Did I make you spit out your drink?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, no laser tag, no Chuck E. Cheese. Go take them to Jolly Genies instead. They're safer at Jolly Genies, everybody.
Yeah, they're safer at Five Nights at Freddy's for a few days.
It's a little bit. The bite of 87, more like the word of 87. Oh my God. The show's done. The show's over. The show's over. How's it going, everybody? Welcome. It's already spicy. Welcome to another spicy episode of the Melee Madness podcast. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my good gravy. It's a big one. This is a doozy. And JT Epsilon is kicking us off with a $5 super chat saying, giving my daily dose of parasocial relationship. I will take that, sir. I will take it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, JT.
You can be my symbiotic relationship buddy any day. I will be like
James, Venom. You've got the Discord sidebar. Not that it matters, but you got the Discord sidebar.
There, it's gone. It's gone.
Thank you, Insidious.
It's gone. It's over. Thank you, Insidious. Oh my God. I can't be held responsible here. I am not a responsible man here. And JT, look at that. Even though we had the sidebar and everything showing, JT, not only did he give the $5 super chat to make our symbiotic relationship honest and true, but he just gifted 5 memberships. He gave memberships to Jay Loves Kit Kats, who really didn't approve of my rah-rah shenanigans, I will say. Jay Loves Kit Kats, Pastor Putt Putt, A1FF, Wirrun of Bly, Wirrun of Bly, and Vance. Vance is an easy name to say. Kay, say Vance for me.
Vance.
There you go. See,
Vance.
So easy to say. If you got gifted a membership by the one and the only JT Epsilon, JTE Epsilon, when we combine our symbiotic relationship, we become JTE Epsilon. Make sure to say thank you to him in the chat. Thank you so much. He's dropping those cows.
Thank you, JT.
$5 super chat and the 5 gifted memberships. 5 by 5, as we say here. Oh my God. What's going on, Kay?
A lot.
Just a little bit.
A lot. My Twitter is still going off right now, so I'm here. I'm with you guys, but JT knows.
You make people mad on the internet, and that's news to everybody. Nobody actually knows that at all. That you make.
I think I woke up feeling a little extra spiteful today. I don't know what happened. The first thing I tweeted out was making fun of someone, and it just didn't stop.
Here you are making new enemies, and I resisted. I held back today because I got a tweet today. It was because I was talking on Twitter about the new Doom, and that is something we might get into on the news. But I was talking about the new Doom that's apparently should be dropping over the weekend. At least the announcement officially should be dropping over the weekend. And all I said is this will never be topped. And I posted Brutal Doom's logo, and someone said that has worse gameplay even than the original Doom. And I was like, I need to calm. Because this person is saying that the original... I'm fine with you not liking Brutal Doom. I'm fine. I post it because I expect spice, because people don't like the creator.
James clone number 69 tip $1. I thought it was my turn to be on clone number 68. Stop hogging the limelight.
I'm sorry. Okay. Wait. Oh, I'm trying to track which clone is this. Okay, so thank you so much, James clone number 69, who's always busy.
How many clones do you have?
as many as I can fit into a weekend. So thank you, James Clone number 69. I'm not aware of which clone I am, but he is saying, I thought it was my turn to be clone number 68. Be on clone number 68. So are you saying that clone number 68 is like below me? Is it like below the desk? Is that, look, it's too early for the scandals. It's a little too early for the scandals and the under the desk business here, okay?
It was alcohol and narcolepsy, okay?
Look,
it was alcohol and narcolepsy.
All I'm saying is that James Clone number 68 is just a ceiling cat. It's just a cat in the ceiling. That's all you're looking at, okay? There's nothing else. It's my leg shaking because James Clone 68 is a ceiling cat, okay? Thank you so much, James Clone number 69.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, in short, I held back my hatred on the internet because somebody came at me and was just like, that's even worse gameplay than the original Doom. And it's like, I want to destroy you. I want to just tear you apart. But in the interest of our Melee Games business that we're having here, I'll hold back. And I look over at your Twitter and I'm like, why am I holding back?
We're all about friendly debate here. That's
friendly!
What we're about.
Oh
we're
my
about
God.
People could say whatever opinions they want. I don't fucking care.
My God.
I came across that Tekken story within like an hour of it happening this morning. And so right away, and because I used to follow the Tekken guys and I unfollowed them for a little bit and whatever, their stuff would still come up. And I was like, what the fuck is this shit? So I got mad at that. But then me like laughing at all that situation brought on people. And then from there, I was like, well, if you're going to come at me first, then by all means, I will make fun of you.
Well,
so.
Don't worry, because your spice, at least some of the spice you've been getting into, is going to be a special news story just for you, Kay. We turned you into a little news story today. How about that? So before we get into Kay's little news story and all the other news we're going to be talking about today, let's say hi to chat. Let's say hi to everybody. How's it going, everybody? Are you excited? Are you ready for Spice? It's going to be such a shit show. I'm so ready for it. We got Mills for Jesus over in Twitch chat saying, love that Pokemon the first movie poster. Right there, that one. I've had that. I've told this story before, but I've had that since I was a wee baby. That was one of the first things I ever won. Ever. In fact, maybe the only thing I've ever won in my life, and that's why I cling on to it so desperately, is it's the only happy thing I've ever experienced in life. And it was like I went to a Music World or an HMV or an AMB Sound. I can't remember what it was. And I could win that. It's a big plaque, actually. And they said, we're giving this away if you can answer. I can't remember. Oh, my God. Gaming with Spoons coming in with a $5 super chat. And he is saying, donating to Kay's rant fund. Love watching her roast nutless Twitter simps. Simp
Thank
alert.
you, Gaming with Spoons.
Thank
you.
Thank you so much, Gaming with Spoons. And yeah, no, she is unleashed and she cannot be stopped. She cannot be contained. She's going to burn it all down. But thank you for the $5 super chat.
Actually, while we're talking about Gaming with Spoons, we'll mention this again at the end of the show. But we are going to be on his channel on Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
6 p.m. PST.
And he runs a good show, so don't miss it. This Saturday, we're going to be talking about a whole lot of stuff, and I need to dig into it because it's a big, heavy, thick, sexy conversation. It's a moist conversation, everybody. Don't miss it. That's this Saturday. So, yeah, I just had to answer a question. They were like, whoever answered this right gets it. And it was like a little bit of a trick question. I can't remember what it was, but it was like, who is the 151st Pokemon or something? And everyone else wrote Mew, and I wrote Mewtwo or something. I can't even remember now, but as a kid, I knew this. And I wrote in Mewtwo. Everyone else wrote Mew, and I won. And I walked out with that poster that was bigger than me, barely holding it. And everyone was looking at me because it looked like I was prop hunt. I was pretty much prop hunting that poster away. Thank you for saying that. Gaming with Spoons is also in the chat, and thank you again for that $5 super chat. And he says, greetings, fellow gamers. What's on the menu tonight? Pain and suffering, as displayed by Kay's moons and her crying faces. Insidious Bliss is here, and he's dropping those, oh my God, those sexy cars. Oh, they're so sexy. Do you see this, Kay? Do you see these sexy cars?
So sexy.
Oh my God. Gaming with Spoon says, damn, remember when cartoons used to be good? Melee Games remembers. I do, and they suck now. JT Epsilon is dropping those horns. Hell yeah. And speaking of horns, BD Jake is coming in and telling everyone to like the dang stream, nerds. Gino's here saying this is madness. Madness! Internet Crusader says, oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. I think they've gone full Macintosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. I think they've gone full Macintosh. Ah!
Go full Peter Coffin or full Macintosh.
Now it's going to be stuck in my head for another 18 years. God damn it, imp!
Wait, is Gengar your blow-up girlfriend?
What?
You know, Peter Coffin's whole thing was they saw a picture of his girlfriend and thought it was like a blow-up doll.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Gengar, leave with Cool Cat. We have Gengar and Cool Cat here today. We usually don't have Cool Cat. It's a rare Cool Cat sighting, okay? And here you are ruining it. We have a special guest Cool Cat here. Snowball the Cool Cat, and now you're bringing up my romantic entanglements that have nothing to do with video games. Like, how dare you? This is really disrespectful and also immature of a co-host. So I
know, I'm just awful.
I really think, you should apologize to Cool Cat, of all people, right now before our guest leaves. We had to feed them appetizers.
You know what? I will apologize to Cool Cat. Cool Cat, I'm sorry for ruining your debut. Just kidding. Fuck you, Cool Cat.
Wow!
Fuck you.
Are you serious? Are you serious right now?
Fuck
That's
Cool Cat.
That's Cool
I
Cat.
love Cool Cat, but I'm not apologizing for shit, Cool Cat. Deal with it.
Over. Oh, look at that. It's over.
It's Jover.
It's over. They're gone. They're gone. I'm going to have to get our assistant in here to, bring Cool Cat back. Oh my God, Cool Cat, I'm sorry on her behalf. Oh no. Internet Crusader says, oh no, what did I miss? Absolutely nothing, and he's dropping those sexy bombers. Insidious Bliss says, why are we seeing your Discord sidebar? What sidebar? This one? It's gone. Where was I? Oh yes. Gaming with Spoon says, do we need to replace the ch in Chucky with an F? Please tell me I'm not right. It's fucky. Everything's fucky in here. Patience is saying melee games. Ha! Games. Got him. Internet Crusader says, Jesus, how many Discord notifications do you have? A lot. Here's a spoiler. I really only hang out in the Melee Games Discord. And you can too. You can also join our Discord and hang out with us every single day. In fact, I will drop that link into every single chat so you too can get notifications from the Melee Games Discord and ignore them entirely. How about that? Okay, let's keep it going. Dude is coming with the raid. He is raiding on the Rumble here. How's it going, everybody raiding in the Rumble? This is the Melee Madness podcast, and things are just about to get spicy. Kind of the spice that you can only have on Rumble. Thank you so much for that, dude, and I hope you enjoy this show, and I hope you had a good stream. Thank you. Where was I? I was over at Gifted Memberships here. Amin Ra's in here saying moo. JT is dropping cows for Amin Ra, mooing back. We got Moo Joji's going on. JT Epsilon saying this guy has been absolutely entertaining. Who? His pride and narcissism are quality content. Oh, Twitter stuff.
Yeah, the Tekken conversation that I've been having of the guy who's been tweeting at me several times because now I won't reply to him because I think it's funny.
Oh my God. Tell him to...
So every 5 minutes I'll get a tweet from him and he's like, where did you go?
Look,
why aren't you talking to me anymore?
Hey, you know what? Oh.
We are looking at how to pronounce this Japanese name.
The real Triss tipped $50. I can't bear it anymore. I missed those manly milkers. You can't force me to wait even one more minute.
Okay. I know that this is the real Triss. The real Triss came in.
The real Triss, we all have to tweet at Triss now and thank her for getting James to dance naked.
Is she in the chat?
Everyone should hop on Twitter and tag Triss and say thank you for getting James to dance naked.
She is too shy. She is way too shy to admit it, but I know she is here because no one else apart from the real Triss would do this. The real Triss came in and said, I see you, Triss, there in the chat. Thank you so much, Triss, saying, I can't bear it anymore. I miss those manly milkers, you can't force me to wait even one more minute. Oh my God, Trissy. I know the feeling. It's got to happen. Thank you so much, Triss. Okay, you know what?
Thank you, Triss.
This goes out to you. This goes out to Triss. And because it's Triss, we're going to make it, because she's a real internet girl, we're going to make it nice and pink for her. Are you ready to let's all make it pink for Triss. It is time for the Triss Force One. It's Triss Force One for the remainder of the show, Triss. Just for you, because you're the real one. Thank you seriously, thank you. I can't even believe that Triss wants me naked, but okay. For the remainder of the show, I'm gonna be shirtless for one lady, and it's not Cool Cat, who I think's a lady. It's not Kay, and it's not even my secret admirers that are addicted to The Office over on Twitter. It is gonna be Triss, and only Triss, and we are all gonna dance shirtless. Are you ready to dance shirtless for Triss, everybody in the chat? Are you ready? If you're a man, that means you're a bear here. And we are ready to dance shirtless for you. This is the Triss Force. I need to pull it up. I'm pausing so I can type at the same time. It's the Triss Force One! Here it is. Oh my God, there it is. Pump that up. Pump it up. Let's go. This is the Triss dance. The Triss dance. It doesn't go in sync. Neither do we. Do the Triss dance with me. Oh my God, my hair's already down for you, Trissy. This is all for Mrs. Trissy. Let's do it. Woo! It's too sweaty. I can't pull off my shirt.
Take it off. Take it off. There we go.
Ah! Ah! Are you ready? Yeah, I think I pulled a muscle now. I'm defending! Give this to me. Ah! Don't poke myself in the eye now. Yes! It's time, Trissy! Get in the chat, the Triss Force One! Let's see those bears, let's see that sweat. Where'd my chair go? We're bringing Cool Cat back. Cool Cat heard that this is for Triss. And so Cool Cat's back here. Cool Cat, give us a Cool Cat shuffle. You haven't seen anything like this, Bears. Look at that. What a strut. Boys and Triss. Are you ready, Cool Cat? Do this with me. All right. We're going to talk about so much today on the Melee Madness podcast. We're probably going to get canceled for this one. We're going to talk about fixed TF2. There's now 2 different sweet babies that have popped up once again. Concord has fucking pronouns in it. Silent Hill makes you fat. And Astro Bot is saving PlayStation single-handedly. Yes! Astro Bot! Bring it home! Bring it home! Come on, Cool Cat. Do that strut. Are you ready for it? You are. You are. This is for you, Triss. Only you get the Cool Cat experience here. Right here. Let's go. Strut time. Come on. There you go. Oh my God. Look at that. That's how you got famous. Boys. Cats. Everybody. Everybody's here. There's cats here. There's squirrels. There's everyone. Come on, cat. Get ready to salute with me. Are you ready? We're going to salute. Let's go. You can't salute like that. You can't. Cool cat. Cool cat. Cool cat, keep your cool. Cool cat, keep your cool. Cool cat, keep your cool. Cool cat, the song's over. You can put your arm down now. You can put your arm down now, cool cat. We did the bit. We did the Bear Force cool. I think Cool Cat's been on the internet too long, guys. I think it might be over. I think Cool Cat's gonna get the show taken down. I don't like the look. I don't like the looks of this. I think we should just cut our losses and get rid of Cool Cat.
No, we like Cool Cat here.
Do we? All right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you, Cool Cat. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Oh my God, the Cool Cat, ladies and gentlemen. Cool Cat over here. Spicy guy, spicy tamale. He may have gotten a little too excited over that Triss Force One. Can you keep your? Okay. I can't yell at our guests. We only have fictional guests. I almost broke this one. I didn't even realize I almost broke this one. That would be the second pair I've broken. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The real Triss, the real honest and true Triss. Seriously, insane. I haven't even done anything yet, and we have unlocked the Bear Force energy in the chat with the cats and the bears and the dogs and the pears. Everybody here is feeling berry. So thank you so much, the real Triss. You're a real legend. Thank you so much, madame. My God. Whew. Where was I? Oh, yeah, reading chat.
I don't know.
I was
reading chat.
Okay, let's keep reading chat. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to JT Epsilon, James Clone number 9, Gaming with Spoons, the real Triss, and of course, Dude for that raid. You guys are insane. Let's keep this going. Nightmare says, I have no faith in id to make a good new Doom after how Marty Stratton abused Mick Gordon. I agree, Nightmare. Gino says, see you guys. Gonna go start my stream. Have a good stream, Gino. JT is dropping those ice climbing babies there. We got some ice climbing ice cube babies in there. Nightmare says, special news for Kay. Is it? Oh, you know what? I just thought of a new show name. Kay. I'll say this on the stream because only you can do it. Need a show called Special K. Is it some kind of Raroff news? I think that would be great. Thank you.
No!
Thank you.
None of that. No.
Look.
Last time was painful. And by the way, guys, I'm not actually mad at James for J-Love's Kit Kat seemed very upset about the cheating.
J-Love Kit Kat seemed really upset.
I'm not upset. I was genuinely confused when things started flying at me.
I honestly, I was thinking all day. I was like, okay, we have another Raroff segment. What can I do to make this entertaining? Because like that's a lot. Your guys' support's insane. I'm like, that's a lot of support just to play 10 minutes of a game that I don't think even the developers played more than 10 minutes of. So then I had that idea, and then the wheels started turning, and then I turned it into that. But some people did seem genuinely upset, which just proves my theory that I was born to be a wrestler, a heel wrestler, and and it also proves that dreams do not come true. Gaming with Spoon says, we're modern gamers. We're used to pain and suffering. True. In my opening game, I'm going to be talking about a lot of pain. Actually, both of my games are causing me suffering right now. Paul's here saying, what's up? Insidious Bliss is dropping polar bears, which I think Cool Cat's really a fan of, those white polar bears, and he's dropping some grizzlies as well. Nightmare is dropping Steve Ballmer. Kay's dropping some grizzlies. Insidious Bliss is dropping frozen puddings. JT is dropping dolphins in my O-face. Gaming with Spoons has a grizzly or two, maybe even a brown bear. Patience saying, why is Bear Force One such good background music for slaughtering infected in Warframe? It works for everything, really. I'm glad I could help you there, Patience, and I'm glad I could make you commit infected genocide to the Bear Force Army song there. Gaming with Spoon says, Count Dankula has entered the stream. I understood that reference. And JB says, Cool Cat got radicalized by watching PewDiePie. You know what's funny is Cool Cat actually was telling me, because we were asking questions to our guest here, Cool Cat, and I was like, what is your biggest inspirations? And he did say PewDiePie, and I'm like, oh, I'm a big PewDiePie fan as well. I really like PewDiePie. And I was like, what's your favorite video? And Cool Cat said the DayZ one, and I'm like, what? Okay, like you really liked when he was playing DayZ, and then Cool Cat was like, yeah, especially when he was on the bridge. I'm like, why did you bring on Cool Cat? Like you.
How is it my fault all of a sudden? I was the one flipping off Cool Cat earlier. Now I'm the one responsible.
Maybe you should have flipped off Cool Cat before they came on the show.
That's true. That's true.
Oh God.
Damn you, Cool Cat.
An angry Canadian is here saying, what's up? I'm in the city at the moment. Just went to Nintendo and Capcom shop. I'm fucking jealous. Heading to some retro shops soon. I've always wanted to go to one of those Nintendo stores. There's some opening in Canada. None here because we live in Nightmare, Canada.
There's one opening in Canada?
Yeah, I think Toronto.
What?
I think so.
Fuck Toronto. They always get everything. They got Chick-fil-A first, too. Fuck you, Toronto.
I might be wrong. I got that info from Cool Cat. Who also said some really mean things about you, but that's neither here nor there. This is the Melee Madness podcast. Thank you guys so much for being here. We have a special show. We have a full panel. Gengar, Cool Cat, Kay, me, and we're going to talk all things gaming starting now to prove that we are honest and true gamers. Let's talk about the games that we have been playing. Kay, let me know your plays of the week.
Well, mine's going to be very simple because I have been a little addicted to a game that came out in the early 2000s, but that got a recent re-release, and that is Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Now, this came out, like May 23rd, I want to say, and I got my copy a week later, and all I've been doing in my free time is playing Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. I think that for those of you who have played the original game, if you can get past the translation bullshit, this is a better version of the game. Everything that they've added is excellent quality of life stuff. So they've added things like a partner wheel that you can just like hit on the fly now. Everything about this game is gorgeous. It's weird because I remember when Super Mario RPG came out as well and they were showing trailers, it didn't look like that beautiful to me. But then when we got our hands on the game, I was like, this looks gorgeous. And similar kind of happened with Paper Mario, whereas like it looks choppy, like this does not look like it runs at a proper 30. So far it's been okay. I've seen like 1 or 2 drops, but nothing crazy. So I mean, I'm just shocked at like the fact that the final product actually came out pretty well. Now, I will say I am very annoyed by the censorship, and I have seen it. They have a problem with the word nuts for some fucking reason.
Nuts to that.
So every fucking time they're supposed to say nuts, they find a different way of saying nuts. I think, James, even you were mentioning some of them. It was like, I don't even know, like, oh, you crazy. But it wasn't even crazy. It was like a different word entirely.
You know what? This was a news story, but it's so buried in all the other news. Keep talking.
Yeah,
I'll bring it up.
Yeah, it's just like weird, like they would just find any way around, like instead of a health nut, they would call it like a health radicalist or something. Like it made no fucking sense. So anyways, that part is really obnoxious. But like I said, the game is gorgeous. It's fun. They've kept all the other stuff in it, like the fact that every character that meets you that's a female instantly makes out with you. Like every single time, like literally the first like few seconds, you save this like female Goomba, and the female Goomba like kisses you without even knowing your name. This is all fine. But we have to censor the fact that they say nuts in this fucking game.
I'm going to go through what I have for a Thousand Year Door update right now, since we're talking about it, and you can shed some light on it. So here we go. Look at my meat one, great name, says localizers once again, quote, fixing old games. And so you have the before and the after. So I'm going to go through them all. Before, I suppose I could live with a silent princess. It might even have its perks, you know. After, I could go for the strong, silent type. There are too many backseat bosses talking my ear off as is. Next one, we've talked about this one before. Before, hey man, what's up? Who's the hottie you got there with you? After, hey man, what's up? You think it's cool just to waltz your way into our underground? And then this one, before, Maybe I should listen to Toadsworth and behave more like a princess from now on. After, maybe I shouldn't wander off by myself quite so often. So it's not even so often. It has to be quite so often.
That
Now,
one's so fucking
let me
dumb.
see.
I haven't gotten to that part yet, but like that part, that's so fucking dumb.
Now,
that they
do I
changed that.
have the Psycho one? Hold on, let's see. Yes, I do. Okay, perfect. So this is the Psycho one here. This is what.
Yeah,
you're
this
referring
is
to.
what I was talking about here.
So at Guy with the Pie, maybe he's related to Arnie Pie in the Sky here. Look, the game itself is great as ever, but Christ, did they get sensitivity readers from the deepest depths of mid-2010s Tumblr hell for this? Here's the thing. I have news for you, Guy with the Pie. The mid-2010s Tumblr people, they all got jobs, and they're all working in every industry in the entertainment business right now. So those people, they don't go anywhere. This isn't war. They just moved on from Tumblr, and now they're writing their Tumblr blogs into your video games and into your movies and into your TV shows. So those people, it's not like they just magically disappeared when Tumblr died. They just went and found jobs, and that's what you're seeing. This game has a noose in the main town square, and they're worried about the type of person who's hurt by Crazy and Nut. And then Demon Cow says, whenever you see these kind of changes, remember that someone was paid to hire someone to think to do this, and then someone was hired to actually do that, likely multiple people. These changes likely cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more, and furthered careers. It's like McDonald's paying for a guy who came up with the idea of creating a division of guys he oversees whose only collective job is to spit just a little bit into the customer's burger sometimes. So here you go. We're going to do the before and after once again. Here's the before. Like, I would go anywhere with smelly lunatics like you. Not likely. After. Like, I'd go anywhere with smelly losers like you. Not likely. Lunatics to losers. I'll just go through them quickly. Loons to bozos. Crazy to wild. Crazy to strange. So even in the context of lights, they can't even offend the light bulbs. What's with all these crazy lights? What's with all those strange lights? Instead of this is crazy, this is wild. And then this guy who I identify with in the game, you guys are nuts. Instead of now it's you guys are wild. And then even here, you can't even call someone a health nut. He's some kind of health nut, and into he's some kind of health fanatic. And then lots of nuts down here, huh? Lots of intense folks down here, huh? This one's a health nut. This one's
intense folks is such a like modern way of saying it. You know what I mean?
It's like they are stumbling over themselves to overcorrect natural dialogue. Anyone would say nuts or health nut or wild or crazy. So they have to struggle and compute so hard in their brain to try to not offend everybody. We're at the point where we're getting offended on behalf of light bulbs here. They're afraid of offending the light bulbs. I'm not joking in this one. That's
so fucking
insane. And then what's the final thing? Oh, yes. Of course, this, which I don't even know if you want to go through this one, Kay. But Nintendo Life, you know, journos, if you can call them extraordinaires here. Soapbox time. Nintendo needs more characters like Paper Mario's Vivian. And I'm somewhere in here. Where am I? I think I'm going to be censored probably. Well, I can just tell you what my reply is. It's probably going to be hidden. Because, where is it? Really? Show more? Well, anyway, I just said fuck off. That's what I said. I just said fuck off to that. So this whole article is just them pretty much saying, hey, you know all the controversy and everything that's ruining this game that otherwise people love? Let's do it more. So Nintendo's track record for blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, I'm going to sneeze just trying to read that word. Oh my God.
Yeah, no, it's so fucking stupid, and I don't care. And no one in the 2000s knew or care about Vivian in this way whatsoever. I said it last time we all spoke on this podcast. Like, no one fucking cares. The whole point of Vivian's story is I want to get along with my I did say that. Oh my God.
Are they going to Chuck E.
That
Cheese?
stopped me in my tracks there.
Are they going to Chuck E. Cheese or something?
The whole point of Vivian's character is Vivian wants to get along with sisters or whatever, but the sisters are like, you're not one of us. And then Vivian defects, and it's like this whole thing. And it's all about finding acceptance in yourself and blah, blah, blah. No one fucking cared, man, woman, whatever. It's a fucking, like, ghost figure. I don't even know. Is it a ghost? I don't even fucking know. It looks like a ghost.
You're telling
No one cares
me-
about Vivian. And also, I want to say that, like, you have one character that walks around with you, right? And you have several characters that you get. You get this really fucking cool guy that's a pirate. You get this Koopa that's, like, beat up and he's, like, trying to avenge his dad. You get, like, fucking a Yoshi that's awesome. You get Goombella, who is the best girl. She's just the adorable little librarian girl. You get Flurry, who's, like, the mommy character. Like, I didn't even fucking bring Vivian out because there's so many more interesting characters.
Look how
So,
long this person is
sick-
just ranting about this.
it's
This
just
is insane.
exhausting. It's exhausting.
I'm not going to read through this because you know what they're saying, so I'm just going to let Kay keep ranting while I slowly scroll down it.
Look, it's the Yoshi. See, like, that's the Yoshi's fucking cool. I don't want to delay, so you probably already saw it. But, like,
My
and you get,
God.
like, a mouse. You get all these cool characters. Why the fuck am I going to waste my time with Vivian? No, I don't care. And it's the same as Birdo, right? No one fucking cared. Everyone's just like, oh, okay, that's Birdo, whatever. So this person can go fuck themselves. We don't need more of this in gaming. If you want, if, like, I don't know. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this whole conversation
tired,
because it's all just
boss.
retarded. Because it's like one side is saying that they're pandering to things, and then the other side is saying that, like, they need more of this, and just like everyone just needs to stop. It's fine. No one cared about this character or anything back in the day, and now it's become like a battleground. For a game that's fantastic, by the way. That's the annoying part for me is like, this game is fucking fantastic, and then you have this little fucking blip on it for no reason.
I really hate it. This has killed all fucking interest that I have in the fucking game.
But you've seen me play this game, and even you're laughing at some of the fucking jokes and stuff because you can see that it's like actually really fucking great game. Like there's parts where it's like I'm literally in a wrestling arena, and there's this character that's like Macho Man, and then he's like a Macho Man Hulk Hogan character, and then I've got like fucking I don't know Jimmy Hart or something as like the person trying to push me in this like wrestling ring, and it's funny. It's like, this is all great. And then you have Vivian, and it's like, I don't care. Why are you censoring all this shit? Why are you changing dialogue here, there, whatever? Like, it's so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
And an otherwise fantastic game. The game feels great. The game looks great. It's kept the essence of most everything else. It really seems like it's just the localization team and the text. That's it. Because everything else is completely intact. Even, like, there's a story. Like, there's a fucking sentient robot thing that's, like, in love with Peach. And then it gets really creepy and weird. And they kept that whole thing intact. And it's, like, literally, it's implied that this, like, robot that's surveilling her 24/7 has watched her shower. And that's fine. We can keep that in. Like, what? And then, he literally generates...
That must be the Loke then, because... the Loke team can't be held responsible for the actual actions taken in the game.
That's what I'm saying.
So
like,
they can't take out the noose. They can't take out the kissing. They can't take out the shower. But they can rewrite the dialogue around it, and Nintendo cannot pay attention to those dialogue changes.
Like, the game is like, it's got so much to it. But like, the thing is, it's like with the whole Peach thing, she gets kidnapped because, spoiler alert, Peach always gets fucking kidnapped and everything. And like, so there's this thing monitoring her, and the thing is literally saying to her, it's like this fucking AI like monitor that like controls the whole like headquarters. And it's like, oh yeah, it's really weird. I watched you and I'm feeling like weird. And it's like implying that it's horny for Peach, literally. And then she's having the conversation with it and being like, because he's like, what is that feeling I'm getting? Why do I get like this tingly feeling around you, essentially? As a fucking AI.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, oh God, does this thing like, is it in love with me? Like, what's going on? And then like you go on with your day and do stuff. And then you come back to her again. And this thing is like literally generating like a clone of her. And you have to like ballroom dance with yourself because the AI wants to know what it feels like to dance with you. And then the AI knows everything you're up to. So you can literally go into a bathroom and then like you can just take a shower. So like, to me, it's like, whenever the dialogue comes up, it's like, oh, you were doing this, and this doesn't bring up the shower, but it's implied that this thing is watching every fucking thing Peach does. and says and thinks through every single cutscenes. It's like all of this is fine, but we can't say nuts.
Yeah, you can't
What?
make light bulbs feel crazy.
It's so inconsistent. It's like really annoying. It's like one part of the dialogue was allowed to be changed and everything has stayed intact. And I'm happy that a lot of it stayed intact. I'm actually surprised that more did. Like, I mean, Flurry is like, she's big titty woman that like literally, it looks like you're grabbing her tits when you're using her gust ability, but you're not. It's just like the tail end of her. But like there's an action you can do where like you blow wind pretty much, and then like you're grabbing her, and it looks like you're like honking on her, but you're not. It's like all this is fucking fine, but like we can't say nuts, so whatever. Anyways, if you can't look past the translation stuff, which I don't blame you for, please go play the original. This is an excellent game. I'm having a lot of fun with it for the like 50th time I've played it. Like I'm just constantly playing this when I have free time to do so. But if you can look past it and you have a Switch and this is your only way to play, because it can be expensive to get the GameCube version, the Switch version does feel great. The quality of life stuff is great. Again, you have the wheel to change your characters very quickly now, and you also have this like area where when you backtrack, it's a lot easier now. So sometimes you have to go between different towns to like do little side missions. It's like way simpler now. So I do recommend playing this version if you can look past all the bullshit.
Yeah, well, you've been having a blast with it, and I'm happy for you. But yeah, it's such a shame that they went to such great lengths to ruin this game. It seems like all your favorite Nintendo games get ruined by localization because you're a big Fire Emblem fan as well. So it's like Nintendo is really only still intact because a lot of people still consider Nintendo like good. Like they think they are free of all the bullshit that we see in other gaming. But that's really only true because Nintendo's games have little to no story in them, usually. They have very little dialogue, very little story. But in terms of Fire Emblem and in terms of Paper Mario, those are two exceptions to the rules. And you see what happens when these people sink their teeth into them. And I would love to have a conversation or just hear from executives at Nintendo Japan and be like, are you fucking aware of what the localization teams in Portland or Seattle or whatever are doing to your game and the perceptions of your games in the West? Like, do you know what they're doing? Like, do they just not care? Are they completely oblivious to it? Are they for it? Are they thinking like the West is fucking full of morons, so let's give it to them?
I feel like it's a very low level decision, you know? They're like, okay, port this game, whatever. Yeah, if you have to get it translated, sure. And they're not like thinking about what the small dialogue is, because the thing too, especially I've noticed it with this game because I know this game so well, is that when you actually look at this at a glance, let's say you were like QAing this, right? Or just like from afar, you're looking through it, it looks identical to the original. It really does. You have to really like dig deep to understand where it's changed. So I feel like at a higher level, you have way bigger things to worry about, especially in Nintendo. They have so many different like spinning plates at the same time. So they might look at that and be like, "Oh yeah, no, this looks about the same." But they might see like one or two scenes, and be like, "Yeah, this looks about the same,"
Look how good
and not
this.
realize, right?
Look how great this looks. Like how much do the higher ups care about the loc when this is everything you have to worry about, and the marketing, advertising, all the merchandise, all the stuff around this game that goes into this game. But the loc team is hired there. They are injecting, their ideology into it, and whether Nintendo knows it or not, they're pretty much paying them to ruin their game. And we're going to be talking about that more very soon once we get into the actual news segment, because this is just what we're playing. But unfortunately, what we're playing gets turned into news now because everything has to be politicized. And so we would be remiss rather to not address the elephant in the room, which is this game is wonderful and great, but there's forces that are destroying it.
Yeah. So anyways, it's a great game. It's still a 10 out of 10 game for me. If I was judging it like on the Switch version, then I probably would give it a 9 because of the changes, but the original is a 10 out of 10 game to me. The only other game I give that to is Mass Effect 2, which I think is also a perfect game. So this is still a game I highly recommend. Just, find your way to play. That's all I say. If like I get the argument of people saying it's not a huge deal, like who cares, play it, but to me it is very much like it just continues to shift, and like they start with dialogue and it only gets worse. So to me it is a big deal, and it shouldn't happen, but I wanted to play this game, so I got it. And I'm also playing through because I'm going to be having a conversation with Angry Canadian and Cult of Carl
Oh,
about
cool.
the game, like the differences between the new version and the original. So that's part of the reason also why I'm making sure I play through the entire thing on Switch.
I'm going to be curious when I hear your guys' conversation, mainly to learn which version you all prefer. And so you don't have to tell me yet, but like when you get to the end, when you get to those credits, ultimately are the sacrifices you're taking, because you obviously are not a fan of the new localization, but
No, I fucking hate it.
are
but
the
it's
upgrades worth taking that localization hit? That's what I'm going to be curious to hear about you from by the time you get to the end of the game.
It's a painful debate. I'll say right now I'm about like just under halfway through the game. As of right now, how it stands, I am really liking this version more. I think it would be hard for me to go back to the GameCube version, but I so desperately care about like censorship as an issue that it's hard for me to be like, yeah, this version's better, but it feels better in everything that they've improved. It feels better. That's why it's so like frustrating.
Right.
Because you obviously don't want to see this happen to games that you love. So we'll see when I finish the game. But as of right now, the Switch version does feel better. It's probably the better way for a first-time player. It's kind of similar to how like Wind Waker is way more improved on the Wii U version versus the GameCube version. Like both are great to me, but like the Wii U version feels so much better with the tablet that it's like that's the way to play.
Right.
So.
Okay. Well, with that sad note, I guess, unless you have, do you have any other games or anything else you want to talk about? Nah.
Well, we'll go on. We have so much news.
Well, don't worry, because the game that I'm about to talk about is incredible. It's flawless. It's got no issues at all, and it really values your time and your money, and it doesn't take advantage of you in any way. I'm, of course, talking about Star Wars Hunters. So this game, I won't talk about it too much because I want to get into some real news here. And we did do, how long was this stream? Under 6 hours, just under 6 hours of this stream. But I do want to talk about, because guess what? Don't judge me, monkey. I have been playing this game since we did the stream. I've still been playing it. It's still in my wheelhouse. So,
do we need to do an intervention, James?
Please, I need slop in my life. I need the slop. Okay, so I'll give a quick, brief version on this game, and especially now that I've played it offline and I have even a bigger understanding of how terrible this is. Star Wars Hunters is effectively a free-to-play, monetized into the ground clone of Overwatch, hero shooter, effectively. It takes a few more MOBA elements than Overwatch does, and is primarily a mobile game. However, here, let me get to some gameplay here. It is primarily a mobile game, but at least for now, the only console it's released on is on the Switch, and so that's where I've been playing it, because I don't play mobile games, but I will play mobile games if they get ported to the Switch, and you pretend they're online game, you pretend they're actual real games and not mobile games. So, yeah, the game at its core, the back end, is a shitty Overwatch clone. It runs like shit, it plays like shit, and honestly, the only reason I'm playing it is what you see before you. It is the fact that they let me play as a stormtrooper that wields a minigun. If they did not have this character, I would have not even installed it. And that's representative if I go to my character sheet, because it's a very grindy game, and you can see the levels of every single character, and it's like 2, 4, 1... 2, 1, and then I think my Sentinel is level 17, I think, in comparison. So, still playing this game, but I just want to point out, and I did this in a tweet, how disgustingly greasy and financially scummy this game is. You might even see it right here. Let me see if this will happen. So this game pulls every greasy, free-to-play, pay-to-win trick in the book, and it's got no shame about it. And nobody's complaining about it, I think, because it's a Switch exclusive, and it's a mobile game, first and foremost. And so people don't really complain about mobile games. That's the thing that's different between, like, PC gamers, console gamers, and mobile gamers, is mobile gamers, they just get fucked up the ass nonstop, and they just smile and take it. Whereas, you know, over here, you look at what Battlefront 2 did, which is not even a fraction of what this game does, and we made it like the most downvoted thing in fucking history. So right here, let me see if it does it. I'm super curious here. Let me skip this a little bit. Hold on. Come on. Did it do it? Okay, it didn't do it that time. But there is I've confirmed there is a feature, not a feature, but there is a mechanic in the game that when you come back from a match or when you first open up the game, it will actually force you into a like buy now screen where you have to actively press B to get back out of, but then there's a big shiny like press A to pay right now. And so if you're just spamming A to try to get to like gameplay or something, you can very easily accidentally make a purchase in this game. And they're wildly different. Like some of them will be $12, some of them will be $3, some of them will be $24, and I've seen all sorts to come up. So that's the thing. Not a lot of people are talking about this. First off, the game is very quirky and it's riddled with Disney fucking tier quirkiness and slop, and it's not shown anywhere better than the fact that they of course named Boba Fett's ship the Fire Spray because they can't call it the Slave One. Now I guess defenders of this may be like, well, that's not Boba Fett's ship, that's just the model of the ship or something. And it's like, no. Right here, it's clearly Boba Fett's colors of his ship, the green and the orange, and it says Fire Spray. And Boba Fett's face is also an emoji as well as this. So they most definitely intentionally did call it the Fire Spray instead of the Slave One. Over on Twitter here, Daddy Drees says must not be Boba Ship's ship then, because he is playing Star Wars Galaxies of Heroes, which has been out way longer on mobile than this game, and it is actually called the Slave One there. So you can see that the differences that Disney makes here. And then every single character is a fucking insert of something. So right here, the Han Solo insert is a brown woman. In fact, when we were playing the game, there were some people in chat that were pointing out that there's like literally like no white guys in the game at all, like zero. Most of the roster, if they're not aliens or covered up by armor, are brown women, which is quite funny. But here's the main issue with the game. You take in all the modern Disney slop, all the modern Disney quirkiness, and how disgustingly soulless it is, and then you add in the most greasy and financially predatory game I have played in a long time, and it is because this is a mobile game that is brought over onto console here. So you have, right here, I laid it all out, Fear of Missing Out Season Pass. So you go over to the Season Pass here, which, I mean, look at what you're paying for. That is literally a, well, that's actually a free item. Oh, boy, I'm going to get that item permanently in my inventory. So do it, we can. So right here, you have the standard Season Pass, where you have the premium and free tier. You can only move along this by doing challenges, so you can't even grind it out in a day or something. They milk it to you, and they make it so that you have to do this Season Pass over the course of roughly 7 weeks. On top of that, the Season Pass is $12.99, and you can pay $24.99 to skip not even half of it, but you can skip to you can pay to skip for double the price, I think 16 tiers. So think about that. You're literally paying double the price just so you can finish this shit quicker. And the reason you might do that is because it is FOMO. You have very much the possibility of not finishing this and not getting your money's worth. So you have 60 days, and you can't even do it. Like if you have a free weekend, you can't do it in a weekend because they drip feed it to you over the course of 7 weeks. So the earliest you can do it is 7 weeks if you do everything. And then I already said that there. You have, random pop-ups. Like I said, here's one of the random pop-ups. So I get this after a game. Now, I've seen ones for real money, but this is a premium currency. So right after a game, it popped this up on a delay. So if I accidentally clicked A, it would have taken me to checkout with this in my cart here. And I don't know how much that's worth, but we can do the math here. So 4,545 value. So that would cost me, wait, hold on. There's no way. $70? Am I reading that right?
$70?
No. Am I reading that right? Neon bundle, hold on, is 4,545 crystals. So that means we need about 5,000 crystals. So, yeah.
You would buy 2 of those $24.99 packs, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I guess.
Which is
So
still
$50. $50
Oh no,
for
but that's not even enough because that's 2,200 times 2. That's 4,400.
So
and
you
that
would
thing
need the
is
69.
4,500. So you would have to spend that, or you could. No, this wouldn't even
Wow.
cost. Yeah, you would have to spend the 70, I think.
$70 for this. 2 skins. 2 skins, $70. And it's not only that, but it pops up on you after every match to try to get you to buy it and put it in your cart immediately.
Oh my.
That is fucking insane. On top of that, in the season pass, on day 1, they have a paywalled character. So the only way to play the Mandalorian character is to buy the $12.99 season pass. There's no other way to unlock it. There is a free currency right up there. You can see, this is my screenshots, the 6,200 there. That is a free currency. I don't know if I have a screenshot of this, but the only thing that the free currency buys is a skin for the Mandalorian, the character that is paywalled for $12.99. So your free currency's only purpose is to buy a skin for a premium paywalled character, so you can't even use the free currency without spending money. There is constant FOMO bundles in here. So these ones aren't FOMO, but there's other bundles in here that have limited time on it. So you can only buy it for 7 days, only 3 days, and there's a ton of them. So it's impossible to track them all and see which ones are which. All different value, all different currencies. Yeah, multiple fucking currencies in the game. I think there's at least 3, all on different timers. The game is just the most sloppy of slop, and I am actively playing it. I am playing this game for your sins. Modern Star Wars is so dead, and now you have the greasiest game that I have played in years. Maybe even the greasiest game released on modern consoles, but I honestly don't play a lot of these games. This wouldn't have been on my radar if it wasn't for the Star Wars license, and all the content is just soulless. After the stream, because I'm like, you know what? I could probably get through this season pass. I thought to myself, would it be fun? No. Would it be funny? Maybe. So I fucking said to myself, I could probably get through this season pass. I looked through every single tier in the season pass, and I think there's about 80 of them, if I'm remembering correctly. It's around 50 or 80 tiers. I looked through every single piece of content in there to see if I could justify the $12.99 that I'd have to pay to unlock the premium content. And I was like, even if I get to the end, there is not a single item that I would spend $1 on. There is not a single little piece of content in this premium pass, because it's all soulless, it's all safe, it's all sterile and clean, soulless Disney garbage, like you can see right here in my screenshot. Do it, we can. And it's insane. And I don't even care to play any of the characters apart from the Stormtrooper. So any of the content in this is just going to be dead content for me. So I was looking for an excuse to give them money. I was like, see if you can take money from me. And they couldn't. As greasy and fucking financially disgusting as they got, there is nothing in here that even slightly fucking interested me. And I pay money in these sorts of games. I've given Dead by Daylight a bunch of my money for the Iron Maiden. The Iron Maiden skins were like $20 a pop. I bought 3 of them. Chucky, all that stuff. I bought a lot of content in just for the Christmas stuff as well. We did the Christmas stream for Dead by Daylight. So I could have done this, but there's just nothing. It's so disgustingly bad. So that is Star Wars Hunters, the new game I'm addicted to because I live in a constant state of hell. But that is not the only game I am talking about today. Before I get into my next game, Kay, do you have any thoughts on Star Wars Hunters?
Here's my thoughts on Star Wars Hunters. We knew that we were doing the stream the other day and that we would also be doing the 10 minutes of raw beforehand, right? And so I was like, yeah, maybe I'll sit with you while you're playing the game for a little bit. I'm already going to be, on the stream anyways for the beginning of the stream, so might as well. And then you were like, oh yeah, technically you can play with me because we have 2 Switches, so like I can just hold handheld while yours is the one like streaming to our channel. So I download the game and I'm like, okay, I guess I'll, whatever. And then it was like, oh, you have to create an account. I'm like, I already fucking hate this. I hate that you have to make accounts for fucking anything anymore. It annoys me. But I did. I made an account, and then I started the tutorial, and I just like handed you the system because I'm like, I don't want to fucking play this game. Like just launching the game and then like starting the tutorial, I was like, ah, fuck this game. It's so like sloppy and gross, and I fucking hate it. So I don't know how you not only survived this game for several hours, but are now playing it in your free time.
I've been doing the
Kudos to you.
dailies. I've been doing the dailies every day. So my current goal, Fallen Angels comment. My current goal is literally because I've played a lot of MOBAs and I've played a lot of hero shooters. I played a lot of Overwatch. I played a lot of TF2. This game has a like grindy addiction. It's got the grind to it. And I looked at the ceiling for the Stormtrooper character, and it's not very high. So I think it's like 25, and I'm at like level 17. So right now my goal is like, let's level cap. Let's level cap the Stormtrooper and see what, because I'm already almost there in like 2 days. Because they expect people to like their game, and they expect them to fucking play, ooh, look at brown female Han Solo. Ooh, look at quirky Rhodian girl that does graffiti like Sabine Wren. And it's just like, that's garbage. Look at the quirky, nerdy Reddit Mon Calamari. No. And then it's like, what else do we got? Do you like the shaved head Sith? Quirky Sith girl? No. So I will only play the Sentinel. I only play the Sentinel, and my goal is to get that Sentinel to the very top just to see what happens. And then I'll probably fucking quit the game, because then I'll have done everything I want to do. Also, I just want to point out that the Sentinel at the start of every game will say equip. Like, they all say equips, and I've played the Sentinel a lot now, and only in 2 days. And every now and then, he says, the Empire will rise again. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. And just the fact that he says that the Empire will rise again, I'm like, this someone on the team knows. Someone on the team fucking knows. So that's what I'm going to do. That is what I am going to do, is I'm going to play my fucking... Oh my God! What was that?
JT Epsilon came in with $5 on YouTube. Thank you so much, saying, not Kay doing her signature pose in response to James.
What's the signature pose? What signature pose?
I think it's this. I think this was the
Is that a
pose or
signature
something.
pose?
I'm trying to remember.
You have a signature now?
Apparently I have a signature pose. JT was catching up on the like podcast we were doing.
Oh no.
And he noticed like in our thumbnails that I was like always doing the same pose. Let me see if I can find
Oh,
it.
I have noticed that.
This.
Yeah, no, you do that. You do.
I didn't even know.
You do that all the freaking time. Okay, so I'm
It's just my natural response. I don't know what to do.
I'm delaying because I'm.
Thank you again, JT Epsilon. He says, "Wow, that super chat came in late as fuck. Loki thought I lost
really?
$5. Well, oh my God.
Shit! I don't know why it got delayed, but
I'm glad you didn't lose it. But oh my God, yeah, that's weird.
thank you so much, JT Epsilon. And yes, she does her signature pose to me all the freaking time. I can't escape it. I can't escape it ever.
I literally didn't realize it was a thing until recently.
I'm looking right now. I'm looking for a tweet. There it is. Okay, I found a tweet.
What are you looking for?
I found a tweet. Okay, sorry. I just found a
go
tweet. So that is, thank you so much, JT Epsilon. She's going to do her signature pose to me all the time. And you, sir, are a legend. You, sir, are just an absolute icon. And yes, I know a lot of people right now are doing the signature pose. But you know what? Just the fact that the Empire, every time I play that Sentinel, says the Empire will rise again, it fills me with true Imperial glory, and I feel for my fellow separatist brothers.
Southern wind, the thunders mutter, northern flags and south winds flutter, to arm is blind, to arm is blind, to arm is blind, into Dixie. Send them back your fierce defiance, snap upon the curse, the lats, to arm is blind, to arm is blind, to arm is blind, into Dixie. Advance the flag of Dixie, belong, belong, for Dixie's land we take our stand, to live or die for Dixie. To arm is blind, to arm is blind, and conquer peace for Dixie. To arm is blind, to arm is blind, and conquer peace for Dixie.
The Empire will rise again, and long live the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Let's go! My Clanka brothers.
I did it again. I didn't even realize I was doing it again. I literally did this.
I like the top comment on that tweet is they say clanker. I love my Confederate brothers. Hell yes. So that is, yeah. It's the little things. It's just the little things that fucking get me. And that's why I'm still playing that game. Okay, should I get to my other game?
Yeah.
JT says, how do I take back my $5? Why are you not a true Confederate hero? Oh, no. Gaming with Spoon says, where do you find this shit? My brain. There's things in my brain. That's all. That's all. I'm just a special guy. Okay, so with that, let's get into our next story of what we're talking about. Or rather, we're still on the games. It's just, it all feels like news.
Game, bruh.
Yeah, okay. It all feels like news. Okay, so next game I'm going to be talking about that I've been playing is, of course, TF2. So we got back into TF2, and I won't bore you guys with all the details. I'll give you the short version. You all know what TF2 is. We've streamed it multiple times now in the past week on the channel. And we have also covered the whole Save TF2, Fix TF2 debacle. So I'm going to assume that people that are here already know about what Team Fortress 2 is. It's a classic. It's pretty much what birthed the hero shooter genre, and it's not even really a hero shooter, but it's a classic 2007 multiplayer game that is very beloved by me and thousands of other people. And it has been overridden with bots and bot issues and cheaters that have made the game cripplingly painful to play in the past 5 years, to the point where it's almost not playable. And there have been multiple efforts to fix the game, but by the fans, and Valve has been completely silent, and they have not done anything. And bots have made it so that the player base is continuing to bleed, while you know, the bots keep rising up. Like the Confederacy of Independent Systems, the player base keeps going down. So with that, I actually have updates on everything, and so that's why I'm stealing my plays of the week just to talk about this, and instead of a news story. So this is the whole Fix TF2 debacle update since our Fix TF2 stream on June 3rd. So I've learned some things, and a lot of things have happened. First of all, I want to give a shout out to this YouTuber right here, Zesty Jesus, who needs no shout out. This video has 666,000 views and he has 107,000 subs, but he did an excellent video that I recommend everybody checks out on this topic. It's an hour long. I watched through all of it and it was quite depressing and quite enlightening, to say the least. I will give you guys a TLDR. He went and deep dive and did insane research. This bot problem has occurred over 5 years now, and the community has been screaming about it for over 5 years. And he did research over the course of a whole year. A whole year he started this video, and he compiled it, and it's called TF2 Nobody's Home. Here's the short version. In short, at any given time, TF2's player base that you see over on Steam charts is a lie. The number of bots actually represented in the Steam charts, right over here, about 70%. 70% of this player base are bots. So let's refresh this. 75,000 players are now playing TF2 currently. Okay, what's the real number of players playing TF2 if 70% of them are bots?
Wait, so what's the what's the number?
The current number is 75,110 people are playing TF2. And I highly recommend, if you want to go through it, if you don't believe me, go watch.
So let's just say 75,000, and then you said that 70% are bots. So
yes.
Then it would be 22,000 are actually playing the game.
That's the real.
22,500.
That's insane. That is the real player base. That is the real total of TF2 players, which is still a lot. But he averaged, I think, that 1 in 8 players that you see in TF2 is a bot, minimum. So 1 in 8. And if you play during the off cycles, if you play during the off hours of TF2, you will primarily get bots. So if you play when the West, North America is asleep, that's when you see bots. And that's what we were seeing. That's what we were streaming our test stream. You could see that because we got into a game quite easily. And then when I tried to play at like 1 a.m., I was finding bots and we ended on a total fucking shit show. So that 100% makes sense. So that's a little bit of the backstory. That is crazy. I also want to mention that, sorry. Oh God. Oh, I lost my thought. What was it? Oh yeah. So when we were playing TF2 with the community, we were talking about it and we were asked the question, why? Why are there bots? Why is this game so riddled with bots and cheaters and idlers and all this stuff? And it's simple. It's because TF2 is a free-to-play game, but it also has a working economy. And so in this game, you can earn money. For example, I bought the DLC for TF2 before the event just to make the contracts enabled. And I have not even scratched the surface of those contracts, and I've made 50 cents on them. Look at me. I made my money back spending the $3.99. So I've made about $4.50. I've made about $4.50, and so I'm in the green 50 cents. And I looked at a video of like how much can you make going through the contracts, and if you do it all, which would take like hundreds of hours, you would make $11. Now, here's the thing. In a working economy like that, where the free drops are even worse stuff, there is people issuing tens of thousands of bots into the game just for the purpose of collecting these items and selling them. And so the hackers and the people running these bots have a very strong vested interest in keeping Valve apathetic, in keeping Valve away from the situation. They want Valve to be lazy and sit there and do nothing because it makes them rich. They're ruining people's fun and they're ruining the game, but they're getting rich off of the game effectively. So let's talk about the updates since #FixTF2 caused a whole stink here. So right over here, this is the original post, 2.3 million views on it. And this is what kicked it off, FixTF2. We streamed the game on June 3rd. I recommended that if you wanted Valve to do anything, that doing hashtags won't matter. Valve ignores Twitter. They don't really care about it. But what they do care about is negative reviews and review bombing. At least that's my theory. And that's what worked with Helldivers. So I highly recommend, here is my negative review. I wrote a positive review for this game, probably the first positive review I ever wrote on Steam. I wrote this positive review back in 2011, changed it just now to give it a negative review. And this was before even FixTF2 kicked off here. And I just wrote this out of anger. But I recommend everyone does the same. If you want this to change, this is the way to go about it. I think more than petitions, more than hashtags, more than anything, just simply leaving a negative review. I know that our buddy in chat that regrets the $5 super chat, and thank you so much again for that, that he wrote a negative review on the game, and I really appreciate that. Unless you
actually, to that note, Neo in chat mentioned earlier that Alpha Every actually super chatted side scrollers today to mention that you were talking about Save TF2.
Oh,
and
shit.
I actually did find the super chat. Alpha Every said 2 side scrollers. James from Melee Games has been pushing the TF2 thing really hard. He's been urging people to negatively review it. So there are more people aware of it now. Thank you, Al, for doing that, for bringing more awareness.
Oh my God. Al, I unfortunately missed today's episode. Thank you so much for mentioning us and spreading the word. Al is an absolute lad. I'm going to have to go back. Remind me. I'm going to go back and watch that. Because, yeah, side scrollers, they do. Well, obviously, we love side scrollers. We're on it a bunch of times. So I unfortunately missed today's episode, or else I would have known that. So, Al, thank you so much. After this, I'm absolutely going to go and watch it. Thank you, sir. And thank you for spreading the word. I really, truly appreciate that, man. Thank you. So, thank you, Al. On that note, like I said, I know JT has negative reviewed it. I recommend everyone, unless you somehow like bots, negative review it. And I think this is really the only way to get Valve to fix the shit. And I think it's the best way, honestly, because I think it's way more, it's less time consuming than constantly screaming on Twitter. It's, you know, takes less effort than writing an email or anything. So just going downvote. You know how many reviews I've read that are downvote? fix TF2, and that's it. And that's all it needs. It doesn't have to be a fucking paragraph. I have seen people writing several paragraphs, but it can literally just be and that's it. You just have to go and then you're good. So this one was funny here. Team Fortress 2, here it is. Team Fortress 2 by PC Gamer says plummets to mostly negative on Steam as its biggest fans stoke the righteous flames of anti-bot outrage. And I just thought this one was funny. There's a lot of articles being written over Fix TF2. Team Fortress 2, back in the day, PC Gamer said the most fun you can have online. Oh, how the times have changed. So I just find that funny that just the time, the blip in time where back in the day, PC Gamer said the most fun you can have online for TF2 as an early review, and now they're saying it's mostly negative and reporting on it. So absolutely amazing to see that. It's fucking crazy how this timeline is working here. And that's true. Actually, it's not true. This is fake news by PC Gamer. It isn't mostly negative. It's overwhelmingly negative. TF2 has literally dropped to the most negative review that you can have on the platform. 15%. Now, that is currently. That means that there needs to be a steady stream of negative reviews to keep this going, because this is 15% in the past 30 days. It's going to be really hard to make a dent in the million reviews of all time, because this game was amazing from 2007 to like 2017. So like a decade of quality stuff here is what we're fighting against. But I just want to say fucking amazing job, everybody. Literally doing the simplest thing of going like this. Amazing. Fucking awesome. You all fucking deserve a cookie. I would give you all a virtual cookie. You guys are the freaking best. Look at that. Overwhelmingly negative. And this is what I'm talking about. Like I said previously, Steam is run by Valve. This is their store. This is what they advertise as the primary go-to place for PC gaming. How bad does that look that their own game, when anyone is going to it, Valve, you run this store? Let's go take a look and see what their own games are like on the store. Overwhelmingly negative. Avoid like the fucking plague. Avoid the plagues of the plague. Avoid the plague that the plague is afraid of. There you go. There's JT's review. Let's go, bud. And just a C. Just a fucking C of negative reviews. You still have shit posters. I like men. That's a quality review. God, I want Medic to step on me. God damn it. But overwhelmingly negative. Only 15% of reviews in the past 30 days are positive. It doesn't get lower than this. The only thing you can do is make it go closer down to 1. And that's it. But as terms of words, which are what's important on Steam reviews, overwhelmingly negative is insane. Here's the thing. As I mentioned, this is why I mention it. It's important. As I mentioned, the people that run these bots have a vested financial interest in keeping Valve off of this. So with every action comes a reaction. And now we're hearing this. First off, let's just take a quick little fun look at this. There was years ago, this was posted in, what year was this? This wasn't 2024. This was about 2 years ago, I believe. They didn't include the fucking year in their post. But anyway, 2 years ago, when the last Save TF2 happened, Team Fortress literally tweeted out, this is the last time they tweeted it out, that we hear you, we love this game, and we know you do too. We see how large this issue has become, and we're working on it to improve things. They got fucking community noted. They literally got community noted recently on this. So it's like a 2-year-old post. Yeah, it is 2 years. So the community note says, despite posting this over 2 years ago, Valve has done absolutely nothing to resolve the botting crisis which TF2 is experiencing. This has led to further protests due to Valve's continued inaction. And they even included the hashtag #FixTF2 and all that stuff. But then it was removed later, probably because, I don't know, they janny up their community notes real quick. But I thought that was funny. I did go there and I did see it. So this person posted, Valve doesn't care about your money. Steam will continue to be their infinite money glitch for a long time to come. Valve doesn't care about the deep fans' opinion on them. The general public still loves them. Valve does care about bad mainstream press. Articles like this are the only way anything will be done. When money isn't an object, the work hours that each of your employees becomes limited resources. Fixing the issues plaguing TF2 requires at least a few full-time staffers working on the back end and networking systems for months, if not a few years. years. Battling the people behind the bots is an endless back and forth until one side gives up. The rumor is Valve has already had meetings on TF2 back in 2022 and found that the number of employee hours it would take to properly fix the problem are not worth spending. Now, that is a rumor, though, but the article he is referring to is another article from IGN, so not just PC Gamer. It is also reporting on Save TF2. And here's an interesting bit. In response to Fix TF2, which is the new version, one of the main people behind the movement at Shore K TF2 said, "We submitted a GitHub issue directed at Valve. It outlined all the issues needed to be fixed related to Fix TF2. Within 5 minutes, they closed the issue as a duplicate of one of our from one of our 4 years ago. They also locked the issue and marked it as too heated." Now, there is a community note on this, which I will read. While the thread was marked as duplicate, the author was directed to the original thread in order to keep the information in one place. This is a common practice. Later, the thread was locked due to spam. But we have more context here from Shork. To provide context, the new thread was deemed as a duplicate, which is subjective, and the author was directed to the original thread. They are just funneling all the information into one thread. It would make no sense to have multiple open threads to the same issue. Regarding them closing it for being too heated, it was being spammed with information which did not serve any purpose. This is why the thread was locked, and again, this was not a decision made by Valve, but a single GitHub admin trying to keep the site clean. Oh, never mind, it was a Valve employee who locked it. But still, it was just spam. So Valve is aware. We have proof that Valve is aware of the whole situation, and they're actively locking threads, whether you agree with it or not, because, hey, we're making a new thread on it. We're talking about the issues again. You haven't done anything. And they're like, locked, go to the other thread from 2 years ago where we also did nothing. Here's where it gets interesting. If you're wondering why Save TF, which was their website, temporarily had all its art assets removed, a nefarious actor impersonated Valve and sent an illegal DMCA takedown for all visuals pertaining to their IP. These are the lengths these freaks will go to. So here's what I'm talking about. This is likely somebody that has bots and is making bank off TF2, and to avoid any of this going forward, they issued a fake DMCA over to Save TF2 and got all their art assets taken down, pretty much to try to keep everything hushed down so that Valve doesn't know. Because the more that Valve doesn't know, the more likely they are to keep their bots going and keep making money. So this was the first one I noticed. And this one was light. This one is simple. Just a fake DMCA, though it is illegal, which is interesting. But now we're at this point, and I'm not going to show this too much, but let's just say hours before we went live on the podcast, I saw this. Now, I'm seeing mixed reports, for the record, on if this is from people that are just trolling or if it's actually the bots. I'm not going to look into it too deeply because of the subject matter. Either way, this is occurring because of Fix TF2. But hey, PSA, bot hosters are now starting to advertise CP using the bots. They seem to be flaunting how much illegal activity they can get away with. What the fuck, Fix TF2 now? So now it absolutely is a legal issue, whether it's the bot people or not. And that is fucking insane.
That's insane, disgusting, and also the bots are just making it so Valve has to do something now.
Yeah.
That's going to work against whatever people want to farm money and all this stuff and ruin the game, because Valve pretty much has to address this if the game is that unplayable that this is happening now.
Yeah. So, I don't have a lot of news on that final bit. My main reason for including that is the fact that not only are they issuing illegal DMCAs against the people that are just trying to make noise to get Valve to fix the game, but they are now also fucking doing the worst of the worst thing you can do on the internet and using bots, or it's just it's just trolls doing it or whatever in game and pushing CP in the game. And either way, this is just causing so much more noise and so much more explosions over Fix TF2. Absolutely, absolutely fucking crazy. I'll keep you guys updated. Obviously, I have a vested interest in this. A lot of us do. I know JT does. I know Kretosis, who we follow mutually over on Twitter, does. He's been talking about this a lot. So, Valve keeps hitting their one turn. They just keep hitting next turn. They just keep hitting next turn with everything they do. But now that we're at the fact of illegal DMCAs over this, and we're at fucking CP over this, it's like, it's gonna be bold if Valve says nothing at this point. And they haven't. I looked. Like, it's really hard. It's really hard to look when you're now dealing with this at this level. It's like, okay, I live in Canada. Like, even just saying that acronym is not easy here. We don't live in a free speech country. So it's hard for me to look into for one, and then it's just I'm trying to figure out if Valve has issued any statement, and as far as I can tell, nothing yet. So they must be aware. They are aware because they closed the GitHub thread. So, and that was a Valve employee, so they do know to that level minimum. They know that level minimum. So I guess we'll see. Stay tuned. That is our fixed TF2 update of the day. Every day something is happening. Personally, I feel like this is a win because I like the shit posting of getting it to overwhelmingly negative. To me, that's a fucking win. That's a fucking win. Keep it overwhelmingly negative. I'm going to keep recommending people because it's got to continuously stay overwhelmingly negative. I'm going to keep recommending just keep it down reviewed. And I'm still going to play TF2. I'm still going to play it, but I'm not changing my review. I'm not changing that negative review until this issue is gone. And it's funny because I think my top 3 games now that I play on Steam, I all give negative reviews to, and they're my most played games, which another one's Dead by Daylight. No, Deep Rock's got a positive review because I think my top, you know what, I'll check. My top 3 games, I think, are Deep Rock, TF2, and Dead by Daylight. So 2 out of the 3 of them, 2 out of the 3 have a negative review, which is quite funny. I'm super curious now. I'm just going to check. Let me go to my games here. And then let me go down here. Yep. Negative to Dead by Daylight. Negative to TF2. Positive to Deep Rock. There you I'm a masochist gamer when. That's so fucking funny. That's so funny. So yeah, perfect. So that's our little update, and that is what we've been playing. I kind of cheated a little bit. We lie, we cheat, we steal, because our plays of the week were more news, even K's, which I didn't expect. But before we get into news, Kay, how about you read some chat, and then you pass it on back to me?
No, you. Let's see what's
I'm
going on
out.
here.
You're bullying me. Hashtag save melee games.
Fiera's heading out saying, as much as I would like to stick around longer, Boo needs a face wash. I'm due for hitting the rack soon. So I hope you have a good night, James K. Everyone, till next time. I hope you
Say
have a good night
to
Fiera.
Boo for me, even though I'm assuming you're already gone, but say goodnight to Boo.
We've also got Rocky the Black Dragon who entered chat here saying
Hey,
the activist mafia can go to hell. They never picked up a controller, they never played a game, nor turn on a console in their sad, pathetic lives. Yeah, it's a lot of people that literally are just seeing I've even been talking about this recently because people get mad when you have this whole inclusivity conversation. They're like, we just want to be included and we just want to be represented and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, the layer that you have to think about is a lot of us grew up on gaming. And we loved it as a hobby, and it was not popular at the time. And so all of these fucking normies on the outside would be standing around us, making fun of what we were doing, belittling it, all this kind of shit. Now, in the current year, whatever you want to joke about, now it's popular to enjoy superhero stuff and video game stuff. And all of these industries have grown so much. So now even the average person is playing video games. And so now they're coming in and they're trying to change it to their liking. And it's like, well, fuck off. Because originally you were the one making fun of us for fucking enjoying this hobby.
Mm-hmm.
And now you come in and you want us to change it for you. Go fuck yourself. That's my problem. So yeah, it is a lot of these people that come in. They just want to push their activism. They just want to be represented. They don't understand storytelling transcends all of that. You don't have to be a fucking white man or a black woman to understand the story that they're telling. Just make stories based on what makes sense. You don't have to fucking pander and all this shit. It's really just baffling. But welcome to the show, Rocky the Black Dragon.
We're happy to have anyone named Rocky, whether you're Balboa or Bullwinkle. Welcome to the show, sir.
Gaming with Spoon says nobody knows how to make a good story anymore. Sadly, I've only realized this as I started analyzing old ones. It's really sad. Yeah, nobody knows how to do good storytelling anymore because the thing is, and I guess it relates similar to the other comment there, but it's like you're so concerned about inserting these like Lego pieces. Oh, we need to make sure we have these like 10 different archetype characters in order to make sure everyone's happy and people don't try to cancel us or get mad or whatever reason. Maybe it's for funding, for example. A lot of these companies now, they want the extra funding, so they'll make sure that they tick off all the little diversity points or whatever. You're so focused on all of that that you're not able to tell a story anymore because all your energy is just going to like, I need to hit these prerequisites. How are you even supposed to spend the time to sit down and think creatively?
Yeah.
Or make a product that feels good? And then, like, I don't know. I know we have a ton of stories today, and I'm guessing Suicide Squad must be on there at some point.
Yes.
But yeah, so I'm not going to deep dive into that story, but like, there is a whole conversation now about like why Suicide Squad failed. And a lot of people are trying to ignore the fact that Sweet Baby Inc. was involved, that all this diversity shit was involved. It's like, oh, they just had like bad business practices and all this stuff. And it's like, well, no, all of this contributed together. It's all a bow.
Well, the person that wrote that article was Jason Schreier.
Yeah, who also is a fucking person that pushes this shit too.
Yeah.
My point is that if you are so fixated on just trying to hit all these little markers to be like, oh, look, we're socially acceptable, you're not making a good product. You're not writing properly. You're not able to be creative with your mechanics in your game. You're going to see a lack of polish overall because you're so worried about the social acceptance that you're not actually trying to make something good. You're just trying to make something that will make you money, that people will go, oh yeah, look, that's so brave. Thank you for representing my like 1% of the population that exists that has these like 10 things.
Evil cannot create anything new. They can only corrupt and ruin.
Yep.
Who said that?
I don't know.
Favorite person said that. J.R. Token said that. That's what I'm.
That's
like
say Mace Windu or something.
What?
Shit.
No,
Like,
no.
make a
J.R.
joke.
Token said that's like my favorite J.R. Token quote because it's so relevant. Because the people that fuck the alliance,
Die, you fucking emo cocksuckers.
the people that fuck the alliance are cool with me. Thank you so much, Metal Shred Freak, for coming in and fucking
Thank
the
you, man.
alliance. Loktar Ogar to you with a raid party of 6. This is the Melee Madness podcast. Right now we're hanging out with chat, but in a second here we're gonna get over to what the fuck's going on in gaming. And oh my god, all of our stories are spicy. All of them are spicy. So stay tuned, everybody.
Fuck
I see
the alliance.
another one.
You fucking
Oh
emo
my
Oh my
cocksuckers.
god, we have a full-blown raid. We're raiding Alliance funerals right now. Oh my god, someone hit Scatman. Demi Baki is coming in and fucking the Alliance with a raid of 2. Oh my god, I'm the
Thank
Scatman. Skibbity boop 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 bop. Thank you so much, Demi Baki. Thank you so much, Metal Shred Freak. This is the Melee Madness
Thank you.
podcast, and the spice must flow, and it's going to be flowing nice and heavy in a second here. Thank you guys so much. I see you Sixes Designs, Metal Shred Freak, RNG Gaming Podcast. You guys are the freaking best. Thank you for that raid.
Thank you. JT Epsilon says Discord just updated the TOS. I would be
Ruh-roh.
curious to hear more about that if you have information on it. JT also just came in with a super chat for $2 saying, you think that plastic armor will protect you?
No, definitely not. Nothing's getting protected here, sir. Absolutely nothing.
JT.
Thank you so much, JT Epsilon.
Thank you. But yeah, I'm curious about that Discord thing. It seems like it's the season for everyone's TOS to be updated. I mean, we had the whole thing with Gilded, and now you have to have a Roblox account to fucking use Gilded. So everyone was like, this was supposed to be the free speech alternative. Now, fuck this. We're going back to Discord.
Oh my
Thank you.
god. We just got a new follower. Sixes Designs is now following the channel. Came in and said, hee yo people. Well, yo to you, hey you. And thank you so much for following that channel. Sixes Designs here. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, it seems like it's the season of TOS. I know Twitch recently updated their subscription model. So now it's more expensive to pay for subscriptions for people. It's a lot of chaos going out there. It's just insane. Nightmare says just get the dialogue restoration mod from based mods or emulate the GameCube version in terms of Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Lizard of Linux Lane is here saying, "What is a femboy? A miserable pile of secrets." I thought a Castlevania right
But
away.
enough talk had that. Yeah. Well, hey, if you're talking about the Netflix Castlevania, then Alucard is a femboy.
Oh my god. Don't remind me. Oh my god, so much great conversation in here. Fallen Angel says, being serious for a moment, what can you expect from a consumer that doesn't blink an eye when there's a DLC or pay-to-win games? They'll consume whatever. Better add propaganda to it.
Exactly. They know they're going to lap it up anyway, but they've been pushing their luck and pushing it more and more and more and more. And we're going to talk about that quite a bit in the news segment, how much they're pushing their luck and how they can't keep getting away with this. Hopefully.
Lizard of Linux Lane says, isn't the frame rate tanked on the Switch version, or did it get patched? Yeah, it's at 30. The GameCube version was 60, so it is noticeable at times. I still think the small quality of life changes in the general gameplay to like move you along the story are worth it. But yeah, it is noticeable to me. I don't think it's noticeable to the average person, though. I think you have to be somebody who really cares about that. And I don't judge people who do, because again, I notice it as well. But I think most people will be okay with it. It's not like anything insane. There are some scenes in Paper Mario where like that game is famous for doing like, let's put hundreds of characters in the screen at once, you know, to slow it down. And you notice the choppiness there. And even on the GameCube version, it would kind of like feel a bit slower, but it's really noticeable on the Switch version. So I've seen that, and I've encountered that a few times in general with some scenes when there's a lot going on at once in the game, but it's not too bad. Patience says, Star Wars Hunters, except replace the H with a C.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Fallen Angel says, bros, Anita won all she ever wanted games to be. We have that now. Where everything is sexist, everything blah, blah, blah. What's that rant?
And you got to point it all out. Yeah.
I barely remember J.R.R. Tolkien's quotes, and I'm fucking a huge fan of him. So I don't remember Anita's
Here's
shit.
the thing. When Anita was the main target, it was just her. And now there's a billion little Anitas running around sinking their teeth in the gaming. And you don't even know their names or their faces. At least Anita was the devil you know, and you could shine a spotlight on her. Now you don't even know, but we're going to keep naming them. We're going to keep shaming them, and that's what we have in the headline story, so stay tuned for that. Sixus Design saying, I'm so out of the loop in gaming, it's embarrassing. I only know the old school stuff. Well, that's all you need to know, because the old school stuff is the best, but this is the place to be for all the absolute slop that is in modern gaming, and right around this bend here, we're going to inform you about all of it, and you're going to hate it.
Patience says, Jesus Christ, that's scummy. Check out being on a aftermatch. So, like, the thing you were dealing with in Star Wars.
You literally, like, to show, like, literally, if I do nothing here, and I press A after it shows the scores. So, after the match, it shows scores, and you press A, and you do nothing. There's a slight delay, and then it pops up with a check out now, $70. So, if you are an average gamer and you're like, I played match, I want to play another match, skip. If you do that too many times, you might just check out and $70.
Yeah, be careful.
That's
Take
insane.
It slow, or don't play it. That's maybe my advice.
Yeah, probably
don't be like James.
Don't play the games I play. Sixes says, oh God, it's an all in-game ads now. Yep, that's the game I'm playing, Star Wars Hunters, and I don't know why. I'm suffering.
Chat was talking about the name of Boba Fett's ship.
I did see some of that. Yeah, so I always get it confused because I really don't care. Because to me, Boba Fett's ship is the Slave One. And there has been an effort to rename it to the Fire Spray. And then the argument is that the Fire Spray, it's a convoluted fucking mess. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. It was called the Slave One, and because of that, it is now called the Fire Spray. And they're like, well, the Fire Spray is the name of the model. And it's like, no, that's not. You're just fucking trying to shift it and gaslight it here. So it's called the fucking Slave One. So the ship model is a modified Fire Spray 31 class patrol and attack craft via Wikipedia, which is the most I mean, I'm surprised there's no pronouns for the fucking Slave One in here. But yeah, the Slave One is the name of his fucking ship. Like Han Solo's ship is the fucking Millennium Falcon. But they have now they've pivoted from that, and so now they just call it the fire spray. Or they call it Boba Fett ship, unironically.
I'm digging in the recesses of my mind, but wasn't there like a whole controversy with calling it Slave One, and people were getting super angry?
Yeah, no, this happened. No, this is all
was
very
like
recent.
a long time. I thought it was a long time ago. Maybe it's
With the
recent.
Slave
I don't
One?
know.
No. It was
Internet
always
moves
it was always
fucking
fine. It
quick.
was maybe I want to say 2-3 years ago that it started, and it started with Lego. I believe it was the Lego set. They called it Boba Fett ship fire spray on it. And the argument back then was like, well, it's Lego, it's for kids. They don't want to put slave on it, but now it's fire spray everywhere.
That's so stupid. Anyways, chat's also talking a bunch about Mountain Dew. So James, I will pose this question to you, and I don't even know if this is the question they're asking.
That's
What's
fine.
your favorite Mountain Dew?
As a kid, Code Red. It was like crack. Absolutely loved Code Red.
Code Red's great.
Shout out to
They had a Code Red Slurpee at one point, 7-Eleven. Oh my god, that was so good.
And I want to do a shout out to Mountain Dew Pitch Black for bringing back my beloved Darth Dew. So my favorite Mountain Dew was Darth Dew, which was the Revenge of the Sith Slurpee Mountain Dew, and the cups were all Star Wars themed. I can probably bring them up. And Pitch Black, if you drink Mountain Dew Pitch Black, it's what Darth Dew was. Now, unfortunately, I only drink 0-calorie pop now, and there's no 0-calorie Pitch Black, or else I would be addicted to that like crack. But let me bring up, yeah, okay. So here is Pitch Black, and then here was Darth Dew. If you want to see it right here, there is the sign. I'm just going to pull this all up here. Oh my God, I fucking miss it. We lived in a better society right then. So here it is. I wish I still had these, but you remember this was the Revenge of the Sith, and they called it Darth Dew right there. I think it even says Pitch Black. It's hard to make out, but that might even say Pitch Black. And then there it is, Do the Dew. Oh my God. So if you go, this is my favorite. This is my favorite just because of the Star Wars connection. And so if you go and get a bottle or a can of Pitch Black, you are tasting the same taste as I did in 2005. And it's great. I just wish they made a 0-calorie version, but that's my favorite. Because I'm a whore for Star Wars.
I'm with you on Code Red. I think Code Red is my favorite Mountain Dew. I do quite like the classic one, to be honest. I think it's good. And then Baja Blast, which was like, I think the Taco Bell one or something, right? I remember liking Baja Blast.
Baja Blast, the Taco Bell special. Maza's here saying, on God. Hey, Maza, for real, no cap. For show. Sixes says, why does Mountain Dew remind me of the Toxic Avengers? Never could drink it. Yeah, it's not for everybody, but it fueled me as a gamer. I couldn't say the things I was saying in the Halo 3 lobby without drinking a whole case of Mountain Dew beforehand. I had to fucking slug back all the Mountain Dews before I could capture that flag.
Oh my God.
And then say horrible words.
Fallen Angel says, chat, look at James. You may not like it, but this is what a peak Canadian looks like.
A peak Star Wars hunting Canadian. Well, thank you so much, sir.
JT says, Kay's pose should be an emoji. No!
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I like that idea.
Maybe it'll happen. Maybe. Fiera says, I'll drink original Livewire Baja Blast. Oh, and the grape one that comes out every Halloween. Or
Livewire's so good. Livewire's great.
And I think they were talking about like a flaming hot Mountain Dew.
Is it the flaming
like
Cheetos?
Flaming hot Cheetos? Yeah.
Yeah, Cheetos Mountain Dew. I love Mountain Dew, but like so many of their flavors, at least in Canada, don't get diet versions. And so I rarely ever drink it anymore, and it makes me sad. And I also just drink for the caffeine now, just so I can be spastic and high energy for you all. Yeah, Mountain Dew, it kind of makes me feel disgusting and miserable inside, but I love it. I love to feel disgusting and miserable. It matches my outer form inside.
Zooming through a little bit. Thank you guys so much for chatting. This is awesome how much you guys chat with us. We love it. Gaming with Spoon says, straight up facts, I got bullied for this shit as a kid, and now we get bullied because I don't want this shit they bring. Fuck them. Yeah, that's my biggest issue. The amount of people that would just like shit on the hobby and be like, oh, you're wasting your time. Oh, you're a man baby. All this kind of shit. And now they're the ones fucking playing games too, but then they're also making fun of people for the way that the games are. It's like, oh, make the game more likable to me. Why don't you fuck off and go back to what you're doing?
Triss is in the chat. That's right. It's all your fault, Triss. I am shirtless for you. You came in. You came in, Triss, for the Triss Force One. Thank you again for that. Thank you so much for that, Triss Force One, Triss. We danced shirtless and naked just for you.
Paul's here saying everything is being made with Lego pieces, music, movies, games, before they were chiseled with marble. Do you mean like things act like Lego, or do you mean like Lego is literally got their hands in everything? I'm curious.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I guess both, right? Yeah. Because I kind of take that more as like everything is cheaply made now. But
yes.
Oh, I scrolled here 1 second. JT says, that's okay, James. You suffer shitty Star Wars games. I'll suffer shitty Dragon Age game.
Oh, I got some
there
heat
is a new
today.
Dragon Age game.
I got some heat today on Twitter because I've never been a fan of Dragon Age. I've played 30 hours of Dragon Age Origins before I was like, I just don't like this game. Everyone tells me they love Dragon Age Origins, and I just find it so dull. It's fine if we disagree. Obviously, it's a great game. People love it. But it's the one good Dragon Age game, and I find it so boring, and I don't like any of the characters, and I don't like the combat or anything about it. And so I give up. And so we're going to talk about it maybe today, but let's just say the new Dragon Age looks like shit. But only the first Dragon Age is good, and every other Dragon Age has been shit, and this one looks even worse. And so, in short, it's like, is this one more in line with the series? Because they're all terrible. And so I made some people mad because on Twitter today I said, thank God I've always hated Dragon Age. And that's not to knock it. I'm saying I've always hated Dragon Age. And so this news I don't care about because I'm like, okay, good. They ruined something I already hated. I'm fine then. So I made some people upset, and it's just like, it's fine.
Dragon Age is okay. I never beat it.
You would probably like it better than me.
But I think it is more my kind of game than yours, for sure.
Sixes says, is there an absolute worst game you ever bought, not just played? Bought. Ooh, that's a good question. That question should go to everybody. Worst game I have ever bought. Did I buy Borderlands? I think so. I think I did buy Borderlands, and I hate Randy Pitchford, so there's one. I used to love Tim Schafer, so I've bought in a lot of his games. That's unfortunate. Because, yeah, I don't want to give the lame answer of, like, this game plays bad, Superman 64. So I'm trying to think of, like, personal. I prefer personal hatred. Absolute, sheer personal hatred. But, yeah, anything Randy Pitchford's made makes me furious. Have I bought in a Neil Druckmann game? I bought Uncharted 4. There you go. I don't think I've bought in Last of Us, so that doesn't count. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I was racking my brain too because I'm like, well, Raroff we didn't purchase.
I got it for free actually.
Death Stranding I got for free at one point. I didn't like that. Spider-Man 2 I also got for free. I have not touched that.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of games that I've absolutely tried throwing out the window in anger, and there's been some.
I hate the Tales of Symphonia port on the Switch. And I paid full price for that.
It's not Dragon Age. I don't hate it that much.
I usually do not like pay for games that I know I'm gonna despise. You know what I mean? Like I usually don't go out of my way to buy them because I'll be like, I can see it from a mile away. Sometimes games will catch you by surprise, but
oh yeah, actually, if I'm thinking in context of like ruined things for me, hate Halo 4. In my opinion, that was really the death of Halo for me, similar to Force Awakens and Star Wars for me. I pre-ordered that. I was at the midnight launch for that. I didn't expect it to be good, but I did pre-order it. So Halo 4, Nerdy Neo's here. He's gonna hate me. Mass Effect 3.
I was gonna say that. I
Mass
literally was
Effect 3.
unmuting to say Mass Effect 3. I think is the worst game I've personally purchased for myself.
Yeah, but I knew it was gonna be bad.
Andromeda was gifted to me actually. Thanks, Elvis.
Yeah, Elvis got that for you. Yeah.
So I can't even blame Andromeda.
Like
Mass Effect 3
personal backstab betrayal would probably be Halo 4, Mass Effect 3. Doom Eternal's DLC specifically. Pretty much everything Nerdy Neo likes. Nerdy Neo, name some games. Those are my most regretful purchases.
I'm going to keep going with chat here a little bit just because we're almost caught up and I want to get to the news here.
What else do you like? I probably-
Neo says, one of my favorite jokes was in Star Wars Robot Chicken, Lando. Nice ship, Boba. Not crazy about the name, though.
I remember that joke. That was so good.
You had to be an actual fan to even get the jokes, and Slave One is never mentioned in the movies.
Yeah.
And we both agree on Code Red, me and Neo, but he does not like Baja Blast. Vance says,
like
hey,
both.
Melee James.
How's it going?
And Vance also says, thank you to whoever gifted me the membership.
Hell
That
yeah.
would probably be JT Epsilon. He just gifted a few memberships. So
I believe so.
Thank you, JT. Going over to Rumble. Ooh, we got some fun going on in Rumble. Canadian says, those word changes are not worth freaking out about talking about Paper Mario. The game is still awesome. I feel like I don't want to beat a dead horse and keep saying it, but I do get why people are upset about the translation changes. I support people who don't want to buy the game on that basis. But I chose to do it anyways because I love that game like that much that I'm looking past it and I wanted to see the changes. So I get where you're coming from, Canadian, and I ended up looking past it myself, but I get why people wouldn't want to. As Dude said, it's more death by 1,000 cuts, and it always starts somewhere and then it just continues. You're smiling and giggling. What's going on, James?
No, I'm just reading chat. I just find it really funny.
I'll catch
Chat's
up there
great.
soon.
No, it's fine. You keep going and you let me know when to take over the news again.
Canadian says, Kay, you can skip a ton of cutscenes for medial stuff like going to bed or battling in the Glitz Pit. It's awesome. Yeah, there's
That's
just like
nice.
little quality of life stuff like that where you don't want to sit through that cutscene every single fucking time. And at least crud is still in the game. Yeah, it's weird though. Like you're okay with some words but not others. I don't fucking know. Nintendo. Dude says, I've heard the recent Konosuba game. For context, James, that's the anime that Dude showed us.
Oh.
Didn't have any BS in the localization. That's amazing in my eyes, and I bought both copies when I heard that. I didn't even know there was a game. That's cool. And he also says, the only game I've bought a season pass is in Fall Guys. I do not regret that decision. Interesting. Isn't Fall Guys epic? Am I thinking?
Fall Guys
the right game?
is...
That's the one where we run on the course, right? Yeah, okay.
That's epic, right? That's
so.
I think published at least.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I'm curious what that season pass has in it and why you don't regret the decision. Because usually with me, season passes feel very bloated and I don't know. It depends. My non-regret was buying Fire Emblem Awakening seasons pass and like getting all this because they had all the bunch of downloadable characters and stuff, the extra maps. And
Fall Guys is weird. It's developed by someone named Mediatonic, published by Epic, but then also Devolver Digital is listed as a publisher. This is weird.
That is weird. And also Soul Calibur, the newest Soul Calibur, because I got the Ivy outfits. So that was like a no regret
Hell yeah.
purchase for me. Dude says, I bet you if they removed the ability to trade cosmetics, it would get rid of the bots. Would the community be fine with that for TF2?
Oh, sorry. If they got
rid of the ability to trade cosmetics, because it seems like that's what is really driving this market, right?
I think
to have the bots.
Yeah, it would make the game stagnant, and it's weird because like TF2 has always operated on this economy system, similar to Dota, another Valve game, and Counter-Strike. So if you removed that, it would pretty much be like throwing up like a fucking white flag. And then also, it's tough to stop it. Like you can't really stop it now because, it's a literal economy. So people have bought and traded and sold things that have actual monetary value, and with the intent to resell it or like hold it until they sell it or open it. And so to just halt it, like that would, I wonder, there might even be like legal issues with that. You know what I mean? Because like it's a whole fucking economy system going on, and if Valve were just like, and it stops now and you got what you got, like maybe with a warning they could do that. I think there is a portion of the audience that would just be like, if that's what we got to do to solve the problem, so be it. The weird thing is, and I really recommend you watch that video from the guy I posted earlier, the TF2 Nobody's Home. The vast majority of bots are actually idlers, and they don't even impact the players directly, and they're literally just there to steal from the economy. And so they're kind of like the silent issue. But the real issue is the hackers that go into game and cheat. Those are the real problems. But the weird thing about TF2 is that you can actually open it in script form. So these hackers open it in script form, takes way less resources, so you're able to have more clients and more accounts running. And then they just leave it in the front end in script form, and then they just generate items in the game to sell and make money off of. So it's weird because those people aren't even really the issue. The primary screaming in your face issue is the hackers that one-shot you in the game. And Valve is not doing anything for any of this. So
why are they trying to win the matches? Is it because they get stuff for winning certain matches? Like then
yeah. So
economy,
they get like, you know, different things and they stay in there, and it also just disrupts everything and like shuts
like,
everything
it can
down.
Be, if it's like for shit posting, then that's a whole different thing versus like you win matches, so you get stuff for the
This is how
economy,
bad it's gotten.
you
is
get to like sell stuff, right?
If
So
you
then
go in, if
that
you go
would make
into a
sense to
game,
me.
if you go into a game, this is how bad it's gotten. 9 times out of 10, if you have those hackers that one-shot you, they also flood chat, and they pretty much are asking you for extortion money. And they're like, if you want to be exempt from the hackers, you go into our Discord and you give us money, and you pretty much pay a subscription service so that the hackers don't one-shot you. And so they're pretty much
At that point, I just wouldn't play the fucking game. I'd be like, okay, go
yeah,
fuck
it's
yourself.
insane if they're actually getting people paying for that. That's like disgusting. If you were to actually willingly give money to a hacker just so you're not affected by them. But yeah, so it's all for money. It's all for profit. I think a portion of the audience would be fine if they somehow, by a miracle, were able to just turn off the store and make it so trading is no longer allowed. It would be a huge defeat and a white flag. But I also think there could be legal ramifications for that because it's a working economy that's been there since 2007. So, I mean, I literally looked up an item the other day because I've been playing, and I'm like, I wonder how much this item is. If it's $2-3, I'll buy it. Goes for $100 and it's a hat. It's a cosmetic little hat that I didn't think anyone else cared about. It's $100. I'm not going to buy it. And so what happens if someone has this hat and they want to sell it for $100 and suddenly Valve's like shuts it off? They're going to be even more outraged. It's going to cause even more issues. So is it a potential solution? Maybe. It's not a good one, and it's going to cause even more anger and frustration. But if that's the best we got, then maybe it's worth pursuing. But I don't think it's even possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a tough call. I think you either fix the game completely or you do fix the economy in that way and you pause it. Like, because you have, like, at what point are you either just, like, closing this game off? And then I also wonder, with the new game coming out from Valve, like, are they planning to retire TF2? Like, that's what my brain goes to.
It's weird because Deadlock also includes a reference to TF2. So it's in a weird state, and it's leaked. It's not even officially announced yet. It's all leaks that have come out. So we'll see. I do have Deadlock in the news, and it's not looking good, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll keep an eye on Deadlock. It's not looking very good at all.
I'm gonna
but yeah,
fire off.
Every Valve game that is multiplayer has a working economy, and so it's anyway. It's just really tough to manipulate that. But I think the solution would be that you hire full-time employees and you just say, here's how much money we get from TF2 per month. And you hire full-time employees just to maintain and run scripts to ban bots en masse. And if you accidentally catch a few human players, they can go and, you know, report to customer service. I got banned as a bot. I'm not a bot. Here's my proof. And they'll unban you. But all the bots have the same name. They all there's only a few names that I see that come up, and they're always the same bots. And so there needs to be a new reporting tool, and you just report it, and then Valve includes that in their fucking blacklisting script, and they just run that, and anyone with that name gets blocked, and then the bots will bring in new names, and then you block them, and eventually you IP ban them, and then you hardware ban them, and then, you know, keeps going that way.
I'm going to keep firing off some of the answers here to the question. Also, hello, Triss. Yes, you are to blame for the Bear Force One today.
Mm-hmm. It's all your fault, Triss. Thank you again.
I'm going to start at gaming with Spoon's comment about Dragon Age, and we'll just run down and fire off what some people said to the question earlier about the hated game.
Fuck the Alliance! Oh my God. Fucking die, you fucking emo cocksuckers!
Gino is coming and fucked the Alliance with a party over here. Thank you so much, Gino.
Thank you, Gino.
How's it going, buddy? Hope the stream went well. Thank you for fucking the Alliance, sir, and coming in with that raid.
So Paul actually said he meant metaphorically with the Lego comment. Gaming with Spoon says, it took me a long time to get into Dragon Age Origins. Dragon Age 2 was garbage. Inquisition is a turd. My headcanon was it ended after Origins.
That's 99% of the fan base.
Starting from the beginning if I'm playing it? I don't remember which one I played.
I know about all these games. All you need to do is play the first one. No one else likes anything in Dragon Age except for the first one, which is Origins. That's it.
Vance is about to say something that may cause a 10-minute conversation or a 0-minute. I don't know. Vance says, me personally, I dislike Star Wars.
That's smart.
You're
smart, man. It's better to not like Star Wars. It's much better.
Nightmare says, I hated Telltale Batman so much, I had Steam remove it from my account, not refunded, outright removed.
That's hilarious.
I didn't mind Telltale Batman.
It was very cringy.
I'm not a big Batman fan, for the record, so I'm sure it does a lot of atrocious things, but I did like how they did the thing of, like, you're playing as Bruce Wayne and as Batman, and you're doing the duality thing. I thought that was very interesting. But the actual, like, dialogue and all that stuff was very cringe.
Yeah, no. It as a Batman fan, and we had this conversation, it is really fucking cringy, and it's very My Chemical Romance and whiny and cryy, and all the characters are insufferable and poorly written. Was the detective stuff in it interesting?
Some stories, right? Wasn't there like a story that it was doing after the comics, but it completely did it differently? Am I remembering that correctly? With the Batman Telltale, wasn't there like a story that they were taking from the comics that was like a famous story?
Oh, yeah, I barely remember these games, but like, yeah, I think...
Not Killing Joke.
Oh, Court of Owls, right? Was it Court of Owls?
Maybe Court of Owls?
I think it was Court of Owls, because that's like the one good Batman comic in the past 15 years, and so everyone's been milking it to death and ruining it, and Gotham Knights also ripped off Court of Owls and did it terribly. And there was also a Court of Owls animated film that also did that terribly. Just go read the Scott Snyder fucking comic arc. It's great. But everything else that has ever been done on Court of Owls is terrible. Just go to the fucking source.
I'm going to keep reading off some of these because I do want to get to the news here. Neo says, that's like Rockstar's games for me. They're not bad. They're well-built games, but I find them so boring and uninteresting. I think you're the first person I've ever met that doesn't like Rockstar games.
I'm curious because I'm curious, Nerdy Neo. Have you ever played L.A. Noire? Because everyone talks about either Red Dead or GTA, but I honestly think L.A. Noire is probably Rockstar's best game ever, maybe. And it's insane how good it is, and it's such a great story. But you have to like the stories. In all the Rockstar games, you have to care about the characters and the stories because the gameplay can be good and fun in them. But really, it's about the immersion into all the worlds and the stories and the characters that you fall in love with all Rockstar games. It's not Mario. It's not gameplay first.
I agree with Mazza. Bully's great.
Bully's great. I wish I could ask for a Bully remake, but they would fucking butcher it.
Paul says Borderlands can be good and you can hate Randy. They aren't mutually exclusive. Well, the writing is pretty fucking bad in Borderlands.
That's Anthony Birch.
That is Anthony Birch, yeah. Neo says, wow, Nightmare, what did they do? What did you hate so much about it? So I'm curious if Nightmare elaborates here later in chat. JT says Dragon Age 4 will suck, but I think the franchise is just too close to my childhood that I can't fully let go of it yet, but I won't pay full price. Mazza says Killzone Shadowfall, big sad. Was that disappointing? That's sad to hear because people really love Killzone. So
Killzone was supposed to be like a Halo competitor for PlayStation. I've never actually played through any of them, even though they have great character design in them. I would love to
own them if you ever want to play.
I would love to go give them a real shot and see if they have any merit. It was Killzone was PlayStation's Halo, and then Resistance was PlayStation's Gears of War, and I have not played either of those.
Gaming with Spoon says Kingdom Hearts 3 killed the series for me. I have no interest in moving forward. Ni no Kuni 2 was a disappointment. I'm really sad to hear about Ni no Kuni 2 because the first one was great. And Nightmare said they disrespected Thomas Wayne.
Yes.
for Batman Telltale.
You know what?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Even the
I
Court of
forgot about
Owls,
that.
even the Court of Owls story disrespects Thomas Wayne. But I think that the comic book is really good in spite of that. But with all Batman stuff, at least in the comics, and even this is true for like Star Wars now, it's like you pick and choose the stories. So I can take that Thomas Wayne story and be like, that's good. And that's fine and what it is, but it's not in my fucking like headcanon. To me, the important stories in Batman are like Batman 89 and Batman the Animated Series and the Arkham games. Those are all the peaks of Batman. And then there's some of the comic books I love, like Hush and The Dark Knight Returns, and I did like Court of Owls quite a bit, and The Long Halloween, and Killing Joke, and Arkham Asylum. I can go on and on. Anyway, you see? You got me on Batman now. This is what happens when you get me on Batman. But
We'll do a town square about Batman eventually.
I love
It's
Batman!
an obvious topic to me.
Six is heading out. Gotta roll. Have a good night. See you another time. Peace. Thank you so much, Six, for hanging out. And I hope you enjoy the show if you catch it later. And we'll see you in the future.
I do see that chat has a few different questions here. For the interest of time with the news, I'm going to just put these questions aside so that we can ask these later on in the show if we have time near the end.
Sounds good.
But I will say, Yanu says, James, I will defend Mass Effect 3 to the death. They gave Conrad Werner a joke and a punchline, a redemption arc. Just ignore the ending, and it's a great game.
See, that's the thing is, I don't just hate the ending. I hate everything about the game. I hate all of it. The only way I like the game...
I think the ending was really the nail in the coffin for me. But just the overall attitude of the game going into it, it just didn't have the same charms
I saw this come up recently on how they ruined the entire conversation about the Krogans, because the Krogans were interesting before Mass Effect 3, because it's like you have this race that are reproducing at such an alarming rate, and they are just war-torn or war-focused, and they just want to conquer the galaxy, and you can't stop them because they reproduce so quick. And so Mordin Solus developing the genophage and all this stuff, it's a morally gray area, and it's tough because he's crippled this race. But it was either that or like face extinction from the Krogans. And so like, what do you do? And it's a tough situation. But then you go to Mass Effect 3 and it's like, no, I made a Hecarino mistake. I need to pay for it. No. And it's just like, really? Really? Like, so the only way for me to excuse all the stupidity in Mass Effect 3 is to take the indoctrination theory as gospel. Oh, all the writing is terrible and garbage and all the characters don't make sense anymore. It's because it's all in your brain. It's all in your head. And that's the only way I can enjoy that game. So yeah, it's not just the ending. It's not just the fucking ending. It's I have to take all of it and pretend it's all in your head, or else I can't enjoy the game. And Gaming with Spoons came in and said, lol, Bloomberg's Jason Schreier just said Sweet Baby boycott helping crush suicide sales was just angry hallucinations by grifters. We might get to that in a little bit. Thank you so much, Gaming with Spoons. And yes, we do hate Jason Schreier here. Jason Schreier, go fuck yourself.
I think with that, we'll move on to the news for now. I've got it bookmarked where we are in chat, and we can continue in a little bit.
All right, let's get into it. Oh, I was waiting. Kay, I think it's light time for you. I think it's even light time for me. The light shines.
I didn't want to interrupt my reading to go be like, guys, be right back. I gotta turn my light on.
Okay, so I'm going to tell these two news stories back to back, and these are doozies. Strap in, sit tight, everyone. I've got your attention now that I've made everybody mad by talking shit about Mass Effect 3. And again, no offense if you like the games that I hate and I hate the games that you like, or whatever the fuck, vice versa. It's all about the fun of gaming here, and it's all about this united cause to bring back the glory of gaming. And the real enemy is not the person that likes game you like and hates game you like and all that shit. The real enemy is what I'm going to be talking about right now. So let's get into that. I wish I could stop talking about this, but alas, I'm pulled back in. As you all know, we've talked about over past October on Sweet Baby, and we did the whole Sweet Baby thing. We broke all that, and then we kept talking about it, and, you know, that spiraled into what you all know in the Sweet Baby controversy. And then we also talked about all these different Sweet Babies and how pretty much there's not just one Sweet Baby company, there's like a dozen of them, and there's a bunch of them. But here's a thing that you may have not known and that I learned recently. It's not just consulting companies that are causing these issues in gaming anymore. No. There is also other factors and other outsourced companies that are also causing these problems. So let's take a look over at this company called Liquid Violet. Now, Liquid Violet are not localizers. They're not a consulting company. They are an outsourcing studio for voice work. And even they have the power to ruin the games you love, which is just insane. I want to do a huge shout out to the person that broke both of these stories over on Twitter. That is my source for both of these stories. That is at Packer Girl. That is at P9CKER_girl. Go give her, I'm assuming it's a her, go give her a follow. She does great stuff, great Twitter threads. Highly recommend giving her a follow. And it is thanks to her that we are reporting on this story today. So, let's take a look at what she found here. She found this studio called Liquid Violet. And she says, oh my God, we found another voice acting studio, voiceover studio, Liquid Violet. Here's some of the games they're responsible for. Helldivers 2, Diablo 4 with Immortal, Valorant, Tiny Tina's Wonderland, World of Warcraft, Overwatch, Demon's Souls 1 through 3, Bloodborne, Borderlands, Hearthstone, Elden Ring. What the fuck did they do localization for Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and 3? I'm shook, like, what the fuck? So this turned me on to it, and this is an actual tweet that Packer Girl is citing here from Liquid Violet, and they did a Twitter thread for, well, it's Pride Month, ladies and gentlemen. Liquid Violet describes themselves as voices, talent, collaboration. We cast, record, and edit from our own London studio, part of the Keywords family, voice production, game, audio, and Netflix doubling. So they said here, happy Pride Month. We've decided to celebrate by taking a look at just some of the blah, blah, blah characters in games and animations we've worked on here at Liquid Violet. Let us know which is your favorite characters or ones we missed in the comments. And so they have a Valorant character. Valorant recently introduced the world to Clove, a new agent. They are the first to identify as non-binary and are voiced by non-binary actor Isla Campbell. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Several characters within the Borderlands universe are part of the blah, blah, blah community, with Tiny Tina being one of them. Isn't she underage? I don't play these shitty games because I hate Borderlands. But isn't Tiny Tina, like, not legal?
I have no fucking idea.
I will make it.
Weird if so.
Lead writer Anthony Birch has confirmed that she is a lesbian. Oh, what a great fucking source, Anthony Birch. And then Captain Laserhawk. Captain Laserhawk's titular character, Dolph Laserhawk, is a super soldier modified by Eden Tech Military. Dolph escapes and becomes a fugitive alongside his boyfriend, Alex Taylor. Let's go to part 2 of 3 here. In Xenoblade Chronicles, the English localization does not refer to the genderqueer character A by any pronouns. When Shulk inquires about A's more feminine appearance compared to that of Alvis, I read that as Alvin in the Chipmunks. Can you imagine? Theodore! Why identify as Anyway, the character's previous, more masculine form, Rex comments, Logos was the male persona and Fenunia, I don't know, I don't play this shit, was the female one. Ontos, as the third being that makes up the Trinity processor, was meant to stand somewhere in between. And then Arcane, for Pride last year, Riot showed several Arcane characters, including Caitlyn. Game designer Alec Kwok later confirmed all the characters that were featured were blah, blah, blah. It is heavily implied that Caitlyn is lesbian through her relationship with V. And then again, Captain Laserhawk, I'm never fucking playing this shit. Alex Taylor is an anti-Eden revolutionary and the boyfriend of Captain Laserhawk, Dolph. Is anyone straight anymore? He is based on the character of the same name from the 2014 racing game, The Crew. And
what?
I don't know.
So fucking random.
And then finally, more Captain Laserhawk. Maybe they should change the name, and I'm not allowed to say it on the internet. Pagan Min is a crime lord in Eden, Captain Laserhawk. He is based on the antagonist of the same name from Far Cry 4. He's the ex-boyfriend of Alex Taylor, but in the game, he is bisexual. And of course, the ruining of Tracer. I don't think there's any straight characters in Overwatch. Tracer is the first Overwatch hero to have their sexuality directly addressed. Cheers, mate. The lesbians are here. She is revealed to be in a relationship with her girlfriend, Emily, with Blizzard later clarifying on Twitter that she's a lesbian. Well, yeah, of course she's a lesbian. Have you not seen the Overwatch porn? Hello. Valorant, the first canonical relationship in Valorant is between Killjoy and Raze, who share... Do they really have a character named Killjoy that's named after the fucking Halo medal? Really? Who share a friendly rivalry that develops into a romantic relationship. This was confirmed by Riot through a Twitter post of the two together. So let's take a look at their website, because I like doing this. So this is Liquid Violet over here. Bringing characters to life. Liquid Violet offers a wide range of services, which include casting, voice production, audio support services, and more. Based in the heart of London's theatre district, we have a passion for exciting collaborations and an ear for the art of voice performance, drawing on our extensive and creative and technical expertise to deliver exceptional results every time. Founded in 2011 and acquired by Keyword Studios. Maybe that's worth looking into. I can pull that up as well. In 2014, Liquid Violet joined a growing raft, which now holds 70-plus international studios, servicing all aspects of the gaming industry, from development, marketing, to testing, to player support. We built a beautiful studios in 2018, the perfect base from which to provide casting, loc, and production services for hosted AAA clients. We have since expanded our offering to include exceptional UK dubbing and original voice production for animated series and films, as well as access to the UK's top acting and talent and directors. We are uniquely positioned to overcome any creative and technical challenges that may emerge when your shiny new vision meets the realists of production. Sound familiar? This sounds exactly like the kind of dialogue that Sweet Baby tells you. Don't worry, hire us. We'll take care of it. We'll do everything. We'll do the voice work. We'll do this. Just come pay us. We'll take care of you. Don't worry about it. But what's under the surface? Proprietary tools make the most complex tasks awesomely simple, and our agile approach to each project enables us and offers a truly bespoke experience. We pride ourselves not only on providing a service, but truly partnering with our clients to breathe new life into our creations. So this website is super heavy. Oh my God,
LGBT Gengar tip $1.15. James, my love for you is so strong that I just fucked Doug Bowser from Nintendo so hard in the ass and refused to stop until he put all 5 Mega Man Game Boy games on Switch Online. Your next stream is in the bag. White flag, rainbow, rainbow, white flag, rainbow, rainbow, white flag, rainbow, rainbow, eggplant, sweat droplets.
Gengar, no!
I love that it reads the emojis. That's amazing.
I didn't know that either. That's so... Well, thank you, LGBT Gengar, but... Is that true? No, I don't. No, Gengar, I don't love Mega Man. It was sarcasm, Gengar. It was sarcasm. I don't. Oh, God. Oh, God. No. Gengar, no. Oh, no. All right. Justice for gay Gengar. Justice for gay Gengar. My God, this man just fucked someone in the ass just to give us a good stream. Thank you, gay Gengar. My next stream is in the bag, and you're in the bag of Doug Bowser. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you so much, sir. Put it there.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Oh my God.
Oh, yes. Perfect. There you go.
Are you jerking him off?
I was shaking his hand.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gay Gengar. I love it.
I also want to say have a good night to Vance. Who's
Have a good night,
hanging out.
Vance. Oh my God.
James, you brought up Keyword Studios. So Keyword Studios is they did QA originally. They're pretty much like a contract company.
Mm-hmm.
And they became like one of the most popular contract companies. So it's a little bit strange to me that in 2014, Keyword Studios acquired this company that's now doing this voice work. And I'm not getting the vibe that they're separated from Keyword Studios. So is Keyword Studios involved in contracting out this kind of work now? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's worth looking into.
That's
Okay.
a little weird to me.
Let's keep looking at Liquid Violet. We're not going to look through their whole site because it's a lot of word vomit, but I did look ahead of time so I could pick out some interesting bits. So you look at their team. Let's look at our team here. And we're just going to go down here. Our values. We may be a small, but we pack a mighty punch. We're a group of passionate professionals with a wealth of industry experience who enjoy spending time together and nerding out. It's imperative to us that our studio is welcoming, fun, and inclusive space for all. And we're dedicated to continual development and improvement of individuals and as a team. We like to think we work with our clients, not just for them, but we'll always strive to understand your vision and objectives and devise bespoke solutions to exceed expectations, creative excellence, and collaboration at the heart of everything we do. And we take huge pride in every project entrusted to our care. We really love making amazing stuff with awesome partners, and we want every single person who comes through our doors to feel that they have found a new home. Oh my God! Meet our new team members. So head of the studio here is Katie. Oh, it didn't work. I didn't work like linking the keywords. Here's the head of the studio, Katie Young. She apparently keeps a collapsible broomstick in her bag. But yeah, all of the.
Who the fuck? What?
Yeah.
Okay, even if you did, why would you think that's
I think it's a quirky joke.
I know, this is what I hate about quirky fucking women.
Yeah,
This
but
is a quirky woman thing. This is teehee, I'm a gamer. Oh my god, look at my vibrant dress. And also, here's a fun fact about me. Besides the fact that I like to be fucked in the ass, I also carry this little broom in my pocket. And it folds! Who fucking cares?
yeah. So look, here's the whole team, and just take this as you will. Take the like. This is the only team member I like is Cosmo. This is the only one I like is Cosmo here. I'm just not gonna lie. Shout out to Cosmo. Obviously, he has similar salutes. Just a cool cat. He seems like a cool guy. But the rest of them, let's just look at one here. We've got Christopher Hopkins, who's a lead producer, once a jobbing actor. Chris swiveled to production without relinquishing his thespian nature. He is single embodiment of both good cop and bad cop, sprightly young boy, and jaded old man, Midlands native, and drag aficionado. It is with these myriad of bowstrings that he resides as a shrewd consultant of production, striking firm rapport with any form he encounters. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here.
No, James, why don't we not skip over the part? Oh, you scrolled away, but he's talking about being an Emma Watson fan and all of this shit.
Jesus fucking
Read
Christ.
the right side. The right side there was more cringe than anything.
Indeed, he
Seriously.
owns his prolific management skills to the
Don't talk to me before midday. Fuck off.
He lovingly reared as a teenager. I bet he did. And for safety reasons, Chris shouldn't really be talked to before midday, though in an emergency, he can usually be won over with an offering of cinnamon pastries, banknotes, and Emma Watson merchandise. Dear fucking Lord. So let's go to their services here that they offer, because this is, where it really gets interesting here. We provide scalable end-to-end audio solutions for game developers, broadcasters, and streaming platforms and content producers. We specialize in voice acting, dialogue recording, performances capture, ADR dubbing, and VO and audio post-production. We can also facilitate and host other services, including sound design, implementation, music licensing, composition, supervision, and content globalization. Let's go down.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that's some weird phrasing there. Let's go over to casting. Casting. Alfred Hitchcock once said that 90% of successful movie making is in the casting, and this ethos is at the heart of what we do. We help our clients and partners build dynamic, immersive worlds with unforgettable characters and narratives. We pride ourselves on showcasing the extraordinary talent that London has to offer, but will happily look beyond our shores when needed, leveraging a global network of trusted partners to find you the perfect voice. A wealth of in-house passion and knowledge, plus excellent relationships with London's top-tier theatrical and voice agents enable us to bring flair, diversity, and authenticity to your characters. Our central localization and relaxed environment provide the creative freedom necessary for actors to give your project that something special.
What is relaxing about this environment? You have to have like every diversity under the fucking sun to even like exist in this group of people. I bet you say like one wrong thing here and like the entire office has a meeting and they all cry together.
Most
like,
likely.
That's the vibe I get here.
And here's a word you'll like, Kay. They have RAR right all in bold capitals. So they have
like RAR XD unironic shit. Go fuck yourself.
So yeah, and then they.
Oh, I hate quirky people so much.
They
man.
list all the games they've worked on. They list all the Netflix shit they've worked on, and as Packer Girl pointed out, they have worked on a whole fuck ton of games, working for every company under the sun. But what I found funny, and this is all public information, if I click their contact page, even the contact page, even the fucking image on the contact page is in this. So it's fucking insane. So there you go. Even your voice acting studios are riddled with this. And if you go with them, and they're begging you to go with them, look, we'll take care of you. It's fine. We're going to do the writing. We're going to do the loc. We're going to voice your characters.
Make you comfortable.
And then they're going to take your characters when it's Pride Month and lump them all together, like with Tiny Tina, the underage lesbian, and be proud about it. But that's not all that Packer Girl has surfaced, because there is another company called Dragon Baby. Now, Kay, you mentioned to me that also Fractured Filter has previously looked into Dragon Baby, right?
So for those who may remember, back in like, what was that, end of September, early October, you and I kind of broke the Sweet Baby Inc. story. And shortly after that, it got picked up by quite a few people. But Fractured was looking into it, and he saw, I believe, Ghost Baby and Dragon Baby. I remember him mentioning, I think it was Dragon Baby, because they're like localization from like another country or something, or like they were focused on like foreign stuff. I don't know exactly, but to my very vague memory, I remember Fractured mentioning this name to me. So Fractured, I'm sorry if I got that wrong, but I feel like you did. And I want to give you kudos to that, because you were talking about that very early compared to it being brought up again now.
Perfect. So Packer Girl also went into them. So not only Liquid Violet, that is primarily a voice acting studio that is pushing this, but also Dragon Baby here. So Packer Girl did the great work. Unlike, with Liquid Violet, I went through that. She went through Dragon Baby itself in a whole thread. So thank you again for that. And we're going to look through her thread right now. We investigated queerly transgender-led video game localization studio Dragon Baby. Holy shit, they have over 200 localizations, including Pokemon, Silent Hill, and Dragon's Quest. Dragon Baby tweeted here, it's Pride Month, and Dragon Baby is still queerly transgender-led. And this year, we are proud sponsoring Save Point to support them in creating spaces for underrepresented genders in gaming. Is it really underrepresented when it's like fucking everything under the sun, and every game you can't even find like a white guy in?
It's not underrepresented at the point. This is my big thing here, because literally you can go on Twitter and you can like search the word like woman and gaming and find like 50 fucking Twitter accounts, some dead by the way now, from like 2021, 2016, whatever. But you find like so many fucking accounts that are just like, we're celebrating women in gaming. We're celebrating black people in gaming. We're celebrating brown people in gaming. We're celebrating Asian people in gaming. Like constant. And then you see all these like little events popping up in our local area. We're doing an event about this. I have trouble finding just like normal gaming stuff now. Like it's literally just like, here, we're gonna give you an award for like being a black person that made a video game. Congratulations.
If you try to just play games that don't have this, it's literally impossible.
Oh, look at Summerfest. Summerfest is supposed to just be here. We're going to talk about the games that are coming out. Look, this is exciting stuff. We'll cover indie stuff. There's a lot of great announcements that are coming out. And then it's like, oh, also, this is sponsored by this company, and we're going to do this, like, women in gaming talk as well. Why? It's not necessary. Like, you're all on equal playing field, right? Isn't that the whole goal? So then just fucking talk about video games. And, like, people can see with their eyes, oh, look, a black person is talking to me about the game. Perfect. You don't need to fucking make this whole platform of like, oh, we need to highlight this and highlight that. And then it's obnoxious. It's constant. It's constant.
If you're interested.
And, by the way, as Fallen Angel said, good luck doing Aryan Celebration in gaming. I'm just saying. Good luck. Good luck. I bet you if anyone tried fucking doing that, it's over.
You know what? Cool
Cat.
It's
Jover.
Cool Cat really tried. That was actually one of the stipulations for Cool Cat coming on. was Cool Cat said, I'm only going to come on the show here if you promise that 1 month for Melee, you celebrate Aryan Gaming. And so I didn't want to tell you on the air, Kay, but Cool Cat kind of weaseled me into this, and so we have to do that in an upcoming month. Just, so stay tuned for that.
The Aryan Melee Town Square.
Yeah, there you go.
God.
If you're interested, why not check them out and maybe see you there if you're a game industry professional and identify as an underrepresented gender, aka not white, such as non-binary individuals, transgender, genderqueer communities, and women. Why not check them out and connect with fun flocks? They can't even say folks right. Fun flocks, both virtually and in person. And then Packer Girl here quotes from their own cap on their website. So I did confirm all this is on the website. Here's the website here, and so I'm just going through her thread where she clipped things out. Translation.
What is that quirky controller?
That is like a fucking fake.
It's like a hybrid, like
Logitech.
Xbox, PS5, yeah, Logitech, like third-party controller.
Yeah, it is. So quoted here, under what is translation? Translation can mean many things depending on the source text in question. Some translations require greater faithfulness to the source, while others require a looser and less faithful translation in order to more accurately communicate the original intent. Now, what is this? What is this in editing?
What is the original intent? The original intent of what you want it to be? Is that what it is?
Yeah, exactly.
What is it?
So under what is this in editing, double check the original text for consistency, grammar, cultural appropriateness, etc. from the outset. And that is why it's important right there. And then under this one here, we have... let me just find the source for this. This is... I'm just looking in real time here, trying to spot where it is exactly. I'll read it first here. Creative copywriting. Oh, it's at the header right here. So right at the top on trans creation. Creative copywriting by professional video game and entertainment media specialists. Trans creation is critical for the success in foreign markets. We ensure that every detail of your content is culturally appropriate. So not authentic.
So then it's not the original intention of the work. You're already contradicting yourself. If you're trying to make it culturally appropriate, then that means that you're not respecting the source material. So just fuck off.
And here,
it's clear that you're lying to our faces. Doesn't take much logic to break down how retarded you sound.
And here's the kicker. Here's how long they've been employed and ruining games. In 30 years... Dragon Baby has bastardized over 200 localizations, including Castlevania Symphony of the Night, DQ7, Metal Gear Solid, Shadow Heart series, 18 Pokemon movies, 17 seasons of Pokemon, the Silent Hill franchise, Dark Cloud 2, and Suikoden 2. And then Packer Girl here has a correction. In investigating further, Dragon Baby CEO Jeremy Blaustein himself, who has spent 30 years botching over 200 localizations. This was prior to founding Dragon Baby. Jeremy Blaustein right here. So, and that's the whole website. If you want to see more, there is a whole lot more to go into this website. Just like with Liquid Violet, it's a lot of stuff is hidden in the long forms of text here. But Packer Girl really...
Let's say David Hayter reviewed their website.
Yeah, David Hayter gave them a positive review. He was one of the ones. They dynamically change here. But... here's the thing, Kay. So you have now, there is David Hayter saying, led by Jeremy Blaustein, the writer of one of the most legendary landmark game translation scripts of Metal Gear Solid, and then it cut off again here, so I can't, it won't let me go back.
Yeah, but he's probably just complimenting him when he worked at that company that they were working
no,
on
100%,
the
they just
game.
asked for a review.
He's not even fucking talking about Dragon Baby. It's the equivalent of going to somebody that you used to work with and be like, can you give me a reference?
Yeah.
And then the person's like, sure, yeah, it was great to work with you, blah, 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 done.
So... just think about this for a second.
That's partially slander, in my opinion, by the way. I don't know what David Hayter's politics are or any of that, but that is partially slander if it came from just like, hey, I know you. Can you write something nice about me? And he doesn't have the context of the fact that this person owns a company that's doing all this now. That's messed up.
So think about this for a second. You have Liquid Baby, or Liquid Violet, sorry. It might as well be called Baby. They all have Baby in the name. You have Liquid Violet that are taking care of your voice work and turning it into that. And then you have Dragon Baby turning into your Loke team. Becoming your Loke team, sorry. So imagine making a game in current year, and it's impossible to get anywhere without getting hounded by several outsourced teams and companies whose entire agenda is just to tear apart your vision and then inject their own morals and values into it. So you have multiple Loke teams here. You even have voice acting teams now. You have all these sweet baby clones, which are literally dozens of them, and they're all just gnawing at you constantly, noticing that you're playing a game, sending you emails, pressuring you, saying, you know, hire us, we'll take care of you, everything will be fine. But this is what the outcome is going to be every single time, and you're nonstop pressured into going with one, if not several, of these companies into the point where you're not even making the game yourself, and it's just ripped apart, and your original vision of the game is now in the hands of them. So if you don't go with them, you will now get no press and no mainstream gaming news outlets will cover you because all of these outsourcing companies are also in bed with all of your Kotakus and all your IGNs and everyone that dominates gaming press. So if you say, I'll take care of it myself, I'll actually do the work myself, I'll save the money, I'll do the work myself, I have my vision, thank you, then you're just going to get lost in a sea of indies, and it's a miracle if you get anywhere. Absolutely anywhere. Or even AAAs, because a lot of these are AAAs as well. You just get lost in a sea of those games. So the entire gaming industry has now been taken over by a literal DEI, woke, whatever you want to call it, mafia. And their entire money-making scheme and their entire racket is just to subvert your games from within and literally make you pay for it. So you're literally paying to get your soul and your game torn apart. And if you don't, your game is as good as dead anyway. That's the entire industry now. Top to bottom, Loke, design, writing, and even voice acting. Just across the fucking board. Welcome to modern gaming, everybody. It's great. I love it. So let's keep pointing it out because all these companies put on their websites, here's all the games we work on. And so you can let those companies know, hey, you worked with these fucking mafia pieces of shit. And maybe you didn't even want to, but because you did, now I don't want to play your game. Because now I don't trust that it's not going to have this garbage in it. Maybe you didn't want that in the first place. Maybe you felt pressured. If so, you should maybe speak about it. But in the meantime, as a customer, I'm voting with my wallet and I'm speaking on the internet and letting my voice be heard that I don't want any part of this. And that's what I recommend personally. Downvote these games, give them negative reviews, point out Dragon Baby's working on them, Sweet Baby, Liquid Violet, all of these dozens of clones of them that seem fucking endless, because this seems to me what it's like to work on a modern game nowadays. It's long gone are the days of John Romero working in the garage and just making something cool with his buds. Now it's constant outsourcing. You're a literal racket. Just, it's like protection money from the mafia just to get your game out the door and get some publicity. And from what I can tell, all the publicity is negative anyway, and it's no longer your game by the time they're done with it. So that was our 2 headline stories. Okay, any thoughts on Liquid Dragon Violent Vomit Babies?
I feel like I ranted a lot during that because I was just very angry at the whole thing. As you put it perfectly, it is a mafia. The best thing we can do on our ends, of course, is to point out the fact that this is happening. And we can continue to highlight those studios that have decided not to go with any of these companies and maybe are releasing games that are not getting any sort of attention. This is why Twitter is a great tool. I mean, I might not be the biggest fan of Elon Musk or anyone else that's owned Twitter in the past, but the way that Twitter is formatted, this is the best tool to find indie games, in my opinion, besides Steam. So if you're on Twitter and you see a game that, you know, a small studio is tweeting out about, and you think it looks cool and they're not like doing any of this stuff, if you feel like retweeting that or sharing that to people, you absolutely should. And that's what I try to do whenever I see that stuff pop up. I've seen some great games come up recently, like a pixelated like racer and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, this looks fun, and I'll retweet stuff like that. So that's the other side of it too, is that like we should also, for those people that are not going with these companies, that are not taking the easy way into being popular with other people in the industry, we should try to support those people as best we can too. And it's extremely frustrating to see this industry just get infested with people that don't care about the games themselves. They care about the virtue signaling about 1 or 2 points about themselves that they feel needs to be projected in these games because it makes them feel important. That's really all this is. When you're saying things like we're trying to make things culturally sensitive and all this shit, you just want to feel like your feelings are being accommodated to. That's it. You're not caring about the story or the source material, or you're not caring about the customers. At the end of the day, you don't care about the customers if you're censoring the product that you're giving to them. That's the truth of it. So fuck these companies. Fuck these like women that act all quirky. Fuck these men that act like women and act quirky. I don't fucking have patience for this shit anymore because I'm tired of this shit. It's like, oh, look at me.
I didn't even show you the person that worked for Liquid
like,
Violet that was calling people boomer in her bio.
Okay, whatever, bitch. Seriously, like these people are insufferable. They're so insufferable. I don't have patience for them anymore. It's just astounding. So here's hoping that we can continue to vote with our wallets where it matters, that these companies start to realize that they shouldn't work with these other companies that are just trying to ruin games. It will be an uphill battle, I think. It'll take a while. But I think continue to just vote with your wallet the way you want to, promote games that you think deserve it, and don't promote games that you don't think deserve it. I'm not going to call for a total boycott. Again, everyone has their different lines in the sand. I have talked about the fact that I'm playing Paper Mario right now, despite the fact that it has some localization issues. I think we all have different lines, right? So I'm not saying that there needs to be a total boycott. I'm just saying to the feeling of what you have, vote appropriately to what makes sense to you. And let's hope that the industry eventually corrects itself. And on my end, personally, with this show, I want to continue to point out all this shit. That's important to me because this stuff tries to go under the radar and it's not okay.
Sorry, I just had to sip my white Aryan Monster brought to me by Cool Cat
It's not
here.
a monster, it's a Rockstar.
Rockstar. Sorry. Oh, God, I'm getting the sponsorship wrong.
What? Also, Neo's heading out. Have a good night, Neo.
Have a good night, Neo. Thank you. All right. Well, so there you go. That was the main things I wanted to get across is that there's more and more and more of these studios popping up nonstop. So I have the next story ready whenever you want, Kay. Feel free to read some chat if you want. Pass it back to me. Do whatever you like.
We're getting the rare dolphin porn in Rumble, but they're just posting a YouTube link, so there's nothing interesting there. They're named after Drake, so it's funny to me. And dude says, "Woohoo! You made it on Rumble. You're starting to get bots."
There's a lot of botting going on,
man. The comment sections are getting rough now. It's like everyone posting, "Hey, I like your channel, but you can get bigger with these pills," kind of shit. It's just like, shut the fuck up, anyways.
Wait, you're telling me I get bigger with pills? What are these pills?
Maybe,
what are these pills?
maybe.
Tell me the
I don't
pills.
know.
I need the
I don't
pills.
know. Okay. Anyways, on YouTube, Triss says, "Okay, I watched the real Triss part at the top. It wasn't me." Triss feels like she's getting framed. Nerdy Neo said that he has never played LA Noire and that it looked even more boring than GTA. Oh, man.
I love
I know
LA Noire.
He's gonna catch up later, so I'll just say you need to play LA Noire. It's a great
to be
game.
honest, getting to know Nerdy Neo, I honestly think he would probably hate LA Noire. I don't think that's wrong.
What?
Based on his taste in gaming, I think he would actually hate LA Noire.
Oh,
I think
it's a
LA
great
Noire is a fucking masterpiece. And I think it's maybe Rockstar's best game ever. And I do plan on doing a stream of it one day, but I think he would dislike it.
Interesting. Okay. Triss says, "I was shocked when Kay messaged me. I was like, what?" Oh, Triss.
Triss Force One.
Yanu says Rockstar made the Max Payne games. No, I thought they didn't make those. Max Payne? Isn't that the people that made
they
Alan
published
Wake?
them. Yeah, they published. No, they did the third one. They did the third one.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Max Payne 3 was not. It was done by Rockstar. It was actually done Rockstar Vancouver. Well, that was a thing. That was like their game.
And Yanu also says the first two are in my GOAT list. Indio's happy that someone is praising Mass Effect 3. That was Yanu earlier saying.
You have a friend.
Yeah, exactly. Triss says you danced for an imposter, James.
That's what I do. I dance for the imposters.
JT says the only thing I liked more about Mass Effect 3 over Mass Effect 2 is the fact that you brought more back is the fact that they brought back more RPG elements in 3.
I literally can't.
Do I consider-
I can't think of a single thing that I prefer in Mass Effect 3 over 2.
I think well, I don't know if I would say it's better than 2, but I think the combat is not awful in 3. I didn't mind the combat. I hate the storytelling in it. Thane? I liked him.
He
Is that
just
his name?
he just
Thane?
spoiler, he just dies of Thane cancer in 3. He doesn't even do anything. He just is like, I'm in a
I
bed.
like his character. He's cool.
Yeah, he's in 2. He's barely in 3. He's just like, I'm in a
That's
bed.
true.
Bet. That's it.
JT says, I despise the indoctrination theory. And this might be too much of a spoiler, so I won't read that out loud.
To me,
Vance said-
that's the indoctrination theory is the only way I can enjoy 3. And that's also why the only ending is Renegade, red ending. You want your color coordinated endings? You don't even get
trying
3.
To dodge the ending too much here.
You only
because
get
it is being
yeah.
brought
All I'll
up.
say is that I will fight anybody. Red ending is the only ending. Renegade's the only one. Go on.
Yep. Vance says, if I had a scent every time I think of you, I'd have one because you never leave my mind.
Is he
Aw,
talking
that's so
about
sweet.
me?
I think he's talking about you, James.
Oh my god.
Neo says, what indoctrination theory is the best?
It makes the game tolerable.
Vance says, what did Lamau really mean? Lick me all over? I think you're horny for James. Is this like the 51st gay man? I have
Why
to
is
fight
there
off
so
now?
many men that want me?
And I have to fight off Smurfs now, apparently. There's
Yeah,
a whole thing going on
Smurfette.
Twitter about me fighting off
I'm
several
coming for the one
Smurfs.
female Smurf.
Fallen Angel says, K, the article Null wrote is tangentially... Oh, 1 second. JT Epsilon came in with $5 saying, indoctrination theory is nothing but cope for you red enders.
Yeah, see, but if you take the see, the game is fucking terrible. It's terrible. But if you do indoctrination theory, it excuses all the shittiness and says it's intentional, and then it gives you an escape, and then it's like, if the indoctrination theory is real, then you just go red ending. And that's it.
I hate Mass Effect 3.
By the way, I
even
don't
the-
think BioWare is smart enough to program.
I don't think the indoctrination theory is real.
I don't think it's intended.
I don't think it's real, and I would agree it is a cope, and that it is my cope when people say, well, Mass Effect 3 is good. I'm like, okay, indoctrination theory, I guess. So yes, I am coping. I will completely own that, because I think the game is shit otherwise.
If they ever make
Thank
Mass
you
Effect
again, JT
movies,
Epsilon.
Mass Effect 3 has to be directed by David Lynch.
Aren't they making a new Mass Effect game as well?
Yeah, they are. They
Oh
are.
my god. Anyways. Fallen Angel says, K, the article Null wrote is tangentially related to all of this. It's not just consulting companies. It's companies censoring bad information and cleaning your public image. It's a deep connection. Yeah, I want to read the article you sent me, Fallen Angel. I'm going to read it after the show because he got banned today on Twitter, and I was going to go look at his pinned tweet, and I was like, his account's not here anymore. But yeah, it is all like a racket, I think. It's a whole like sphere of how do we like transform the internet in our image, pretty much. So I'm very interested to read that.
Just in case I wasn't clear, thank you so much, JT Epsilon.
Yes,
thank
you,
I'm coping and sneeding so hard as a red ender. In my opinion, all the endings are terrible, but the only tolerable path is red.
And yeah, chat is confirming that that character's probably not legal, that they're kind of fetishizing with this whole thing.
Anthony Birch and Randy Pitchford fetishizing a minor? Never. The Magician would never.
Fucking gross, man. Vance says, I am straight, and I have never seen someone that is 100% straight. Wait, which one is true?
Wait, what? Both of those can't be true.
I am straight, but I have never seen someone that is 100% straight. It's like two truths and a lie.
That's like
sentence.
telling a robot, 2 sentences that break its brain.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Gaming the Spoon says, I fucking love this community. They get my humor. The chat's
Exactly.
the best,
They are.
honestly.
No, you
Like,
guys are the
thank you guys
best.
so
You
much
guys are
for
the
like
best.
the super chats and the comments and everything. And when you guys send in super chat comments and like just like the one-liners and stuff that you make the Stream Elements thing say, it always cracks me up so hard. So thank you so much. And I love reading chat, honestly. JT says, lesbians Gengar brought together LGBT. That took me a second. JT says, speaking of Dragon Age, even though we moved on, I guess the journos are mad that DA4 is going to companions being players sexual instead of having specifically gay and bisexual companions. Oh, so they're pretty much saying that the player gets to choose the sexuality instead of like having the companions be like, I'm gay for you. That's interesting. I guess that could be why they're upset. And don't worry, like even if we've moved on from a topic, you guys can keep talking about it in chat. You don't have to like be on top.
Triss is still talking about her sexy Bear Force dance.
Exactly.
And we're fine with that. So yeah, you can talk about whatever.
Crazy Landlow says, you can smell that blue-haired land whale from here. Gaming with
I
Spoon
don't wanna.
says, I'm going to say end instead of the word you said. End me now. These guys are loony bin escapees. Yep. Insidious says, are you guys browsing dating apps? Yeah, it's Validate. Don't you know? It's the game that Sparta Chris gifted us. We're just reading the website for the game. Totally, right? Fuck. I can't deal with these quirky fucking people, man. I hate people that are like, oh, teehee, look at me. I'm eating a controller. It's just like, shut the fuck up. Like, I just... Don't talk to me before noon unless you have a bagel with you. Like, what? Fuck off, man.
Only Garfield is allowed to hate Mondays.
Exactly.
The rest of you go and die in a fire.
Crazy says, these studios love having terms for kids in their names, don't they? So this is a weird thing. So apparently they use the word babies in their thing because they considered their projects babies. And like you can see old Twitter threads from them from like years and years ago where they're all just like kind of talking to each other in their in-group. And they're saying like, oh, look at this baby and look at this. It's so creepy and weird.
Oh, God.
Neo says, black pride, perfectly fine. White pride, you're a white supremacist. What the fuck is folks? Yeah, with the X, you know, FOLX.
I know. I know.
And he says, is that an Ouya? I don't think that's the Ouya controller. I have one somewhere. I can always, like, take a photo later, but it doesn't quite look like that. Peggy Freed is here saying, bitch, what the fuck are you gonna have Xbox on?
Yeah, when you have an Xbox on.
Crazy T's here saying, hey guys. Gaming with Spoon says, it's frustrating to see even Japanese games affected. This explains so much of the shit I and many Japanese games fans have been dealing with for years. The thing, yeah, exactly. It's like we get these things translated to us and it's always filtered through this lens of like cultural sensitivity or relating it to our culture or whatever. And then our culture is just totally fucked. So it ruins all of these games, in my opinion. But I think this is even starting to spread to Japan a little bit. So we'll see. Just keep voting with your wallet, guys. We've got Flame Mage here saying, hey, yo, I'm late. Jeeps, what are you laughing at?
Nothing.
Okay. Do you want me to keep reading, or do you want me to explain to the class?
Just look at this. Well, everyone in the class knows except for you.
Okay. Flame Mage says, hey, yo, I'm late. And Jason's here as well, saying LA Noire isn't that good, in my opinion, too. I liked it, but I guess it's not for everyone. JT says, I own LA Noire, but never played it. And Crazy T is laughing at the lick me all over comment. And she says, hey, I hate Mondays.
Really?
What am I missing that is like so funny to you?
You missed some stuff, that's all.
Okay.
You missed some stuff.
JT says, yeah, basically all the romance options will be available for both genders, and Kotaku wrote an article about it, basically saying it takes away from realism. Okay, well, Kotaku can shove it up their ass, too. Insidious says, oof, Mondays, am I right? And JT says that last sentence is based on Carolyn What-Their-Face's word. I didn't read the Kotaku article. Did you also see, by the way, that they're looking for people to write guides for them now? Yeah, Carolyn tweeted about that today. I was laughing at that.
I had that as a news story, but that was pretty much the whole story. I'll just cross that off.
Okay, well, there you go.
That's the story. Kotaku's hiring game guide writers now. And they got mad because everyone was laughing at him for it.
Yeah. Okay, we can keep going.
Here, you missed my meme somehow. Look at the screen. There you go.
What do you mean somehow? I was reading chat.
You missed my meme somehow. There's your context for you.
Only I can hate Mondays. The rest of you can.
I just love the wave. Okay. Okay.
Continue on, good sir.
All right, news. Oh my God, we're video games. We play video games here, sir. Garfield is a sick son of a bitch. Okay. So, guess what? PlayStation.
No, I did the pose again. I didn't even know. JT's like classic K-pose.
K-pose check. K-pose check. We're gonna need to make it an emoji. So, okay, video games, PlayStation. You heard of it? Guess not. Well, here's the thing. We had a PlayStation State of Play. And PlayStation State of Play, the point is to present a bunch of games for the system that has no games. And we got a special look at a new hero shooter. Did you hear about this one, Kay? Concord! So...
the game that I don't give a fuck about, yeah.
In Concord, our new hero shooter, you'll learn character backgrounds with weekly CG movies that deal with the difficulties they face in life, like Anya, the pirate and her battle with obesity, or Darvis and his boyfriend that was physically abusive. As you can see here, here's the character selection. Doesn't it look beautiful? And we got Vale here with her pronouns. That's right, every single character in this game fucking displays their pronouns in the paid for. This is not a free-to-play hero shooter like Star Wars Hunters or Overwatch 2. It is a paid for hero shooter, and we got pronouns in it all. So, as said, Concord editions revealed on the PlayStation Store, and I responded saying we are reaching dead game levels we never thought possible. So let's see, how much does Concord actually cost for this shit? Where is the purchasing here? If you opt for the standard game and you'll just get the game. Wait, how much is it? Presently
$60 USD.
Jesus Christ, which is to be
is the digital deluxe edition. $40 US is the standard.
Okay, so $40. Thank you, Kay. 60 for the digital deluxe edition. Good Lord, man. And then you go over here, and here's another character. Concord will also require a PSN account on both Steam and Epic, so the game is not going to be available in 177 countries. And yes, this is literally a fucking character. We got Ma'am the Fridge here, Amari, as a character here. Like the absolute fucking state of the character design. Like just a naturally repulsive character design.
Oh, yeah. 100%. I actually have a bigger issue. I mean, we can
bigger than that.
But sure, yeah.
That was a joke.
I have a bigger issue with the whole like PlayStation account thing than this game existing. For the record, like I think it's more annoying that like every single game that's coming out now is like you need a PlayStation account to play it on PC, and it's like I don't fucking own a PlayStation. I shouldn't have to. I mean, I own a PlayStation, but like you shouldn't have to use these accounts. I actually think there's a bigger thing here, which is that PlayStation is going to start tanking games if they're requiring people to get a PlayStation account to play it on PC. I think it's going to hurt the sales of those games.
That's true. Now, okay, Concord is looking like an absolute amazing game. I really love the fact that we respect pronouns and we have these big, beautiful women in the game that we can play as. I love it. I want to meet the team behind this beautiful piece of work that I can't wait to play. So let's look at the lead character designer. And I'm sure this is a really incredibly smart, well-adjusted individual. All right. Concord lead character designer believes whites must acknowledge their privileged position and then actively work for equality, and also claims that the judicial system is white supremacy.
What?
Joe Wyzanewski, the lead character designer for Firewalk Studios and the developer of the recently announced Concord game, is a woke activist that buys into the claim that white people are privileged. Following the PlayStation showcasing a Concord as a part of their most recent State of Play, more like the absolute State of Play, am I right? Video at the end of the game's character designs were mocked across the internet. In the gaming subreddit, user GPE Tarakraz declared Concord might have the ugliest character designs I have ever seen. Others agreed. One user wrote, "Yeah, I'm not too keen on the other character design, but I'm also tired of the Pixar toon look that most team shooters have had since 2007. Another added, it's like they asked Chat GPT to make Overwatch again, but stripped off all the identity. Still, another posted, piss yellow, moldy green, wine purple, blue lipstick. Who the fuck thought this was an acceptable color palette? Needs to go. It was not just on Reddit. On X, user Manga Lawyer wrote, Concord is a new progressive and modern shooter for PC and PlayStation. It features 5 black women, 4 aliens, 3 robots, and 1 white man. It's incredibly diverse and non-heteronormative. Plus, it has pronouns. Are you excited? Former World of Warcraft team lead Mark Kern also stated Concord, the new game by Firewalk Studios, is so focused on inclusive teams that they forgot white guys in the game. Inclusive should not mean racist against white people, but it often does. As noted by Mark Kern, not only does Firewalk make it clear they're pushing inclusion as their value at the company, but the company's lead character designer has made it clear he's a woke activist. Back in 2020, he responded to a post by former Bungie lead programmer Peter Kataveski, who stated, thinking that all white people are unconsciously racist is the same thing as thinking all black people are unconsciously lazy. Wisniewski said, this is an oversimplification. The sentiment being expressed is that whites must acknowledge their privileged position and then actively work for equality. It will be hard and confronting work, but if we don't, we're complicit. And complicity allows systemic racism to persist. Okay, so John Wisniewski here is speaking on behalf of all white people. In another post, he declared, I'm not accusing you, myself / all whites of being Jim Crow racist. I also don't think anyone hearing it should immediately take that away. Whites in America have always had an advantage in our social economic justice systems just because we're white. Jesus Christ.
Please go tell that to all the homeless white men on the street. Please. I just want to see you have that conversation in person with a white man that's on the street and see what happens. Like someone that's homeless. Like, this is the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
Yep. So are you telling me you're not getting the digital deluxe edition?
I'm buying 10 copies for me and all my friends.
Good.
We're going to play Concord together every night and eat pizza and talk about the good old days.
I think the characters in the game eat too much pizza. He added, doing nothing and saying, well, I'm not racist, allows it to be persist unchecked. We need to acknowledge the advantage we've had and use it to help others pursue equality and justice. That needs to become the new I'm not racist, using your privilege to erode that very privilege. Part of that is humbling to myself to listen. People are angry. It's okay for them to yell inflammatory statements. I do it too. But I don't think it comes down to the technical accuracy of their rage or whether that results in accusations towards me. It's not about me, he continued. Oh my God.
It is about you because all you're doing here, the only reason you're doing this is to virtue signal and get along with all your little buddies in the gaming industry. That's why you're fucking doing this. So it is about you. You're putting down your own race because you're too fucking ignorant to understand how stupid you sound. Like, it's insane. It's just fucking insane.
Next, he stated, I also know that when we do the work to listen and learn, we'll likely find that even though we're not, quote, racist, we probably could...
JT Epsilon came in with
God.
$2 saying, Concord community event, let's...
No! No! Oh, God, no!
Fuck that.
Oh, why? Why?
When you guys suggest things to me, I try to make it happen. I don't know if I have it in me to do this one. I really don't. I don't think I do.
Please no.
I don't have the strength.
No.
Thank you, JT.
Oh,
Thank
God.
you. But God, no. God, no.
Next he stated, thank you, JT. I also know that we do the work to listen and learn. We'll likely find that even though we're not racist, we probably could have been doing a lot more to work against the subtle systemic racism all around us. That's been true for me and many other white Americans. So I'm not replying because I think you're wrong, nor am I trying to say you're racist, even though you don't feel racist feelings. Just offering an appeal to hear the humanity coming from the black community right now. Let's help them, he concluded. Nothing but love for you, Petar. In 2020, he claimed that the entire judicial system is white supremacy. He wrote on X that the entire thread addresses white supremacy. Proud Boys are white supremacy. Police brutality is white supremacy, even when it's like a black cop doing it. The entire penal judicial system is white supremacy. The whole thread.
By the way, like, not to get too deep into it, but the Proud Boys are not all white people either.
Well, And speaking of not, I'm pretty sure this guy's not white either.
I don't even fucking know.
The whole thread is apparently white supremacy. What do you make of Wynewski's comments? Do you think his allegiance to this ideology has affected the character designs for Concord? I'd fucking say so. Now, let's look at a similar game that is not Concord, but it's like, where the fuck are these games coming from? Because just look at this, Kay. Look at this character select screen from a different game. Are you ready for this?
Wait,
Here
this
it
is
is.
a different game?
This is a different game.
Okay.
Here's another character select screen. Oh my god, the pizzazz. The sizzle. My god. Oh, it's I think it's twerking time. I think it's time to twerk. Oh, there she goes, queen. Oh, slay queen. I did take my $60, queen. So my comment was that is a character select screen designed to make you feel rage? Because that's really all I felt there. But what I found...
I feel like that's worse than what I saw with Hunters yesterday, the other day.
Now, this is what I thought was interesting. And take this with a grain of salt. But this person responded to this comment here from Harmony. And this is Sand Groper Software saying, I worked on this briefly. It was passed around between maybe half a dozen shop studios just to get it out the door. Nobody wanted to work on it. Nobody took any responsibility for it. We weren't even sure whose ideas these were to begin with. And what game is it? This game is called Destruction All-Stars. So the reason I brought this up...
Oh, Destruction All-Stars was the PlayStation exclusive game that came at launch. PlayStation 5.
Oh my god. Okay. But the reason I brought this up is because this ties back into what I was saying about Dragon Baby and Liquid Violet. So this guy came in and you look at the Concord character designs. You look at the Destruction All-Star character designs and you see all this and you're like, who the fuck is designing this? But then you talk to the developers and they say, I don't know. So this person, if I can take their word as gospel, and again, like I said, I'm just going based on this, take it as a grain of salt, literally working in the studio, this work is being created and being passed around, and it's going from desk to desk, and everyone's like, who the fuck is making this and putting this together? They don't even know. And it's because Sony is hiring all these outsourced companies that have this agenda, and they don't actually care about the game, and they're just shoveling this in. We need a character. Here it is. This doesn't fit our design. Here's another. This doesn't look anything like. Here's another. And then it's just getting, and you have deadlines to meet, and it's AAA, and you have to keep going, and you don't have time to question anything, and then it just ends up like this, and before you know it, all the devs are like, what the fuck did I just make? That's the fucking modern game industry. That's what Concord is. That's what this is. That's what every game that Dragon Baby and Sweet Baby and Liquid Violet are working on, because those are the culprits behind it all. It's insane. So I even feel for the developers in some cases, because they are just caught in this fucking whirlwind of like, I have deadlines to meet, I have to put this in. What the fuck just came across my desk? Was that you, Bob, that made that? Fuck no. Who then? I don't know. Outsourced executive went to Sweet Baby, went to Dragon Baby, went all over the place to get this stuff. Insane. So Concord is fucking dead in the water, and you love to see it.
Whatever. I mean, maybe this is a weird opinion to have, but I don't care that Concord exists at all. I've been saying this whole time, stop changing the IPs that we care about and go make your own shit if you want to.
Yeah.
So,
No, I'm mainly laughing at it.
I don't care if this game is like off in a corner, because like whatever, it's not subverting any IPs that I care about. So you can go make your little black twerking game in a corner. Have fun. I'm not gonna buy it. Like, that's really about it. You're gonna see with your sales what happens, and then if it fails, you're gonna blame us again, and it's like, well, we didn't want it, so we didn't buy it. You can't force us with a gun to buy your game. Maybe that's a reflection on what you're making, and maybe it means that you're not making anything good, and maybe you should understand that. Maybe you can't back off all the time the fact that you steal things like the Spider-Man license, and then people who are still fans of Spider-Man will bite the bullet and do it regardless. When you make your own IP, you're going to understand how little people care about all this shit that you're virtue signaling all the time. Please, feel free. You can make a million of these games. I don't fucking care. I'm just going to go to the games that I want to play. So I've been seeing like a lot of people also kind of get upset over this game existing and the fact that like whatever, there's no white people or something, I'm kind of like, okay, whatever, make your non-white people game over there. It's fine. Just stop ruining things like Overwatch and all this other shit that I want to play.
I think this perfectly sums it up, and this was just the peak of Concord for me. Look at all those awful Overwatch style graphics, the distasteful character designs. Oh my god, it even has pronouns. Fucking perfect. I heard.
I like the comment under the, oh my god, finally literally a playable tank.
I fucking love how perfect that comment was. Just I read that perfectly in Patrick Bateman's voice in my head. And then finally, to close off Concord will need a PSN account on Steam and Epic. And Jim says that's really going to upset the one dude that ends up buying it. I hope he ends up okay. I hope so too. I really hope so. That one guy, this is all he's looking forward to. So that is a look.
I'm curious what the implication is going to be with this whole PlayStation account thing, though, right? Like, it's going to get to a point where studios won't want to partner with Sony to make their game because they're going to require this for PC, and then it's going to hurt their sales when they can just go across all platforms and not have this requirement under their belt. So I'm wondering, like, how deep the backlash is going to be internally with companies with this whole PlayStation account requirement. As some people will look at the PlayStation account and be like, what's the big deal? Especially if you already have a PlayStation, just link it up. It's, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I still am personally the belief of, like, I don't like all these, like, launchers and extra logins and all this stuff. Like, I prefer less barriers of entry. If you're buying a game, you should be able to just launch that game and play that game. Once in a while, I understand if you need to do updates, if there's something critical, or if you make DLC and people want to buy that DLC to support you, by all means, but there should be less barriers of entry. I shouldn't have to, like, download the game, then wait for a day one patch, and then log in on my PC and be expected to sign up for this account, and then open it in this launcher to play this game. And you know what I mean? Like, remembering all these passwords, all these different things. You just want to play the game that you bought. So I'm hoping that companies internally are also pushing back on this and being like, hey, like, we don't like this for our customers, kind of like how Helldivers did. And I don't want to see this shit anymore. It's really annoying.
Cool. Well, for the next story, talking about subverting games that you actually care about, that's what we're going to go into. Okay, would you like me to go into that now?
I'm going to read chat because only a few comments, and then we'll continue on.
Sounds good.
So Crazy T says, I'm still laughing at Lick Me All Over. Flame H says, I got called part of the problem the other week, calling out the anti-gamer Blizzard diversity video sentiments. Felt good. Were they also getting mad about the milk fridge? Paul says, yay, more Overwatch that no one wanted. I mean, yeah, exactly. Go make your Overwatch clone in the corner. Have fun with your pronouns and your black tanks. I don't care. Crazy Landlord says, her battle with obesity, I thought fat was beautiful. Hey, that's a good point.
Well, yeah, that was a Jim joke for the fighting.
Oh, it was a Medicare joke?
Yeah.
I got it. Gaming Spoon says, Concord, aka Gone Bored. Paul says, obesity, that bitch can't run then. JT says, so wait, it's Epic exclusive. And no, it's on Steam. I misheard. Yeah, it's on Steam and Epic. Crazy Landlord says, especially for single-player games, you shouldn't have to create a PSN account to play them if you don't have the system already. Exactly. Yeah. I'm just tired of all these, like, little loopholes and all these things that you have to, like, just to play a game. Like, let me play the fucking game. I spent almost $100 on this game. Just let me press a button, download it, and play it. Like, I shouldn't have to go through all this shit. Jason says, the funny thing about Concord 2 is they bury it 15 minutes later when they announce that we are super excited to have Marvel Rivals coming to the PlayStation.
Yeah.
Oh my god. V Shines is here saying, so lucky to live in Australia. Well, please dodge those spiders for us because that sounds terrifying. And we've got a few comments on Rumble here. Dude's heading out. Have a good night, dude. Just to read off what he's saying as well. He said, I've changed the rants on my channel. Hopefully everyone will enjoy them. Well, I hope so. And he says, if you want a good piece of media with a big lady, I've heard that plus-sized elf is good. I know many land whales are going to complain that she isn't fat enough. They'll also hate it because the plot is her trying to get back into shape. And he says, I ain't paying for that shit in regards to Concord, I believe. And yeah, he said the Proud Boys founder is not white, which was my point too. Gaming with Spoon says, that's me. I don't care. Concord exists. Let it. Isn't going to stop me from laughing my ass off and making jokes at its expense. Exactly. Yeah. It doesn't mean it's above criticism or mockery. Yeah, I think dig into it all you want. I'm also just like, do your game. Like, I've seen people that are upset at what they're not including in the game. And I'm like, it's fine. Like, it's their own IP there. You could definitely, like, make fun of it and whatever else. I don't care if you get upset at, like, what's not in it. But
I'm excited
it's kind
to
of
watch
fruitless.
it.
It's like,
I'm
just
excited
do
to watch
whatever
it burn.
you want.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch it burn. And it's gonna
Exactly.
burn.
Just let them do what they want. They can burn it, like, however they want to, and it's fine. We'll all just laugh. You know what I mean? Gaming Spoon says, what's the big deal with the PSN login? It's another freaking password people have to remember and keep track of. Exactly. And JT says, not Ubisoft forcing people to retype in their passwords on the old games you own every time you launch them. It's fucking annoying.
Yeah. No,
Fucking annoying. Stop it.
I hate it, and it's such a fucking rabbit hole for sure, and it's incredible. Are you ready for the next story, Kay?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. First off, this next story is sponsored, as mentioned by Fat Chicks. I want to know, what is everyone's favorite game featuring a fat chick? I've always wanted to play Fat Princess. I never have. I don't know if we own a copy, but I've always been curious on Fat Princess. But let me know about that, because I want to know, what is everyone's favorite game with a fat chick. Okay, let's get into it right now. I don't know if you heard about this, Kay, but also from the State of Play, absolute State of Play, we got some chubbing going on here, because the scariest thing about Silent Hill is how fat it will make you. So,
oh my god, this, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
so Angela from Silent Hill, now I've never played Silent Hill 2, is not really looking herself here. She looks a little bit different. So let's get into it right now. Now, I think, so here's the comparison right here. So this is her before in the original, and here is her now. So this comparison isn't even too bad, but it is, like, very, very different. Like, you can see there's a very stark difference in how this character looks for sure. And it's also like, I mean, looking at this, like, do you really need to remake this game? Like, this bottom image looks way nicer and more appealing than this.
This is the thing, like, early PlayStation games look better than modern shit, because they're so focused on this, like, weird realism, and then they can't make, like, female models properly. So you actually look at games like PS3 and backwards, and they look better than games that are coming out today.
Yeah. So this has caused a lot of shit posting and a lot of funny comments. Now, there has been backlash, and this has caused controversy, because there is a side defending the character design, and their main point is, because here you have people prettying her up and trying to make it look better with AI, but you have people saying things like Jeff Brutlag here, saying you got to be so obtuse and oblivious to the plot of Silent Hill 2 to say some weirdo nonsense like this. Angela is a 19-year-old abuse victim. The loud desire for her to be hotter is a choice, not a flattering choice either. And so, yeah, TLDR, this character gets, spoiler alert, I guess, sexually abused by her father or something. And so people are fucking outraged that people are pointing out that she's not as pretty as she used to be, because she's a sexual assault victim or something. So that's kind of the controversy between the two. But here is the main point of it, and here's the main issue with it. It's not whether or not the character design is one way or the other. It's why. Why is the character design? And as always with modern gaming, it is a self-insert. So at S Bravo Dev here says, do you understand now why they get upset when you criticize these changes? They self-insert in the game, and if you don't like them, their ego gets shattered. So my response is, keep speaking your mind, everyone. The only way to fix modern gaming is to bully their self-inserts early and often. So this was from the State of Play. This was like a developer interview. So you can see here is the new developers of Silent Hill 2. And then here's the new Angela. So once again, it is another self-insert. So yeah, just like we saw with Spider-Man and like we've seen with so many of these games, they model the characters after themselves, and they will take your attacks personally. And also, apparently, the voice acting is even worse too. Let's take a listen. Oh God, here's the original.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not.
All right, let's go check out the new version.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
It's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost. I'm looking for Silent Hill.
I think you should stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe.
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not. Excuse me.
Jesus Christ, that was night and day. Now, I haven't even played Silent Hill, but it's very clear that things are not what they seem, and it's supposed to be dystopian and strange and wonderful, and it's very Twin Peaks. And so the delivery in the original version is supposed to be eerie and unsettling and a little bad, whereas Angela in the new one, and even the main character, I don't even know his fucking name, even he, like, they're trying way too hard to make it, like, fucking uncomfortable now. There's more of it, by the way. Let's do another...
The original one, like, it is awkward. Like, that era of gaming with audio files always felt, like, kind of weird, especially when they're translating from Japanese to English. There's a lot of, like, weird delivery. So, like, the original could be considered awkward. I think it is, in my opinion. There's a lot of weird, like,
But I think it's
gaps in
intentional.
speech.
I'm pretty sure it's
But,
intentional.
I mean, that's up for debate. Maybe it is intentional. I don't know. But, like, this one, it feels like they're overproducing it. And her voice was the most jarring thing to me because it feels very deep and weird in comparison. He was okay. I didn't really have too much issue with his voice. But her, and then just, like, the constant, like, flashiness, like they're making a trailer instead of just, like, sitting on the interaction between them.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it took away what was special about it.
It felt like it was like their minds are in different places, which I guess technically, yeah, if you read into it, she's like freaked out and whatever because of what she's gone through. But like, it's strange. It's just strange how it's overproduced.
Strange in a bad way. And yeah, I think the original is much, much, much more superior. Let's take a look at another comparison here.
I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't.
All right, and then the new one.
I'll be good, I promise. Tell him I'll be good, please. I'll be good, I promise.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely rough. So let's get to some more memes here. Jim says, can we talk about how problematic it was for James to keep calling her chunky monkey and pinching her face? And why did her character keep walking around a cemetery with a bag of Burger King? But of course, with everything that's happened and with the backlash back and forth, it has now gotten out of control. Much like Angela has, and they've inflated her even more. So there's Jim's caption, and you've probably seen this, and this image isn't even real. This image is not even real, but I see this come up more than the original now because of the controversy of everyone pushing back. And so it's like every time there's a new comment upset that people are making fun of her weight, she just slightly enlarges by 1% and 1% more and more. So if you want, we can even listen to some of the devs here. I don't know if I'll listen to all of it, but let's take a listen to get some insight from them.
Very excited for people to play this game. There's no one aspect that I could say that I want people to experience, because I want people to experience all of it. It's such a journey. It's such a big part of our lives, and I just want people to be able to see it.
Why are you so personally invested in a game that you originally had nothing to do with? See, that's why they have to fucking change it.
I think the biggest change that we've had was actually how to make the game approachable for the newcomers who have not played the original, but at the same time to still retain the familiarity of the game that player remembers from 20 years ago.
Our goal from the very beginning was to maintain the game's atmosphere while modernizing the gameplay to make it competitive in 2024.
In the remake, the story remains largely the same. However, with the magic of modern technology, we were able to expand on some of its aspects.
The hardest was designing combat. We want to be as faithful as possible to the original game, but also we want players to feel satisfaction while playing, remembering that we need to fit in horror genre standards.
So when making a game with static cameras, you as a designer have much more control over what players sees, where they go, and so on. The change for the third-person perspective was a challenge. That being said, it's a chance for us to expand this world, to show the players new elements that were previously inaccessible, and just make this game richer.
So the main thing that requires rethinking was the fog, because it was called classic in the original game, and it's a veil that covers the world and makes the player to feel even more isolated.
New technologies gives us a chance to do things that were not possible during the earlier generations of video games. For narrative, this is very visible in facial expressions. We can tell so much through just the subtle changes on characters' faces.
The presented gameplay footage shows a fragment of the city from the beginning of the game and sections in Brookhaven Hospital. The fight against monsters is prepared in a more tactical form, and it's mainly based on the varied designs of the enemies. James is not used to fighting, so his arsenal of attacks is limited. Adapting your approach to a situation will be the key to success. However, your playing style, among other things, determines what ending you will discover.
So that is Silent Hill 2. That is a controversy around Silent Hill 2. As Smash JT said here in the comments, modern audience, isn't that slang for something? But, of course, I had to get in on it as well. And so I don't think I can speak really on all of the controversy going on. And you know, I don't want to give my take one way or another if I think she's fat or not. But I will let a legend speak for me right now.
Threats are part of wrestling, you know? But you gotta look at the person that's making the
No, where'd it go? No, you're ruining my joke, YouTube.
Threats are part of wrestling, you know? But you gotta look at the person that's making the threats. This fat son of a bitch is challenging all of us, has been world champions before, been in this business 15, 20 years, and this fat son of a bitch is gonna trial us all out.
Calm down, okay?
He's fat! I'm gonna...
About this.
I don't care if he I'll make him bleed!
You know it's bad when Kurt Angle is telling you to calm down. So, okay, any thoughts on Silent Hill and all the controversy surrounding it?
I feel like the conversation around Silent Hill seems like that's creating more drama than what I'm actually seeing from footage so far. Like, it feels like the Twitter discussion is actually more the dramatic thing, just from what I'm seeing. Like, I didn't see any issues with that video beyond them saying modern audiences, if I'm being completely blunt here. Like, yeah, I feel like it's very generic in its speech. It's like, oh yeah, we want to make this big world and blah, 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 and we want to make sure that it's, you know, it's like very generic speech. There's nothing there that's very, like, interesting or passionate, but I also don't have an issue if the people are passionate about what they're working on. It's fine, even if it's a woman being like, I'm so excited for us to build this game and do this and whatever. It doesn't matter to me. So I kind of feel like the online debate has almost been the more back and forth where people are drawing more conclusions. Now, that being said, I don't think her character model looks great. I don't think there's an issue with wanting that character model to look good. It's fantasy at the end of the day. It's a video game. So there's no problem with saying, why does the character model look worse in your new version than it did back then? So I fully support people having that conversation. It's just, to me, it seems like, yeah, there's a little things I can nitpick. Like, okay, her voice sounds really weird and it's jarring. It seems like they're infantilizing her a little bit. Like, if you look at that scene where she's like dealing with her trauma, the second one we looked at, it's like the way that they're writing it feels a little more modern than what they're trying to paint in the original. The original is more about the horror aspect, and I feel like the second scene is more about like the modern scene is more about her dealing with her trauma, and she's like acting
They're
like
like
a child sitting
overselling
on
it.
the floor.
They're
Yeah, like
yeah.
curled up, like very infantilizing.
Yeah.
That's what I feel. But this is not as aggressive as some other things that I've seen be inserted into games. In my opinion.
This has really reminded me more than anything, more than the Angela argument and all that stuff. But this has reminded me that for all remakes, like 9 times out of 10 nowadays, I don't like the remakes. I don't like remakes, and more and more and more, I'm sticking to the originals. But this has reinforced my belief that no matter what is the intent of the remake, whether it's graphics, gameplay overall, mechanics overhaul, whatever, every single time, you should stick to the original audio and the original voice acting. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever to get new voice acting, to get new voice actors and all that stuff. Because to me, audio and sound is really what kind of taps into memory and nostalgia and stuff. And so if you keep intact, like even if you completely overhauled the game, the graphics and all that stuff, but if you just kept intact the audio and the voice acting, I think people would be a lot more accepting of this. And I don't even have any nostalgia for Silent Hill, but like watching the originals versus the new ones, like the originals were way more interesting, alluring, and I just found the creepiness factor way more intriguing in the original, whereas the new takes feel very Life is Strange and like Matrama and all that stuff, and it's very ham-fisted, whereas the originals are very creepy and unsettling in a very comforting kind of way. So I always hate when new like they overwrite the remakes with new audio. So that's my personal belief. More than Angela's character change, more than the gameplay changes or whatever. But this isn't my franchise. I've never played it. I've always wanted to play Silent Hill 2. I wanted to play the PS3 remake, but that's apparently a fucking disaster. And now this is looking at like a disaster. So once again, I just have to stick to the PS2 original.
I don't see this as a disaster though. I think this is on par with like Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake.
I think that's what it's trying to be, but it's gonna fall short of it.
Yeah, I think it's not
because fans
gonna be as
like those,
good.
and those are considered faithful. My prediction is that this is not going to be considered faithful.
I don't think this is as good, for the record. I think they're overproducing it, and it's like they've seen that Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake have done well, so now they're like overproducing this one to kind of fit in with that, even though it's a different style game. But again, like, yeah, I think her character is really the one that's been botched the most here, partially on the look side, and then also the voice does not suit the character, in my opinion. But it is really the overproduction of it. Like, you can't have like a moment to sit on. Like the original, in all its awkwardness, you had moments you would sit on, right? So it had a certain charm to it. It doesn't mean that it wasn't awkward and weird at times. Like, I think, again, it's a little... Games in that era had that a lot, right? Like I said that earlier, where it's like, sometimes the voice acting didn't flow as well because there would be weird gaps in it. I think it works for Silent Hill to a certain degree. It's just like when you're filling those moments and you don't give them a chance to even like look at each other in the scene, you're just seeing like a flashback from something else quickly and you're like trying to process that and then they're moving on to the next line. Like you don't really get the weight of the moments at all. So I don't think this is the worst thing to ever happen, but I would probably say most people should just stick with the original because it has more of the original tone, which is important in horror. This really feels more like it's digging more into the trauma and the emotions and all this shit, whereas the original was more about the spookiness.
Right.
And it does feel feminine. I can see like the angle of like it feels feminine in the writing because it's very much like, look at her curled on the floor. Is she okay? And she's dealing with this. You know what I mean? Like, oh, look, when he touched her, she saw a flashback of that thing that was scary. It's like, you don't need all of that.
Right.
You can assume the character's feelings sometimes in the storytelling. You don't have to show every little thing. So if they're trying to appeal to modern audiences, which I don't know if they're trying to appeal to people with the whole mental illness thing and they want people to feel more accepted in that way, or if they're trying to do this whole thing of like, oh, we're trying to make it more punchier and exciting because of attention spans or what it is. It is kind of obnoxious, but again, I have seen way worse happen to other games. This is not like that bad.
Right. Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. It's hard for me to judge because I've never played the original, but I would like to play the original. So one of these days, I am not touching this.
Actually, I'm just going to read what Gaming with Spoon said because this is a thing that I didn't even realize. So this actually would be an issue. They've also desexualized the nurses and Maria. See, that's a different issue. If you're literally desexualizing characters, that's a problem. But if, like, what I was presented, I'm like, this is whatever. Yeah, it's a little, modern stuff is not as great as it used to be. But
Well, try to
it
do
wasn't that
better
bad.
next time for you,
But
Kay.
if
Jesus.
No, it's not. I'm not saying that. I'm just like saying what you showed me. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be outraged if I'm not outraged, right? Like I wasn't. So I'm curious to see what the images of these characters look like. Because if they desexualize that, then that's a different problem.
Yeah, I
He
saw
says-
they removed Maria's leopard print miniskirt.
He says, if you know anything about the plot, you know how integral the sexual nature of women played into its story. Yep. Can't say any more without spoiling. Yeah, no, that's... I want to see pictures of that.
You want to see the pictures? All right.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, as I was saying, I look forward to eventually playing Silent Hill 2 one day, the original. I've always been curious about this. I know I'm going to fucking hate the gameplay because I hate survival horror, but Silent Hill has always interested me more than Resident Evil, that's for sure. So, with that, Kay, you ready for our next story? You are?
I was just trying to look at I'm trying to find a picture to actually see if it's like desexualized or what.
Okay. Well,
But
while
you can
she
move on to the
while
other
she's
story
doing
while
that, I'm gonna talk about fun again. Now, a final piece I'm gonna talk about from the state of play here is it. As I said on Twitter, it seems like PlayStation briefly, just briefly, remembered that fun is what's most important. Okay, I don't know if you saw this trailer, but we're gonna take a look at the new trailer for Astro Bot right now.
Oh, yay.
Okay, so what the fuck? Why does that look so amazing? Why does
that kind of it
like-
feels like their response to Mario Odyssey, honestly.
Exactly. That's why I had to show it, because so there's been a whole bunch of memes and everything, and everyone on the internet is like, that did not go how PlayStation wanted the state of play. You had Concord and everyone's just laughing it to death. You have Silent Hill and everyone's making fat memes and laughing about it. Those are supposed to be two heavy hitters, no pun intended. You know, that's funny. And then Astro Bot is supposed to be there like, yeah, whatever, we made this game, Astro Bot. It's their little shitty fucking game. Like, nobody cares about it. And everyone's like, what? This looks amazing. Like, everyone is like, this is the game of the show. This is like the game I'm most excited for this year. And this is supposed to be their fucking throwaway. Like, clearly you guys could care about the deep, heavy stories, right? You care about our women hero shooters, right?
Astrobot's always been more about, like, showcasing software. So there have been, I'm pretty sure there was a VR Astro Bot game that came with our PS4 or PS5, I can't remember. And it looked very basic. So it's usually just about, like, showcasing the software, but this actually looks great. I saw elements of Zelda in there. I saw elements of Mario Odyssey
feels
in there.
very
I saw a little
3D
bit of
Mario.
Star Fox in there. This almost feels like if it's executed properly, this could be like a Nintendo competitor game, which is crazy to even say.
It
It feels like the closest to competition on another console for Nintendo.
It's like PlayStation was like, oh, there's fun. You guys want fun? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted endless fucking trash this whole time. Fun is what's important? This is news to me. I'm learning this for the first time. And so, and Astro Bot, like you said, it's like, this isn't a Mario character. This isn't Kirby even. This is fucking Astro Bot, which is not really a PlayStation mascot. But now he is gonna be a PlayStation mascot because this game looks fucking incredible. And it looks like the most fun that I can have on a PlayStation in 2, maybe 3 generations. So I have an article here diving more into Astro Bot. Sony says Astro Bot is more than 4 times the size of Astro's Playroom, which I never played, but now I kind of want to go back and see if it's actually worth playing. And it has no microtransactions. The game will also be a PS5 exclusive with no PS4 version. Sony shared more information about its upcoming Astro Bot platformer, including details on the size and microtransactions. Astro Bot was announced during a State of Play presentation last week, set for the release of September 6th. The game puts the titular, I never can say this word right, titular hero in his first ever full-sized non-VR adventure. In an FAQ on the game's website, Sony confirms that the game will be significantly larger than Astro's Playroom, the free game included with every PS5 console, which took about 3 hours to beat. In response to a question asking if the game would be free like Astro's Playroom, it was replied, no. Unlike Astro's Playroom, Astro Bot is a standalone full-size adventure that offers over 4 times more worlds, 300 bots to rescue, which I assume are like the stars, and dozens of new powers and features to discover. It also notes that there are no in-game purchases or microtransactions, saying, no, each planet already has plenty of coins to find and spend in the Gacha Lab. Sony also confirmed that the game will be single-player only, and it won't be released on the PS4 or PSVR 2, though a PC version isn't mentioned, leaving the door open for a port in the future because PlayStation is destined to have 0 games. The PS5 built-in Astro's Playroom game has been widely praised by most for its charming presentation and the way it arguably makes the best use of the DualSense controller to date. The new game will consist of over 80 levels spread across 6 galaxies, so players will doubtless be hoping it will take Astro's Playroom... What? Am I having a stroke? So players will doubtless be hoping it will take what Astro's Playroom did and replicate it on a grander scale. I think I had a stroke, or
That's
the guy
weird
or the guy
writing,
writing it had a stroke. The game's
Yeah.
reveal trailer has been almost universally praised, with 99% of likes on YouTube at the time of writing. That is insane. Like, that is just fucking insane. And so I had to show that. That's all we're going to talk about from the State of Play, which is really, the State of Play was short. This is longer than the State of Play. So I just find it quite interesting that Sony's big hitters are fucking slop and they're torn apart, and then you have this little rinky-dink game to come along and blow everyone's socks off, and it just shows how out of touch fucking AAA gaming has been when it's like, no, we want that. We give us that.
Yep, because
we want
all
fun.
these
Fun.
It's the Neil Druckmann bullshit of, like, we want realism in video games, and it's like, no, we want to have fun. We want to
Yeah.
enjoy ourselves. So the game, like Astro's Playroom and all this kind of stuff, like, it looks fun. I know
Mhm.
this is not Playroom, this is a different Astro, but it's like charming and cute. The character is like more relatable than all these other fucking characters that have a billion like little, check marks and
Yeah.
stuff. And it's like this just looks like gorgeous and like fun gameplay. I like the platforming look of it. Like I said, it feels like a real Nintendo competitor to me. Like just this game alone, I'm like, yeah, I can see elements of a few different Nintendo IPs here, and we need that.
Yeah, and it's obviously it's supposed to showcase the other Nintendo IPs like Horizon, never played, don't care about it. Modern God of War, don't care about it. But I really want to play this game. And it's like they don't understand that
And
it's like
this is not going to be a full price title, is it? Or
it sounds like it might be.
the other ones weren't. That's why I'm curious. They were budget titles.
It's funny to me that this is still just trying to showcase everything PlayStation has to offer in Horizon Zero Dawn and God of War, and it's like I don't care about that. I'm here for Astro Bot. I'm here for my little robot buddy, and I want to go fight giant robot monsters with my little robot friend. Fuck them. I don't care about them.
Literally.
So, yeah, that was the state of play. Now I have the next story ready to go. Kay, do you want it now, or do you want it later?
So, Gaming with Spoons sent me what the nurse looks like, and I found on my own what Maria looks like. Talking about the previous story with Silent Hill 2, I do think this is the issue.
Oh, interesting.
I don't think the other stuff that we saw is an issue, but I did post it in Discord in general. And
Okay,
you
let's
can
take a
see they've
look.
completely desexualized these characters, especially the nurse. It's like fucking insane.
All right, let's take a look here. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go here. And then let's do this here. They made Maria allergic to serving. No. So this is Maria in the original, and this is her in the new one. So they got rid of the midriff. That's the first thing that I noticed. And
the leopard print, and like they've made her outfit so you don't see any mid. Yeah, exactly. You said
it's mainly
midriff.
it's mainly the midriff.
Cleavage is completely borked.
Yeah, of
Like
course.
this is completely different.
Yeah. Okay. Now where were
So
these?
I have an issue with that.
Now let me see the nurses. Let me see the fucking nurses
They're
here.
in Discord as well.
Okay. So Silent Hill 2 nurse, I assume this is the OG versus the new. Wait, which one? These both don't look. Wait, which one's the new one?
No, the one on the right is the original.
Okay.
You can see like the cleavage is completely different, like on these.
Right. Yeah, definitely way less cleavage here. Sorry, I've never played this game. The only Silent Hill I've seen is the movie, which was hilarious. But okay, so yeah, you've got definitely way
Like
more
this is
cleavage
like broad shoulders, looks more like kind of a male model almost with
Mhm.
like boobs. The original like that is completely feminine
here. Right. Yeah.
in my opinion.
No, I see that for sure. Yeah, you're right.
And like
You're
the
right.
facial too, like they're both creepy, but like the face on the original looks way more interesting than the one on the new one. It's like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, they added like actual face design here, where it's just kind of a fucking amalgamate. Have you played Silent Hill 2? Have you played through this game?
Long time ago.
Okay.
Super long time ago.
I will do it. I need to get more learned on Silent Hill, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna play these games. I'm gonna try, because I know I'm gonna hate it, because I hate survival horror. So I want to try, because I want to understand.
From what I remember, they're really fun, but it's been ages, so I don't know.
I think I'm gonna hate playing it, but I think I would love the story. So it's a question of, can I suffer my way through it? But yeah, that makes sense.
I'll catch up on a little bit of chat here, and then we can go to the next thing here.
All right, you let me know.
Gaming Spoon says, Silent Hill fan here. Angela wasn't meant to be pretty, and people saying that are missing the point. They can't even keep the design of the original character. What else have they changed? Yep. JB says, pro tip, the police can't force you to unlock your phone if you use your penis for the fingerprint sensor unlock.
I'm
To
writing it
answer
down.
your question about fat characters, Crazy Landlo says, does Mario Bros. Wonder count when Peach and Daisy get the elephant power-up?
Yes, unfortunately.
I hate it. I hate the pantyhose.
It's disgusting to look
whatever.
at.
It's so
I hate it.
gross.
I'd rather they just got fat and just stayed fat. I wish there was an architect mode, like you ate Pierce Brosnan's head or something. I don't want elephant Peach and Daisy. I just want fat Peach and Daisy. Give me my big fat Peach Daisies. No elephants.
Triss says, it's people who are saying she's beautiful and looks like an actress with an Irish name. Insidious says, hey, I like the Twin Peaks reference. There you go.
Yeah, perfect. See?
Triss says, listen, I thought James was Leon for modern audiences. Her voice is jarring. Gaming with Spoon says, I have the 7 Cs. I can still play this on PS2. And Jason says, with Silent Hill 2, I have a problem with the combat so far. I don't want another Resident Evil 4. Silent Hill was supposed to be different. Yeah, I think that's a very valid point on a combat perspective. It seems a lot more punched up. JT says, have you ever noticed that it's been the same words for over 10 years now when they describe their games in the vision? Big journey, big part of our lives, pushing boundaries. Yeah, it's always the same shit.
It's just the same buzzword, exactly, over and over and over again.
JT says, just waiting for YouTube to take down the stream for hate speech. Well, that's why we multi-stream, baby.
That's my goal. We're pushing the stream as hard as possible.
We're going to say what we want to fucking say. So, you know, if one platform doesn't like it, we've got 3 others right now. So, JB says, it's easier for them to blame you for their politics and incompetence if they ruin a popular IP. And Gaming with Spoon says, I'll give my thoughts Saturday. It's more than I can fit in a comment section on YouTube. So yeah, come watch us on Saturday. We're going to be on Gaming with Spoon's channel. We're going to be talking about a bunch of stuff, and hopefully we get to dive into this topic too. And then JT says, holy shit, a PlayStation game I might actually want to buy.
Right?
Talking about Astro. And JP says, it reminded me of all the fun I had in the 80s taking drugs. And Crazy says, we want fun, not shitty games. Gaming with Spoon says Silent Hill 1 and 2 have incredible stories. Crazy Lalo says, I'm sorry, that's the only game with fat girls I can think of.
For me, it's fat. I gotta try Fat Princess. I want Astro Bot to have a fat princess bot, and it's a little tubbier Astro Bot in a dress. That's what I want. I'm genuinely hyped for Astro Bot. I want it.
Oh my god, I'm excited too. Yeah, we can go to the next story.
All right, and also Adam Misner is over on Rumble saying the analysis of Silent Hill is the nurses are supposed to be the embodiment of his sexual frustration with his wife. Well, smash or pass on the nurses. You know what? You hit it from the back, you won't even notice their faces. According to the original X-Play, Dead Rising has some fat bitches. That it does. I still need to play through Dead Rising. I feel like that might be my one Capcom game because I always liked Dead Rising 1, but I didn't like the controls or the saving mechanics, or the timer mechanics, but still, I want to push through because I kind of like the permadeath mechanic in it. If you know, I need to give it a fair shake. Only the original though, not any of the other ones. So right now, we're gonna go over to another story, but unlike all the other stories, well, actually all the stories, I don't know anything about this. This story goes to Kay. Kay, why don't you lead us through this story? This is...
Are we talking about the story?
Yes. So I'm going to bring it up on stream, but I need you to lead this because you were one of the first, if not the first person to go ham on this early this morning. So let me know. What the fuck is going on with Tekken and crying on the internet? So we have here... I can pull stuff up as you want me to read it. Yeah.
Well, my Twitter is schizo as well, so good luck trying to find all these tweets in time.
So we can look at the original. So this person...
I think looking at the original is good enough.
Yeah, we have Filipina Tekken player here. And she said, so I tried playing Gesundheit, and the person says, get the fuck out of the Tekken. Out of the Tekken? Is that like out of the kitchen? But out of the Tekken. You dirty jab would not help at all. Loser, fuck off. See, we're going for the hate speech takedown. What's your problem? I don't like your style. Jab, 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 jab. Fuck you. It's just a game. And then she posted his fucking player ID. Oh, God, the pink man. But then this person comes in who is the game director, chief producer of action fighting games, and he's worked on Tekken for 30 years. Katsurio Harada, and he says, this is a rude player. Is this a DM via Twitter? Please tell us more about the record of this rant, and we will ban the player, and if we can prove the association of the Tekken ID with the ranting player. And let's see here. This person replied saying, no, he meant jab. Lying for a racist is crazy. You really think they're out here saying you dirty jab? And he said, then read this comment, and fuck you is dirty. It's dirty word enough. So literally for dirty word.
So fucking schizo,
so
man.
Fuck you is enough fucking ban someone in Tekken.
No, this is the whole thing. So he's like complaining and he's like, fuck you is a dirty enough word. And you guys are getting mad at this and this. Well, now I'm getting mad about you guys saying Jap and all this shit. And it's just like, holy fuck. Like, I don't even know what the fuck you're saying at this point. Like, this guy is literally just replying to everyone and spurging, the fucking game director. So, JT says you don't want to show them the chaotic thread that ensued from this. No, I mean, James can definitely, like, hop in and out of the threads as I'm explaining this, but it's just so much to track.
I
But
think I found the start of your take with it.
Well, essentially, I pretty much said, and this has been a take that, you know, you've also had, a lot of other people have also had, it's like, in any game, whether it's X Defiant, Apex Legends, Call of Duty, any fucking game, you have a mute button, you have a block button. You can ignore these people. All I'm saying is you don't need to fucking report people when you have an issue with their conduct in the game. You simply just ignore them and move on. If you can't handle the banter in a game, fucking leave. Fucking go do something else or mute it or block it. Like, you have so many options. Why are you reporting people for speech that you don't like? That's my issue. So this person was playing an online match, this chick from Philippines or whatever, and she was playing Kazuya, and pretty much what she was doing is like a dick jab, essentially. So, like, she would crouch and jab constantly, and she posted a video of it, but the thing is she just kind of spliced together videos, so I don't have the full match to look at, but the video she spliced together was her pretty much laughing and being like, oh, this guy was reacting and talking to me like this because I did this, and it's just a video of her constantly using this one move. And so I can't prove whether or not that was the only move she was doing, but if I was fighting somebody and they're just constantly jabbing, which it sounds like based on his comment, I would get annoyed too. That's just normal. It's a fucking competitive environment. You're going to get pissed off. And the thing with Tekken in particular is that once you like start chaining combos in that game, it's very hard to break out of it. Like, there are fighting games that it's much easier to, like, you know, maneuver around. I found with Tekken 8 when I was playing it, like, James, you and I have played matches together offline. And it's like, once I'm starting to chain something or once you're starting to chain something, there's not like a back and forth as much as some other fighters. It's very like one person can just loop a bunch of attacks and kind of like get you down and it's done. It's very easy to get like a match where it's like perfect because like that, you know, your health is fully intact and the other person's not. So she got this message from this guy. She decided to make this tweet to be like, look at what this guy said, essentially, right? But then she's also in her own thread being like, oh, it's fine, no worries, I don't care, because she was getting people that were like, I'm so sorry this is happening to you and blah, 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 and you're not even Japanese, like, all this stuff. Eventually, she admits that, like, oh, he probably meant jab based on the context of this. And
Yeah,
not
she says
jab.
right here, it's
And,
fine,
like,
no worries. I just find it funny I didn't experience it with June, Asuka, or Bears, etc.
yeah, and so she's kind of like acknowledging like, oh, maybe he meant jab, and then like there's a conversation between a bunch of people being like, this doesn't seem like an English first person, so maybe he thought he was saying jab, but he was saying jap, and he doesn't realize like what the implication is. You know what I mean? So there's this whole back and forth with that. But then she's admitting in the thread, oh, I reported him anyways. I don't have a problem with what he did, but I reported him anyways. Oh, he probably meant jab, but I reported him anyways. Anytime someone is like, oh, this person should be reported, she's like, yeah, I did report them. The game director, of course, quote tweeted her original tweet and right away was like, what is this person's account? Prove that this is from like their DMs and we'll ban them. It's like, so you're going to ban them because they're heated in a game? That's literally what you're advocating for? Fuck you. And so that's the point that I got heated at. It's more about the guy that's a fucking game director being like, oh, let's ban this person because somebody is bantering. Like, you're injecting yourself into this for no reason. All games have this conversation, right? So that's kind of the gist of that situation. And what happened is that this is a conversation like many we've had in the past very recently of like, if you can't handle online conversation, move on from it. Grow a pair. It's not a big deal. People shouldn't be censored for the speech. Now, JT was in my mentions as well because I had one person that was super upset by me bringing this up, that it was a free speech issue. And so they were going off in my mentions like all day. And JT was, you know, laughing as well in there. And that's where this whole joke about the whole like Chuck E. Cheese thing happened. Because it is escalated to a point where this guy, I mean, you have to show the tweet. I can't even say all the words in this tweet, honestly.
All right, here's what you're referring to right here.
Yeah, I can't really like fully say this on the channel.
There it is.
So it's becoming like this conversation that's escalated into like, are you allowed to walk into a Chuck E. Cheese and call the kids who lost to playing laser tag the N-word? You should like. So I pretty much was like, great, that's a great question. Can you go to Chuck E. Cheese and do it, and then film it for us?
Are you ready, kids? No, Chucky, no! Chucky, don't say it, don't say it. I'm gonna say it. No!
Now, I like the rest of it is all fluff to the story. It's not necessarily important to the story, but it was just really funny today, and that's what chat is talking about, is like laughing at this guy because he's been in my mentions nonstop, insulting me, crying, all this stuff, but then he's also advocating for people to get banned if they're like rude to people. So it's like you're literally like getting mad and trying to get people banned, but then you're doing the exact same thing that you want banned. And that's why we've been having such a field day with it all day. That's what we've been laughing at. So that is the Tekken thing. I do not believe that players should be banned. Now, I don't have any evidence that this person was banned.
But it's being investigated by the CEO or, you know, the lead.
The game director is advocating for this. The person that was in the match is posting that information publicly. Other people are in this thread trying to also report this person, advocating to report this person.
Jesus.
And then there's like a hashtag for Tekken that you're supposed to report like any issues to whatsoever. So like if there's a bug or anything like that. And people are like now spamming this hashtag in the thread as well to be like, oh, this belongs in this thread, which is like,
that's so sad that that's how you
stuff.
spend your time.
Yeah, so I quote tweeted that and I was laughing and I was like, now you have a fucking hashtag that you're like sending this to? Because the thing is, that hashtag might be for like any report under the sun, like, oh, there's a bug, this game doesn't work properly.
There's an
whatever.
exploit, yeah.
But the point is that you are exploiting that hashtag by saying, oh, you should add it to this hashtag. You should add this hashtag. This is probably not the first person you've done that to. So I'm like, really? You're using this as like your own little campaign now to go find people that you don't like how they're speaking to you in a fucking game, and you're just gonna like throw them in there too? Like, fuck you. Fuck all of you. Fuck the director for even indulging.
I think that's the worst part. I think that's absolutely the worst part.
He's the worst part to me. I don't fucking care about this random Filipino chick that was like, oh yeah, I guess he didn't mean that, but I report him anyways. Just a dumb bitch. Who fucking cares? And then the person that's in my mentions that's being retarded, I also don't care. It's just funny, right? But like, my problem is the game director, who literally is like, oh yeah, tell me who this is. And then when people are replying to him, he's like, oh, you got fuck you is a dirty word and all this shit. It's what the fuck? Like, what?
It's a fighting game, and now you can't like reply to the person outside of the game.
Anything? Yeah.
Outside of the game and say fuck you. So you
it's
really,
not your business.
Are you really gonna have your customer support reach that far where people can fucking send you screen caps of DMs and try to link that to players and say, he told me to go fuck myself via WhatsApp and I played a match with him, ban him, here's his account. That's insane.
That's insane that he's advocating for that
level of white knighthery of the Tekken director is off the fucking charts with this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, female game players, they're always going to do this. I've been getting into this for the past few weeks. They're always going to cry harassment and all this stuff when, as you said, they always have a mute button. They always have a block button. That looked like fucking Facebook messages, which is really weird. Like, does she know this person? This isn't in-game chat. It didn't look like PlayStation chat. Maybe it was PlayStation chat. I don't know. But regardless, then it would be on PlayStation, or then it would be on Facebook, and it would be on them. But on all of those platforms, you can block people. And this person, whether he called you a slur or if he said jab or just saying fuck you, is not ban-worthy in a game. None of that would be ban-worthy. In my opinion, even if there was an in-game chat, that shouldn't be ban-worthy. And here, just because the lead director of Tekken sees woman upset, he is gonna fucking shake the foundations of his game and like completely destroy his customer service team, because now his customer service team is like, fucking great. Now we have to take these sort of reports seriously? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, sorry, I'm saying fucking. That's bannable in the game that I work on. It's insane.
That was my original point. Like, I don't even care about all this other fluff. That was my original point. Why the fuck are you trying to step in? And people are saying that's not a PlayStation chat. Like, it's an external chat, which I think is even a bigger issue. Because again, I shouldn't be able to be like, oh, this person Twittered. Like, should I be able to go and take the person who's been like fucking insulting me all day now? Should I go and be like, I'm gonna find out what this guy's Tekken ID is, and then go send this to the fucking game director and be like, look what this guy is saying about me all day. I don't feel safe playing Tekken. I shouldn't be able to fucking do that.
No, that would be
It's
insane.
like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. So like that's literally what this guy's advocating for is, oh, this person was rude to me like outside of the game or like directly after the match or whatever. Oh yeah, let's just ban the fucking person. This person that spent $100 to buy your fucking game and now they can't play online because somebody's feelings got hurt.
Which could be, it's a fighting
Fucking
game.
move
That could be the
on.
whole reason they bought that game.
Yeah.
Which in Canada is close to, if not exceeding, $100. That's insane. That's fucking insane.
So my issue is with the game director. I don't
100%.
even like some of his posting was like schizo, honestly. I was like, I don't know if this is a language barrier or like he's trying to say that like
I
in
don't think
North
this guy
America-
understands the internet. He
No,
says
no,
in his own
he's-
bio he's been
but-
working on Tekken for 30 years. So if you're
He's-
just down at the desk working on Tekken for 30 years, you don't know how fucking Twitter works or anything.
The thing is, the conversation he's having and the way he's framing it, now I'm guessing partially because it's broken English, no offense to him, but it's like, it does not seem like he's able to properly like
Sounds like
communicate
your
as well.
Tekken account's getting banned.
Perfect, ban me, I don't fucking care, fuck you. Like, literally, I don't care, ban me. But like, the way that he's speaking, it sounds like he's holding North American players responsible for the way that paused people in North America act. Like, that's how it felt. So he was like, well, you guys have an issue with fuck you being a dirty word. So what about the word Jap? You get what I'm saying? Like, it felt very much like that in the conversation. So it's like,
My
are you
God.
offended on behalf of Japanese people that he might have called them Jap?
Yeah.
And that this is a slur to you? Like, that is like insane. Insane. So I don't fucking know, but that entire thread was insane. Nobody should be getting banned for fucking banter online. Just move on. Just use a mute button, block button, whatever. And this is how obsessed these people are. They're still tweeting at me. As of while we're having this conversation, there are still people getting upset, saying that this person should be banned and reported.
That's insane. Well,
Who fucking cares?
okay, keep us updated. I'm very curious if this guy actually actions on this and does ban this player. He does have the player information because she posted it.
Yeah, she
So
posted everything,
I'd
so
be
who fucking
very
knows?
curious. Keep us updated if he does actually action on this.
Well, I haven't seen that user. So
Hmm.
the thing is, I've seen the user that made the accusation. I've seen the game director. Everyone under the sun has an opinion, but the actual user who was saying those things, for all we know, doesn't even have a Twitter account. I don't know. I don't know where they posted or anything. We may never know if this person got banned. They might just quietly get banned and be like, okay, fuck you then, and never say anything.
Which
We
is
have no
like,
fucking
you know,
clue.
the average, like everyone here is not like the average gamer. You are looking into games more than the common gamer. The average person is just buying the game and they're just playing it and they don't pay attention to any gaming news. They don't pay attention to anything. They don't pay attention to the community, the sphere, all that stuff. So we are all, all of you in chat as well are paying more attention to the games industry than the average customer. So it's very possible that this person is just playing the game in their off hours after work and they just got frustrated and they got heated and then they just message this person to be like, fuck you, chat. And then he doesn't even know that the creator or the lead or whatever on Tekken, I don't know, is talking shit about him and actively trying to ban him, which is just, it's so fucking crazy. So, yeah, this is dumb. You have a mute button. You have
That's
a
what
mute
I'm
button. You can
saying.
leave. You can log off the internet, close the phone, close the game. You can log off. It's in your power. And I'm not saying like, because then I'll have people come at me and be like, oh, what? You're saying that this should happen and then they shouldn't be allowed to play the game and let the bullies win? And it's like, no. You would have an argument if mute buttons and block buttons didn't exist, but they all do. So
Oh, this argument has also been in my mentions, by the way. Oh, people should be allowed to play games in peace without being harassed, blah, 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 all this stuff. Then fucking mute the person.
yeah.
You don't have to
If
match
you
up
see
with
it,
this
you can,
specific person.
as soon as you see the person go, fuck, you can block them.
Yeah.
You can mute them.
By the way, the comedy I also found in this, because of course these people are appealing to, you know, all this identity politics shit, all this like emotional shit. Somebody got mad at her for repeating the slur that she was called.
They always cannibalize
there was a whole
themselves.
thing in this thread where some guy was like, dude, why are you continuing to use the word in your comments towards others, the word being Jap?
Right.
it doesn't matter if it was a mistake. That is an offensive word towards Japanese people. Would you keep using slurs that reference to other people of color? And so she went on an apology tour. She took her lashings. And she said, sorry, I had no intention of offending
They
anyone.
always do this.
I'm
You
sorry.
never apologize.
The thing is, the person then, like, doubled down again, was like, no, you can't do that. Like, you can't, it's offensive.
You can't
like,
do
what
that.
If somebody
You
said
can't
this
do
word
that.
to you.
Yeah.
And she's like, I understand now. Thank you for pointing out. It's all just sad. It's really sad. And like, people are just not enjoying their lives anymore, in my opinion. Like, this is just like pathetic to look at.
Yeah.
So it was more comedic to me. The only problem I really truly have on a gaming perspective is the game director. The rest is just funny to me on a personal level.
Yeah. Well, okay. With that, my God, where does the time go? Oh, that was what the fuck is going on in gaming. Oh my God. I'm so mad. I'm so mad and upset, Kay. I'm so upset because look at this. Look at this. Look at how many more news stories we got. Look, watch. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah,
Look at that. Look at that. I can't cover this if we're live 24/7 and I'm hooked up to a chair where you're constantly feeding Redditors into my veins. Like, there's no possible way. There's so many stories I want to talk about, but that is why we are going to talk about all of these, and I'm going to talk about all of them, and I'm going to inform all of you guys with rapid fire news. Kay, why don't you read some chat and let's set up rapid fire news.
Okay, I'm going to hop into chat.
Because I don't even remember all these stories. I need to, like, freshen up my brain, so please do that.
No
and because I want to give you the honest and true takes here.
I'm reading. You go do your thing.
Okay.
Adam Misner says the analysis of Silent Hill is that the nurses are supposed to be the embodiment of his sexual frustration for his ex-wife, according to the original. Dead Rising has some fat bitches. Potato's here saying howdy, hello, Potato. And Angry Canadian's still here. Angry Canadian said, finishing shopping in the city. Thanks for keeping me entertained with the bromance chats.
I love it.
Adam Misner says the black character in the profile picture is a Win Chun fighting style character like Ip Man. Harada feels the Ip Man movie is racist against Japanese. So do you know what Ip Man is? It's the guy that ended up being in the Star Wars film or whatever.
No, we watched Ip Man.
blind
Ip Man's a great movie. Yeah, love it.
Yeah.
I've only seen the first one, but it was great.
Adam says, so he got revenge by making a black character using the fighting style instead of a Chinese one. If that gives you any greater context on Harada. He's Japanese and very pro-Japanese. Yeah, I mean, you could be pro-fucking anything, but if you're advocating for people to get banned, like, you know what I mean? It's just like, you're so retarded. That's what I just don't understand.
Yeah.
But I did get that sense. Like, I know what you're saying. He seems very, like, just personally offended about Japanese. And that's why when I was reading his other comments towards people, it was like he was blaming random Twitter users for the entirety of North America.
I think he's just out of touch on this one.
Like,
yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? You're
Someone
so
needs
weird.
to say, Mr. Harada, you must log off.
Adam says Harada has also tweeted about how he wants to add a Viking character, but too many woke people would be offended because he's white. Okay, so then yeah, like this is the thing. He's getting offended. Like he's able to understand all of that, but then he's getting offended because now it's turned on his own culture, is what it sounds like to me. Potato says canceling people is a hell of a drug to people. I normally mute all, to be honest. I find it dumber that people will be offended for others. Sounds like y'all need energy drinks. Yeah, no, Potato, absolutely. The amount of people that get offended on the behalf of people, which I experience constantly, it's just like so funny where like people think that we should be offended for something just because of like skin color or whatever, and then we look at it and we don't fucking care. You know? White knighting, as they say. Going back here to YouTube. Thank you guys for chatting and hanging out so late with us. Gaming a Spoon says Fat Chick Game got Final Fantasy 9 Queen Bran? Does that count to quote Baku, you bet we're gonna kidnap that fat ass butt ugly queen? Yeah, that counts. JB says, did I miss what's up with the laser tag and Chuck E. Cheese? Yeah,
Are you ready,
now
kids?
Now we've talked about it.
Aye, Captain.
I was
laughing
at that. I was laughing so hard at that. As I was tweeting it, I was like, oh no, what am I doing? Gaming Spoon says, feckin' hell, do I have to add Tekken to the shit list as well? It's up to you, man. I don't know. I'm kind of like, if they actually take action, that's where my line in the sand is more so. I felt like Tekken was our spiritual successor to Dead or Alive. So I kind of don't want to give up on it this soon, especially if this guy is just randomly, you know,
Return to
crying on the
Soul
internet.
Calibur.
Yeah, well, I wish there'd be another Soul Calibur, but
Return to Bloody Roar. Where's my Bloody
I
Roar?
want Dead or Alive.
I want Bloody Roar. I want my sexy furry games where they maul each other and they look good. Like, why did Bloody Roar die? Where is it? It died in a bloody whimper.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of little things here and there with Tekken Gaming with Spoons. Nothing crazy, but there's been a few lines like about cultural appropriation and stuff where people weren't sure like what angle they were taking. It takes a lot of reading into, so who knows? JT says you don't want to show them the chaotic thread that ensued from this. Oh, we went through some of it. But yeah, if you want to see more of it, you can just look at Twitter and there's like tons.
My goal with today's episode was to push the spice to absolute Arrakis levels here. We pushed it so hard. And in the rapid fire, like the fact that I'm summarizing some of these stories and I'm taking away the nuance, it makes it even spicier. Let's just say that. There's a lot more spice ahead in the rapid fire.
JB says she's pro, so she was aiming for the balls. And JB says 3 reasons DOA was better. Counter moves and boobs. Yes, I fucking love Dead or Alive. We're going to see more Dead or Alive on this channel because I am addicted to those games, whether it's the volleyball games or the fighters. I love all of them. I still need to play through more 4 because I have to, like, I'm trying to get outfits and stuff right now. It's a whole thing. So I'm definitely going to be playing more of that. And I do want to play Dead or Alive, the volleyball 2, the second one, because the third one is good, but the second one is great. It's, like, perfect. JT says, but free speech is only for the government, Kay. That's right. Yeah, that guy was on a fucking trip, man. That was something else. Nightmare says, aye, aye, Captain. And JB says, for the first time ever, I want to go to a Chuck E. Cheese. Hey, if you see that guy, let us know. And please film it. I think that would be so fucking funny. He says, there needs to be a video of a team of Navy SEALs going to Chuck E. Cheese and dominating laser tag and trolling 5-year-olds they beat. Gaming a Spoon says, clearly she needs to be banned. She was sexually harassing him and groping a feel. JT says, the one guy who got mad at us and blocked us after commenting to each person. Oh, yeah, there was a guy that literally just was in the thread and was, like, seeing each of us, like, would reply to each of us once and then would block us, like, as he, like, replied. So none of us could reply to what he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's like...
Wow.
Those people. JB says, my karate instructor said, aim for the balls. He was a great teacher. FlameH says, Tekken director has a rude player alarm in his house, I bet. What a hero, right? Jason says, Harada is one of the biggest trolls, too. He is a really nice guy the few times I met him. Oh, yeah, you probably meet a lot of these guys where you're at. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing that he said to me today came across as trolling. So if he had a history of trolling, by all means, but the way that all of that was worded, he took it personally because they were targeting Japanese people in his eyes. That is how I took it.
I want to say a huge thank you to Pang Jack for just subscribing to the channel. Thank you so much, Pang.
Thank you. Kenzo's here saying, good morning, guys. Hello, Kenzo. Hope you're doing well. Jason says, but yeah, shouldn't be banned for outside messages in a game. Exactly. Just mute the person, move on. FlameH says, I love Ip Man. And JB says, Ip Man was the guy who taught Bruce Lee how to fight, not Donnie Chen, the real Ip Man. There's so many Ip Mans. I don't know. I was told
it's based on a true story. It's based on a true story. It's a movie based on a true story, Kay. So we watched the movie, and it's based on a real guy, real human being.
We've got our Dolphin Porn Champagne Poppy still in the Rumble chat, dropping random links. Good luck with that, dude. And Adam says, if I had to guess Harada's mindset, it's that Japanese people get discriminated against by woke culture, and so he feels like it's only fair that he gets to cancel people, and Donnie Chen is an actor, yes. Yeah, I just know him from that Star Wars movie, and then, yeah, I guess we saw an Ip Man film. I don't know.
Great.
I think I remember it. I barely absorb film. Pang Jack says, just stumbled on this channel randomly. Hope the stream goes well and wishing you guys the best. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Pang. I hope you like the show.
James, feel free to do your rapid fire.
All right. Well, first, I do, because I would feel inappropriate, once again, if I delivered this news in rapid fire. So I'm pulling this one quickly out of the rapid fire. I just want to say this comes from our very own lovely lady in the chat. This comes from Ms. Crazy T, as she reported on Twitter May 31st that Geoff Follin, composer to one of my favorite NES games, has passed away. I'm going to listen to some of his music here while I read the rest of this. And this is one of the games he composed, one of many, Spider-Man and the X-Men in Arcade Revenge here. So Crazy T wrote Spider-Man and the X-Men Arcade's Revenge music. Here you go. So sucks. Absolutely hate to hear it anytime someone passed away in the industry, especially someone so beloved. So rest in peace, Geoff Follin. And I know Crazy T is a big fan of this game. This is one of her favorites. So absolutely great music. And I know, Kay, you probably love this as well because you love Maximum Carnage. That has very similar music as well. This seems like it has its very own unique flavor to it, which is pretty cool. So rest in peace there, Geoff Follin. And yeah, you did absolutely legendary stuff. So sad news. And I might actually be playing, I'll just say, that game this Sunday. So I won't say any more than that right now, but I did include that game in our upcoming roulette as well. So I look forward to hearing more music from him because absolutely great. I need to go check out and see if he's done any other Marvel games or Spider-Man games. So I'm very curious. So rest in peace there, Geoff. Okay. So with that, had to do that, had to pay proper respects and everything. Now, let's segue over to the rapid fire news. This is rapid fire news because no story goes unturned. As always, here's the rules. I'm going to read through everything. I'm going to go snippety snap snap fast. Kay has the power to hold it, and if she holds it, we are going to turn that story that we are holding on into a full-blown story. Oh my god, there's so much gold. I wish I had the time to give this all the light of day. So with that, let's start right now. All right. Well, if you guys weren't aware, Warner Brothers Games is... Where's my cursor? Where is my cursor? Oh my god. Wait. What? There it is. Warner Brothers... What's going on? Warner Brothers Games is fucking dead, or they might as well be. Warner Brothers Games launches a new women and non-binary leadership program in order to upend the gaming industry's male-dominated characterization. That's amazing, Warner Brothers. That really worked out with you with Suicide Squad, where you decided to fucking kill yourselves, and there's whole articles being written on how much you fucking suck now. Go die in a fire just like Garfield said. You're dead. You're done. It's over. So another story that came out, and I gotta be careful with how I phrase this one, is, hold on. Where is it? Oh, God. Oh, God. Bear with me. Oh, yeah. Okay. The families of a school shooting are trying to fucking sue Call of Duty because guns, and the shooter may or may not have played Call of Duty. What's also interesting there is Call of Duty has fucking pride bullets. So there's literally bullets in Call of Duty that look like the fucking trans flag. And Kotaku, the best part of it all, is Kotaku wrote a fucking article saying, oh, chuds on the internet are running with this story with fake outrage and saying Call of Duty has pride bullets, and it's not true. I read the article and they admit it's true in the Kotaku article. So they have a headline saying that it's weaponizing and that it's not real and everything, but if you read the article that Kotaku wrote, it's actually fucking real. It's only one gun that has it. So that's the fucking lie. Fuck you, Kotaku. I hate you more than anybody. Why don't you take a fucking trans bullet? There's new WoW tests. There's new WoW. So there's a new team, everybody, to hear about this. There's a new team from former World of Warcraft devs that have opened a studio, and Kotaku is pissed. Why are they pissed? Well, they're pissed because there's only one employee at the studio that's a woman, and it's a dog. Literally, every other employee is a man, and the website lists one female employee, and it's a dog, and Kotaku is fucking outraged. You just sold me on your game. You just sold me. I'm so hyped for whatever they fucking make. Shout out to those WoW devs. They're the fucking best. And I'm sure that dog is going to go places. Xbox is crashing the industry with no survivors. The next Xbox will be a reference design for manufacturers to make their own devices? What? So, like, you literally have, you buy up every studio you can, fire them all, shut them down, and you stop making consoles. Like, are you just trying to fucking kill the industry? It makes no fucking sense. Xbox, like, you need to fucking readjust everything you're doing. It makes no fucking sense. A Google employee, please, sir, please, has leaked all Nintendo data, and Google fucking got away with it. They can't keep getting away with it. They leaked a bunch of Nintendo data. Nothing came of it, and so Google was just like, oops, sorry, our bad. And they just got away with it. So if Google can just say whoops to Nintendo, you know that they can fucking do that to you as like just a private citizen. So that's insane. Google even fucked over Nintendo and nothing came of it. Speaking of a few stories ago, Deadlock, the new Valve game, is actually promoting non-binarianism, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. There's a character that uses fucking they, them pronouns in the game. And the reason this is interesting is that Valve, as a big Valve fan, has always avoided this shit. They never put this shit in any of their games. So Deadlock, their next game that got leaked, looks like it's gonna incorporate this shit. I'm just saying, so this might be the beginning of the end of Valve, at least in terms of their video games, which is really sad to see. Speaking of the beginning of the end, there's a remake of Yooka-Laylee. Who fucking cares? They fucked over JonTron. Also, Twitch fired their entire safety team, which is pretty funny. But a good note on Valve is that Valve had a fucking safety council that was all DEI and all this stuff, and they actually just used it as a trap to find out all the employees, and all those employees' contracts just didn't get renewed. So there's one good thing, you know, Valve giveth, and then Valve taketh away. So Valve did a funny there, but then also they put fucking pronouns or whatever into Deadlock. That sucks. Xbox is dumb. This came out today. This is an apparent leak. If Xbox wasn't dumb enough, like just giving away their consoles, now they're giving away Halo. So in my opinion, Xbox, they're allegedly, this is a rumor, they're remaking Halo, and it's apparently going to be for the PlayStation. That's the rumor. If that's true, in my opinion, Xbox has lost. From 2001 to now, Xbox is fucking dead. You give away Halo, you're dead. That's literally your enemy taking your flag. That's it. You're over. That's dumb. Sony apologizes for Neil Druckmann in an interview because they like misrepresented him or something, which is a fucking lie. They actually represented him pretty accurately. But I'm sorry, Sony. I understand your plight. It's really hard to make Neil Druckmann look good. There's an update on Ubisoft's New World Order plan that they're pushing, where you will own nothing and be happy. Ubisoft is now charging a subscription service for what fucking game? I don't play Ubisoft games. Hold on. It's fucking no, not that story. Oh, there's so many stories. Rainbow Six Siege, which is not a free game. It's not a free game, and now there's a subscription service costing $9.99 a month, and like everyone fucking hates it. Why would you play Ubisoft games? Couldn't be me. Night Dive, literally tomorrow, is announcing a remaster to the Thing game. The Thing game was a PS2 Xbox title, and it's actually a sequel to John Carpenter's Thing, and follows the events after the movie, whether you take that as canon or not. I don't think John Carpenter really gives a fuck. He just likes dump trucks of money. His words, not mine. But hey, people really like this game. It's a cult classic movie-based game, and Night Dive is fucking remastering it. That's awesome. I've always wanted to play it. Speaking of remasters, here is a fan remaster, the best kind of remasters. One of our favorite games, fucking Bloodlines, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, is pretty much getting their own restored content mod, very similar to the KOTOR 2 restored content mod, and it's going to be adding in a whole bunch of lost cutscenes, like thousands of lines of dialogue. It's going to be fucking great. I'm looking for, if it's stable, I will stream it. I absolutely love this game. Legit, probably top 5 RPGs of all time. Maybe top 3. Perfect game. Except for the fact that it doesn't run. Speaking of Valve, a Counter-Strike pro player got banned for life twice at a convention. He stole the hard drive of a opponent player and then later said it was the weed's fault. Hypercharge is a sudden success, everybody. This is Hypercharge, the game. We talked about it recently, or a few weeks ago or whatever on the podcast. where it's a team-based PvP shooter. I've always been interested in Hypercharge. It's been out since, I want to say December 2023, but it has always been dead on arrival. It's never had a player base on Steam. They released it on Xbox. I think they've sold now close to 50,000 copies, which is insane. And I've even watched the Steam charts. The Steam charts are now... Where That's not the right song! You're supposed to play for 30 minutes! The Steam charts are now... have it at around 200 players on average, which is pretty fucking cool if I do say so myself. And so shout out to Hypercharge. They're doing great stuff. The whole team there is super happy. And now I'm seeing everybody latch onto the game, which take that as you will. But hey, I'm happy that these cool devs are getting some support. There is a Plants vs. Zombies 3 that was made by fans that was supposed to come out, and EA pretty much told them, go fuck yourself in the nicest way possible. So then they had to shut it down because they got an EA threat. And it's funny because they literally were going to call it Plants vs. Zombies 3. And so everyone was like, why don't you just make a spiritual sequel? Because the game actually looks really good. If you like old Plants vs. Zombies, it looks like a Plants vs. Zombies 3. So everyone's like, why don't you just not call it Plants vs. Zombies 3? That's the plan now. So they've scrapped it, and then they're going to make a spiritual sequel. But it's years and years and years away. PlayStation is pushing AI, and it's blaming Zoomers. Literally. Some Sony executive is like, everyone wants AI now. All the Zoomers do, so we got to put it in, I guess. There's a Fallout 2 remake that looks amazing. It's a first-person Fallout 2 remake, and even though it's not being done by Todd Howard, they want to somehow get it on Steam. Good luck with that with Todd Howard. The new Dragon Age is gonna fucking suck. I'm not shocked at all. There's a new Five Nights at Freddy's game that is fucking 2D. And it looks actually really good. It's like 2D sprite work, but it still looks creepy and everything. New Five Nights at Freddy's. A Russian Twitch streamer is jailed for 5 years because she talked bad about Russia. Valorant responds to the e-girl cries. So Valorant put out this whole response video saying, oh, we hear the e-girls are crying and they don't know how to use the mute button. So we're going to become even more terrible in how we take people down for mean words on the internet. And I responded saying, I've heard your message and I've decided to become worse. PS5 is finally getting PS2 games. That's kind of cool, I guess. Steam wills are still not allowed, but GOG has come in and GOG's like, yeah, it's cool. Sony has quietly removed 8K support. Apparently Sony promised 8K support, and now without announcing it, they have slowly stripped it away. There's another unreleased Batman game that is suddenly surfaced out of nowhere. This is different from the other unreleased Batman game that we talked about in a previous episode of the podcast. There's another new one that came out that was going to be on the PS2, and it looks kind of cool. Multiverses walks back a feature and says it's a bug. Oh god, what the fuck was this one? Hold on. Oh yeah, hold on. This is a funny one. I gotta pull this one up. Come on. There is apparently a bug, according to them, where you have the option to purchase extra lives, and they're working on getting that taken out. But then someone pointed out that that was actually a feature. They actually wrote it in the live game. You can purchase more lives. And so there's another Greasy monetization for a free-to-play game. But they're just like, oh, it's a bug, because everyone gave it backlash. But it's like, no, it's right there. It says it's a feature. There's a new Courage the Cowardly Dog game coming out that looks amazing. I'm just kidding. It actually got community noted, and it's actually from the Project Dreams, which came out back on the PS4, and it fooled everybody on the internet. Everyone thought this was a new game, and it looked awesome, and this is just a testament to the fact that Dreams should have been bigger than it was, because everybody fell for this, and it actually got community noted, and Dreams was awesome, and it should have taken off.
Dreams is an amazing game. Go play it. Can you play it anymore?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you can. Yep. Marty O'Donnell over on Twitter gave this cool, interesting Halo movie history lesson. I recommend checking out the video. It talks about how there's going to be the Halo movie. Some of it was old news, but one thing I didn't know was that the Halo movie, when it was involved Peter Jackson, because Peter Jackson was going to produce it, it was actually supposed to have a tie-in game. And so they were going to make another Halo game tied to the movie separately from the Halo franchise. I think that's super interesting. These modders have hacked and made a full working 60F beautifully looking version of Crash Team Racing on PC, and it's got, I believe, 60 play. Is it 60? It's got online multiplayer. You can play online with people. I think it might be up to 60 people. I could be wrong on that though. But it's online Crash Team Racing, the OG Crash Team Racing on your PC, and you play it online with people. It's so fucking cool. There's a new game that looks cool. It's called Motor Doom. I'm probably gonna play it. It's like a fucking Vampire Survivors, but I think this is the right game. There's other games here. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's like Tony Hawk meets Guns meets Vampire Survivors. It looks really good. Rocksteady's co-founders make a new company. It's probably going to be better than anything at Rocksteady because Rocksteady, modern Rocksteady, it was leaked. They have the new Mr. Freeze and Suicide Squad. You know that game that's a complete fucking failure? Mr. Freeze is literally now a chubby Asian woman. Even though I think it's supposed to be his wife or something. It makes no fucking sense. And people didn't even know if it was real, but then they fucking DMCA'd, took it down. So obviously it's real because they fucking took it down. And so this game that's so fucking dead in the water is even more dead. What's that?
It's just so fucking stupid.
Oh, okay. The Prince of Persia remake isn't dead. Star Citizen is never coming out, even though it's got like $700 million. PSVR has a new dongle for PC. So there's no games that you can play on the PSVR 2. So now they just made it so that it goes into the PC, and the dongle currently costs like I think $60 American, but they're doing a limited run of them, so you know the price is going to be like $200 on eBay. So if you want it, buy it now. There's a new GZ Doom game that's coming out and it's blowing people away. It's on Steam. It's literally running in GZ Doom and it's fucking great. I'm gonna play it. It's called Salico, something like that. But it's GZ Doom inspired by fear. My two loves had a sweet baby. Not that kind of sweet baby. So GOG, PSA for anyone that plays on GOG, if you store your save files in the cloud, any oversized save files are going to be deleted in the near future. So make sure.
The cap is 200 megabytes, but somebody tweeted at me earlier that they're trying to like revisit that because of some games that are bigger. The reason why I tweeted about this today is because they own Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is like, a save file is going to be way bigger than 200 megabytes, right? So that's why.
All right. There you go. Helldivers is dying? Yeah, I don't know, maybe. There's a drop-off in the players on Helldivers. Imagine my shock. There's 2 unannounced Mario games that have code names, so that's a thing. Nightmare Kart is fucking great, and it's free on Steam. Free? Majora's Mask has gotten an unofficial PC port that's apparently great. There's a post-apocalypse samurai game on Steam that looks pretty great. New studio layoffs have now hit Avalanche and Behavior for the second time. Behavior being the makers of Dead by Daylight and Avalanche being the makers of Just Cause. Absolute state of play. We talked about that. Summer's Game Fest is tomorrow. It's gonna be shit. Remedy Games is no more. I don't fucking know. The makers of fucking Alan Wake renamed themselves to Poison Pill Entertainment, but then if you look at their Wikipedia and the actual website, it still says Remedy. So this might just be some viral marketing trick. Why aren't you playing the full 30 minutes? I think YouTube is fucking with the fuckery again. So anyway, it's probably going to be something related to some bullshit announcement with Jeff Keighley because Sam Lake and Jeff Keighley love jerking each other off. Destiny's final expansion's a bloated mess. Just to install it for the expansion, you need 300 gigabytes free, and the expansion itself is over 100 gigabytes for a fucking expansion, and also there's server issues, and it's absolute garbage. You all know my thoughts on Destiny. Toys for Bob's next game is going to be Xbox exclusive probably. Titties are back in Stellar Blade. Tomba is getting a re-release, but it's limited run game, so fuck them. There's a new Metal Slug game, but it's a tactics game. Take that as you will. I think some of you will really like it.
I'm excited for it. Don't do the butt.
What? Do you want to hold it or not?
No, I'm just
All right.
saying it looks good.
FIFA now belongs to 2K. My beloved childhood SmackDown 2 Know Your Role has a dedicated modder that's putting in new characters for it, which is super crazy. There's a whole Twitter on it. That is SmackDown 2 Know Your Role. And then the new Doom game has a name or whatever. I don't know. New Doom is going to be announced over the weekend, probably, and it's probably going to be a disappointment. And with that, that is... Yeah, that is.
did it.
That is the fucking. That is it. That is it. That is the news. That is the news.
Good job, James.
You didn't hold it once. You didn't hold it even
A
once.
lot of those are self-explanatory.
But I did okay
I think we
explaining
dived
it.
into the good stories today already. Yeah, you did a great job. And actually,
Oh.
I saved some questions from earlier on in the stream just because we had a lot of chat and I wanted to get to the news. Do you want to rapid fire answer some of these questions with me?
All right, sounds good. And Adam, yeah,
they're
you
quick
caught.
questions.
Look, it's hard to be nuanced when I'm doing rapid fire, and Adam caught a little bit of a slippy slip there. Just a little bit. Why don't you?
It's fine.
It's hard to talk about that story.
Can you tell Flame Mage what the post-apocalyptic samurai game is? Do you have that?
Yeah. I'll pull that up. Was there any other questions from rapid fire? I can elaborate on any of the rapid fire.
No, I answered those. JP says Nude Doom. Isn't that old news?
Yeah, but it's coming out. It's gonna be announced.
No, Nude Doom. He's
Nude. Oh yeah, we got banned for that one.
But no, otherwise I think chat is good on those.
It's called Me Fumato, and it's a post-apocalyptic 2D side-scroller samurai weird game. Imagine Mad Max as samurais. Oh my God, they're sexy spiders. And it looks like this, and it's a RPG, action RPG, martial arts, post-apocalypse game. Here's some footage for you. Enjoy. Oh yeah. Any other questions from the rapid fire?
Nope, but I'm going to read off these questions from chat from earlier.
Sounds
We'll
good.
just do quick answers to this. Some of these were like joke questions, some were legitimate. So, Triss wants to know what your favorite Barbie game is.
The one that has the most horses in it. Whichever one it has the most interactable horses and has the most horse variety, and you can customize them the most and interact with them the most. And I want the realistic, I want all that. That's what I want.
I don't know what my favorite Barbie game is. I never played those games. They just never appealed to me.
You missed out on peak gaming.
Apparently. Nerdy Neo wants to know, what is the worst game you were gifted?
Like on gifted games or just in general?
He said, what is the worst game you were gifted? So you can take that as you will.
Okay, I have a story about this, actually. And I feel really bad. But I think I've grown to appreciate it now.
He might have meant gifted games gallery because I kind of just I wrote it in a rush, but...
Well, I
think whatever game you were gifted games outside of
look,
gifted games gallery.
I'm not going to throw any of you under the bus for gifted games gallery. I'm going to throw my mother under the bus. So, it was, as we mentioned, with Crash Team Racing getting online support, which is crazy on PC, big Crash Team Racing fan. Love it. Favorite kart racer of all time. Over on Xbox and PS2, they got a sequel, and I was super excited. Crash Nitro Kart. Now, my mom, for Christmas, got me Crash Nitro Kart, and I was so excited. But here's the thing. The person, she told me this story on Christmas. She said, so I talked to the guy at EB Games, and he actually begged me not to get this for you. And I'm like, what? Why? Because he asked, how old is your son that you're getting this for? And I don't remember I was already playing Halo, right? I was playing Halo, I was playing, Doom and all that stuff, and Brute Force and all those other M-rated Xbox games. But I loved Crash Team Racing. And so he was like, yeah, no, don't get him this game. He'll fucking hate this game. And I'm like, and she's like, what? No, but he loved the first one. It's like, no, get him Project Gotham Racing instead. Get him Project Gotham Racing. And I'm like, okay. Well, she's like, no, this is the game he wants. I'm sure of it. And I'm just like, okay, yeah, no, good call. I put in Crash Nitro Kart on Christmas Day. And it's fucking terrible. It's terrible. It's way cheesier, way lamer, and not at all as fun as Crash Team Racing. And then I didn't have the heart to tell my mom that the EB Games guy was probably right. He's probably right. But I probably wouldn't have liked I wouldn't have probably liked Project Gotham Racing either. But yeah, I did not. I don't know if that story soured it, and I don't hate the game as much as I did. I mean, look at the current year we're in, but at the time it just really didn't compare to Crash Team Racing, and it just felt cheesier and lamer and not as good. And I was just like, oh no. So I never told my mom that. I never said that EB Games guy might have been right. She should have just got me a shooter, and I would have been fine. But anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there you go.
I guess my answer would be it's a game that like no one paid for, so I'm not insulting anyone by saying it. But I did get a free code for Spider-Man 2. I consider that the worst gift because I don't want to play it after seeing all the shit, even though I was like once conflicted and like, should I buy it? Should I not? Whatever. There's too much wrong with that game that I just don't want to deal with it.
You say that when I bought you Sonic Frontiers and you put it in for 5 minutes and started screaming and then quit
I like
it.
Sonic Frontiers. What do you mean?
I bought it for you, put it in for 5 minutes, and you're like, this sucks. And then you threw it.
This literally didn't happen. I like Sonic Frontiers.
I thought you
What are
hate
saying?
Sonic Frontiers. Didn't you hate it?
No,
I
I
thought you
like
hated it.
Sonic Frontiers. I hate Sonic Superstars, but you didn't gift me that.
Okay. And then also Final Fantasy Rebirth, you've completely given up on, and I bought
Okay.
you that as well.
It's bloated, but I will still play it.
Okay.
I'm still like,
bloated.
going to play
How
it.
bloated? Angela from Silent Hill bloated, or?
It's the character from Concord bloated. It's
Oh, that's even worse.
We're looking at a pretty rough thing.
Oh, good lord.
Nightmare says, I do hope you mean Sweet Baby Man 2. Yeah, not the old school, like early 2000s Spider-Man. Like, those were great. I'm talking about the most modern Spider-Man that came out, Spider-Man 2. I have the game. I haven't launched it. I'm afraid to. Okay, we got 2 more questions and then we can go into our anything goes. So, what is your favorite game? Was asked by Vance.
Favorite game of like all time. This is, by the way, the Tony Hawk Vampire Survivor clone. That's more BMX. I'm super fucking excited for this. So favorite game, what, of all time?
Just what is your favorite game?
Okay, well that's easy. So because I thought about this a lot. God, this looks good.
This isn't by the Skate devs, right?
I don't think so.
Because there is another game that's
This is
also
so
maybe coming
Tony
out
Hawk.
soon that is by maybe the Skate team. I don't know. There's been a lot of like skateboarding news recently, but there's supposed to be like an open world Tony Hawk skate game coming as well. But it's not this.
Okay. No, this is like day one for me. This looks so fucking good. It's like weird, edgy, satanic, fucking Vampire Survivor-y Tony Hawk mechanic. Yeah, I'm in. So yeah, favorite game of all time. I always say if I can pick my top 3 games of all time, and there's honorable mentions, I don't have to get into those, but I always say it is Arkham City, Knights of the Old Republic, but I might even change my opinion on that. More on that another time, and Halo 3. So that's my answer. Knights of the Old Republic, Arkham City, and Halo 3. If you made me pick one, if you put a gun into my mouth and you put a cat on my head and you said, pick one, it'd be Halo 3. Because that's the most gamey of games. And it's just, and a lot of it has got to do with the era and the feeling and the hype and the anticipation and just everything around the time of it, and it's just perfect. And I usually say I love the Halo trilogy, but Halo 1 was the story, Halo 2 was the multiplayer, and Halo 3 is kind of the perfect marriage of all of that into one package. And it was, in my opinion, a perfect ending. Usually I'm disappointed when, trilogies end or whatever, but I felt like this was the perfect ending to like a perfect trilogy. And it was almost bittersweet when it ended because I felt like I would never get that again. And so that's usually my answer is Halo 3.
I think that's a good answer for you. I mean, it makes sense. I've known you my whole life, and you've always been the Halo guy, so it makes sense that your answer is
I've been the Halo guy to the point where people that I meet that used to know me and don't know me anymore are shocked and appalled when they hear that I play on Nintendo Switch now.
Yeah.
And all that stuff. Like, literally, they're like, you play Mario? And it's like, yeah. And it's like, didn't you want to get Halo tattoos? Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm glad I didn't. I'm fucking glad. But the offer still stands. If Peter Moore, right? not Peter Moore. Peter Moore?
Who are you talking about? Peter Moore is the EA guy, isn't he?
Oh God, I always forget
No,
his
who's
name.
that? I don't know. It's fine.
Halo Tattoo E3. What? Why can't I fucking ever remember his name? Is it Peter Moore? Peter Moore Halo. Yeah, it is Peter Moore. I was right. If Peter Moore wants to sit down with me and have a beer and have an interview on the Melee Games channel, I will get a matching Halo 2 tattoo with him. The offer stands. I will do it. I will match him because I mainly want to know. I want to break the story. I want to break the story because no one knows on the internet if the tattoo is real or not. So Peter Moore, send this to Peter Moore. I know he's living in like jolly old England or whatever, and all he does is care about footy ball. But Peter Moore, I don't care if the tattoo is real or not. I just want the answer. I want to sit down with you and have a beer, and I want you to roll up your sleeve, and let's talk about Xbox, old Xbox, when you were in charge, when Xbox was still cool, and I want to talk about old Halo. And if you do that, even if your tattoo is fake or if it's gone, I will get the tattoo you had. Probably not with the text saying coming soon or whatever. Like, that seems kind of lame. But I will get the Halo 2 logo with the 2 in it, and I'll get that on my arm where you got it or drew it in with a Sharpie. So Peter Moore, stop dodging my phone calls and my letters and my AOL instant messages because I'm getting sick of it. Everyone mass tweet Peter Moore and tell him a crazy man wants to match tattoos. Thank you.
You heard the man. My favorite game would probably be either Symphonia or Fire Emblem. I kind of balance between the two. But that's not a surprising answer to anyone either. Okay, the final question from Vance is, what game did you have to delete ... for reasons?
Oh.
And I have no elaboration. That's all I have.
Oh, I'm thinking. Trying to think. Oh, I'm trying to like, because I have no shame. So I'm trying to think. Because I can't even delete my games because I get gifted games now that are full of porn, and I have Steam friends that are like, "Why are you buying this?" I'm trying to think. Did I ever?
The only time I delete games, really, like, and not even from my like official library, is just to make space. So if there's a big bloated game on my console, it's getting deleted temporarily.
I'm trying to
otherwise,
think.
I don't delete games.
I'm trying to think if like I ever had like a sexy game on a parent's computer or something like that. But like my parents introduced me to GTA, and so they didn't know that I was spending all my time and all my dollar bills in the strip club. I'm trying to, yeah. I mean, I think once upon a time, girls of the past didn't like me playing Honey Pop, so I may have hid that and all that. But apart from that, I can't really think of anything. So probably Honey.
Really?
I think
Honey Pop of all things.
I think
it's
so.
Bejeweled.
Yeah, but it gets. I'm really good at it. I've like people haven't beaten Honey Pop 2 because they think Honey Pop 2 is too hard. I'm pro at it. I took on the twins. I did everything, 100% of that game. But I may have had to 100% it in the middle of the night when people weren't around to see me 100% it.
Someone just walks into you doing Bejeweled and jerking off at the same time.
I wasn't sure. No, like you can't. It's too hard. It's too hard. No pun intended. You can't jerk off and play Honey Pop at the same time. It takes too much effort and too much focus to please those ladies that you're not even thinking of your own pleasure.
The plot twist of that needs to be that you're actually playing like proper Bejeweled, but they thought it was Honey Pop.
Yeah.
God.
So yeah,
I don't have an answer to that question, but yeah, I can see the Honey Pop answer. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if oh, here's another one. I fell for. I've told this story before. I fell for this back in the day. You remember Action Replay? So Action Replay was supposed to be the equivalent of Game Shark over for Xbox. It wasn't though. All it did was take your save files. It just was a like way to upload save files and you could take them, so at least you could 100% games or whatever, and all this stuff. But it wasn't actually like Game Shark, which was hacking the game and modifying it. But it was advertised that way. I bought it because I was told it was that. It's not. But I did fall for this back in the day because there was I wouldn't say viral, but on the Action Replay like website, because you would go to a website to get the save files. There was a viral within that one save file where for WWE Raw 2, it said if you install this, it will add a nude mod for Stephanie McMahon. And I tried for hours to get it to work. Little did I know, of course it was fucking fake. This is a save file for the original Xbox. How the fuck would that work? That makes no sense. So I did have to make sure, because I think that was on a family computer. I did have to make sure that all traces of that save file, because of the naming, was Stephanie McMahon nude, all capitals, exclamation mark. So I did have to scrub that save file. It didn't unlock anything. It just made me download.
You got tricked.
I did. Wouldn't you like every at that age?
Every man at that age would get tricked.
Stephanie, let me pull up a photo of Stephanie McMahon, what she looked like in that era. Okay, hold on. I will show you.
Okay, while you're pulling that up, here's JB's question: would you rather be caught playing Candy Crush or Honey Pop and wanking?
Wait, you have to be jerking off both times? These are very.
I think so. No, would you rather be caught playing Candy Crush or Honey Pop and wanking?
Ooh. I gotta say,
that's a tougher question, right?
Oh yeah, because I love Honey Pop, but I've never played Candy Crush. I've never have. But so, you know what? It's just for the art of the game. I'd rather be caught jerking off I'd rather be caught jerking off to Honey Pop, because at least that's quality jerking off. So, and speaking of that, here is Stephanie McMahon in that era, just in case. And I was like a young teenage boy. And so just in case you thought I was insane for going for this mod, I think you can understand why we tried so hard and fell so far for this. And sadly, I never got my nude mod, Stephanie McMahon. I'm still looking for her
So
to this very
sad.
day.
Somebody get this man his mod, please. Please, for the love of God.
Adam says, I'm just imagining Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon famously wanted a storyline, true story, where he was in an incestuous relationship with his daughter, Stephanie McMahon. He wanted that, and she flat out refused. But
I don't blame her.
he still worked it into some storylines. Like he alluded to it. He alluded a little bit to it. So, can you blame Vince McMahon? I don't know. You tell me. That's up to you, viewers.
I'll read a few more chat comments and let's hop into the anything goes. So Fallen Angel says, hard to believe James is good at any game. Just saying. No!
I need to
And
pull
then-
up my Hecarino Honey Pop 2 Achievo Renos.
Nightmare says, I'm still looking for a Steam game to send James that will truly make his account look weird. That's challenge impossible. That's going to be a hard one.
I've got some weird shit.
You can go to the Anything Goes, and we're going to be wrapping up pretty soon here, guys.
All right, it's time for Anything Goes. Okay, so, Kay, my question I pose to you and the entire chat. Hero Shooter Fatigue is here. It is alive and well. I am playing Star Wars Slop Hero Shooter Fatigue. I'm probably going to play more of it after the stream. I know I should be executed. PlayStation is dead before it even began with Concord. Nobody wants it. And even Valve's new IP is having pronouns in it, and it's getting torn apart. Deadlock is dead on arrival. So with that, Kay, is there an IP, whether it's in gaming or from other media, that you can see working as a successful new hero shooter? And as always, I've prepared an answer.
Tough question.
I have an answer, so if you want me to go first and you think about it.
So pretty much I'm looking for a roster of characters that would work in a hero shooter, like an Overwatch, right?
And it can be from a movie, it can be from an existing game or a book or whatever. So if you want to turn Spyro the Dragon into a hero shooter, you can. If you think that would work.
I think you could attempt a... no, I don't know if that would work. Well, when I hear hero shooter, I don't think of like Melee necessarily, but like a Lord of the Rings style game would be cool in the shape of like an Overwatch TF2 if you can balance it properly.
When can you do the Conquest stream? You need to try.
Is that literally what that is?
No, well, you've seen me play Battlefront 2.
Yeah.
Like the original, right?
Yeah.
It's that reskinned to Lord of the Rings. So it's close. It's kind of there. It's almost that. It is
I would
almost
want
that.
like a Lord of the Rings, like I don't know, the payload is the ring or something retarded. Like it would be so dumb. but,
Capture the
like,
flag is capture the ring in this game.
Yeah,
I'm not
like,
joking. You need to play it. When can we do this? You need to try this
okay,
game.
I guess I have to play it. That's my answer. It would be Lord of the Rings.
Oh my god. I'm gonna bring up some conquest
so
footage.
fucking funny.
Yeah, no. No more spoiling it. You're just gonna play it. You're gonna play
Okay, I won't look. You
Yeah, no, it's fine. So yeah, no, Lord of the Ring, I've said it before, but Lord of the Rings Conquest, I love Battlefront 1 and 2. Battlefront 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. And in desperation, it was truly in desperation to try to keep in good graces with EA, they copy-pasted the Battlefront formula into Lord of the Rings, and it does not translate at all. It does not work as well. So, but it does have hero shooter elements, because that game is, it's a class-based shooter. It's not all the way to hero shooter. But it is, you can pretty much expand it into that, right? Like, just like TF2 is a class-based shooter, but it's not, it's not a hero shooter, but there's very similarities. But yeah, so it's like you can play an archer, you can play a sword wielder, or you can play a wizard, pretty much. But then there's also hero versions of all those characters. So you can play as Aragorn and Gimli and Legolas and all that stuff. But then, yeah, there is like, I don't remember all the modes, but you triggered in my brain that it is capture the one ring instead of capture the flag.
Holy shit, I need to play this stupid game, man.
Yeah, no, it's I really want to get your opinion on it, because I love Battlefront 2 so much, and it's like, this is a copy, but like nobody liked this game because it just doesn't translate properly, even though it is a copy-paste job. There's no conquest mode. Maybe that would have sold it. So my beloved conquest mode is not in this game. It's more like Battlefront 1, where the story mode is you get cutscenes from the movies, and they do the na, 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 and then it's like, get 20 kills as Gandalf. So yeah. So okay. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry I overtook your answer with Conquest.
No, I'm just like, damn, I need to play Conquest.
I've always been curious your take on Conquest.
I'll play it.
Because
I don't want to look at it anymore though, because I would rather just hop into it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I will, and it's split screen co-op, so we can even do that. So yeah, I've always been curious. And it's just, yeah, it's not good, but I feel like you might have a unique take on it for sure as a Lord of the Rings fan. But yeah, okay.
Yeah,
so
that's what I would do.
Your answer almost exists, and it's a fucking failure.
Secondary answer. It's hard though. Like, I think that like Spider-Man has a really great like rogues gallery, but then like there's not as many allies for Spider-Man. But you could do a game around Spider-Man characters as well.
Well, we're getting that. That's Marvel Rivals or whatever.
No,
right?
but I'm not talking Marvel Rivals. I'm talking just like a dedicated Spider-Man or like X-Men. That would be cool.
Oh, so you want it simplified, because they are making a Marvel
like 2-1 series, you know?
Yeah, because like I'm assuming that Spider-Man is gonna be in Marvel Rivals. I assume Wolverine will be, but you want it narrow viewed. I get that, because I feel like X-Men gets watered down when it's combined with other Marvel properties, and same with Spider-Man. It loses its edge.
Yeah.
So
they're okay together, but like once you put it with everything, that's what the problem is.
you can't actually. Adam has my answer. Adam literally guessed my answer. Wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so here's my answer. Adam literally guessed it.
Go for it.
Expendables, the hero shooter. And if you can't get the rights, then you do Broforce. So you do a Broforce or Expendables hero shooter. And so how this would work is, imagine a hero shooter where all the characters you can pick from are all either 80s action characters or actors. And so it's similar to, just like an Overwatch game, except the characters are like RoboCop and Rambo and Terminator, or just Arnold Schwarzenegger or Dolph Lundgren or Chuck Norris or Jean-Claude Van Damme, Wesley Snipes, like all you fucking, you have John McClane, you have everybody, everyone that is associated, pretty much the entire roster of Broforce, either licensed or just Broforce. You have all of that in a hero action shooter, and you just bring in every 80s action star you can think of, and you make it PvP online, but most importantly, it has to be R-rated. It has to be very visceral. It has to be very gory, very violent. Lots of fucking assault rifles and machine guns. If it's anything lower than an R rate or M rating, you can't do it. And just the skin opportunity, yeah, Mr. T, just the skin opportunities alone would be amazing. So, like, you could literally just make Sylvester Stallone a character, but then every skin, and it's all monetized, would be, like, every different look from Rambo. You can even do a Rocky skin, and he could be the melee character where he's just, like, running and punching people and stuff. Or you could skin the Terminator character to be a T-1000 instead of the T-800. I would genuinely fucking play this day one. Like, day fucking one, I would be so in. And it would be the most masculine, most badass fucking hero shooter ever. So full free-to-play, full events. You add Christmas skins, Halloween skins, all this stuff. And the only caveat is that every character has to be based on or literally an 80s to 90s action character. And I would be so fucking in. I'd be beyond fucking in. It'd be great.
That's a pretty cool answer. That's good.
But that is the anything goes. You let us know in the chat and in the comments, what is your hero shooter to beat the fatigue? We've had Overwatch was a success. It's shit now, but now everyone has a hero shooter. I'm playing Star Wars sloppy toppy hero shooter. So which one is yours? How would you do it? And it has to be successful. I just thought of Capcom hero shooter, but that would probably be a fucking nightmare and everyone would hate it. So, yes, that's mine. Expendables, the hero shooter, and I think that would actually be a success. That was the only one I could fucking think of. So, that
I'll
is that.
read some from chat here. So
Perfect.
Well, I mean, Adam Misner said yours, which was the Expendables.
Great minds, Adam.
Exactly.
When this game comes out, you got to be on my team and up my 10% XP bonus.
Gaming with Spoon says Star Fox or Donkey Kong. That could be very interesting. You could do like a hero shooter with like the Star Fox, like different ships and stuff, like the R-Wing, and then like the submarine. Well, the submarine wouldn't work, but like the tank and stuff like that'd be cool. Donkey Kong, I think, actually could work really well because if you count like the Donkey Kong 64 characters,
yeah,
you do have
there's
a lot
so
of
many of them.
play styles, right? So
and then all of the Crocs from King K. Rool, and then you have Tropical Freeze. You have the little penguin guys and all that stuff. And then you have the weird Tiki Bongo guys from the first Returns. So there's a lot there that could work, and they would be a melee based one mostly. So that totally could work.
Fallen Angel says Capcom's Captain She Commando person.
No, see, that's what I was thinking is like Capcom. If you look at Marvel vs. Capcom, they have so many properties, right? When you look at Marvel vs. Capcom, and like my introduction to a lot of Capcom properties was Marvel vs. Capcom. Like, who the fuck is Strider? Who the fuck is that guy in the white outfit that has the giant fist? And who's Captain Commando? Like, that was my introduction to all these characters. Who's Morrigan? And that's how I introduced these characters. So a Capcom hero shooter could almost work, but the reason I stepped back from it is that Capcom games, in my opinion, the reason I don't like Capcom games is that they have very specific play styles when they're considered good. And what I mean by that is I don't like good Resident Evil. So I disagree with the fans, and I get that. It's like Resident Evil should have very specific play styles, and it should move and have mechanics a certain way. And when they differ from that, it appeals more to me, and it appeals less to the fans, and I don't want that. I'm trying to think of like what would be a hit with the fans. And so you couldn't, I think, do a Capcom hero shooter because people would get mad at the mechanics being associated with these characters. So that's why I was like, okay, Expendables, though, like a fucking hero shooter with characters that all primarily are known for macho and shooting guns. Like, I just imagine Rambo's alt from Rambo 2 at the end of Rambo 2 when he has the minigun and he's like, ah, and he's just shooting up the office. Like, that would obviously be his alt, and he just one-shots in a spread. Like, that makes a lot of sense to me. Blades, if you put Blade in it, his alt would be, and he wouldn't get Blade because fucking Disney, But you could put in Wesley Snipes, and so Wesley Snipes' alt would be like his spin blade from Blade 1, where he like holds it up to the camera and then it goes around the room and it goes, and so you just take out people in a circular way if you're in his bubble. They're like, the possibilities are endless. Obviously, RoboCop, he could call in like Ed 209. And so his alt is Ed 209, comes in and just goes and just fucking wipes everybody. It's so like, I'm telling myself it'd be so good. The Terminator is like, he gets a res, he gets an insta res. So just like Mortal Kombat, he goes down, and when his alt, he just immediately comes back up. It doesn't count as a kill because he gets liquidated, and then for the rest of that life, it just goes and he's a Terminator now. It'd be so good. You all know it would be good.
Thought of one
you all know
too.
it would be good. Yeah.
I can't follow up on yours as powerfully, but a Sonic Heroes fighter would do good too.
I was curious if you would like this new Sonic Fall Guys, but it's mobile only. It's not even on Switch or anything.
Yeah.
Because it almost looks like a game. It
Yeah.
almost is there,
Well,
but they
there's
made
that
it mobile
one-
only.
I don't know if it's the same one, but Angry Canadian wants me to check out like a mobile Sonic game, so I will.
I wonder if
will
it's
check
that
it out.
one.
I don't know if it's the same one.
They
but I'll
literally
find
made a
out.
Sonic Fall Guys clone, but they made it only like mobile, which is so stupid because people would have actually played that on console.
I know. It's whatever. They
And
might port it later.
yeah,
Who fucking
maybe.
knows?
Well, maybe it'll
But-
get the Switch treatment. And Adam is literally me. He only likes Resident Evil 5 and 6. He only likes the giraffe blowjob Resident Evils. Perfect. Literally me.
Well, for
We're the
Sonic
minority on
one,
that.
For the Sonic Hero Fighter, I would do like pretty much Sonic Heroes, but they're versing each other and they're getting a Chaos Emerald. I think that would work really well.
Power up to
That's
Chaos
like the
Emerald.
Most autistic
Yeah.
answer ever.
Yeah, but you've been watching a lot of Sonic lately. What would Rouge's alt be? She just shows her tits and everyone has a stroke or something?
No!
Like, what would that be? No. Can we make Chris Chan a character? And he drinks orange Fanta?
Okay. We're good. We're done. I can't. Like Chris Chan.
Oh my god, just imagine Chris Chan pushing the cart. And so it's like, imagine Shadow is like, we need to push the cart. And Chris Chan's like, I'm working on it!
Life is pain. Thank you, Chris Chan, for ruining my fandom. Anyways.
Oh my god. His
I
heel is, oh god, I'm not even going to do it, but the heel, you know the heel. You know
I
what
know
the
where
heel-
you're going. That's why
You
I'm
do
like,
that, you
no,
do that.
I can't.
And then you could have one of like another character be the Pickle Man, and so every time he gets killed by the Pickle Man, he's like, the Pickle Man tricked me again. And it's just
James,
a giant
you're
pickle
making me
man.
go white again. What's going on?
Oh
You're
my
turning me into a white
God.
person for my rage.
This is amazing. I'm more sold on your game. I want that's what I want. Oh my god, that's what I want. Never mind. Lol Cow the hero shooter.
Oh my god, yeah.
There you go.
We need that.
You have Boogie 2988 getting naked in a bathtub in it.
Oh
You have Wings of Redemption throwing controllers. You have Tonka coming in a wheelchair. You have Ralph Halloran. Oh my god, just Ralph. Okay. This is the game we need.
This is, oh my
Nick
god.
Rekieta fucking doing everything. Like his ults just, he gets out a hot tub and we're like, no, and he forces you in. Oh my god. Okay, no.
All right, I'm reading chat. I can't. This is too much.
I'm
No, I'm just kidding, but oh my god.
I'm still designing it in my head, everyone.
Gaming with Spoons asked, where is that? Oh my goodness. I lost your comment. You were asking where to oh yeah. Speaking of sending games, how do you? So I like we've said. What happened, James?
I read Fallen Angels chat. Go on.
You never have to gift anything, but I did link the account for James in chat, so you can send games there, but please never feel obligated to. It's just because people are asking. JB says you guys should get the board game Rebellion and play it on stream. I don't know what that is, but I'll look into it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a Star Wars board game, and it's been recommended to me before. JB, have you played it? We haven't really done any board game stuff, but I am curious. I am curious if it's good. And yeah, I see it's OG trilogy stuff. People hate me, but my favorite Star Wars board game is Star Wars Trivia. That's what I like playing. But I will play Rebellion if it's actually good. I'm very shitty at board games though.
Okay, yeah, I'll look into it. JB says, would you be able to play as both Van Damme as an actor and a character?
Yes. 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 Absolutely.
Okay.
And you know who else would be in there? Rob Van Dam, and he would just get high all the time and have sex, have sex with his porn star wife. This is why I'm not a game designer, by the way. Is I had a good idea and now I'm ruining it. I had Expendables, the hero shooter, and now suddenly Chris Chan's in it, and
I know. I'm like,
it
oh
was
God,
good.
why did I bring up Sonic?
It was actually good.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, I see Fallen Angel's comment now. Special unlockable characters, Supreme Gentleman, the guys from that school thing.
I'll toast to
Kenzo
that.
says, wake and bake with the melees hit good this morning. Well, I'm glad you're having a good time, Kenzo. Paul saying, listening to some Taylor Swift or perhaps backwards. Kenzo says, don't be slipping on backwards, fam. Best ginger homo clean vocals in metalcore right now. International Hookup is here saying, who's the guy on the right? You mean Gengar?
Yeah, definitely Gengar.
Yeah. Okay.
That's him. Watch out for him.
He's a menace. Nightmare says, unlockable character Liquid Chris. No! JB says, War of the Rings is like Rebellion, but different. It's Lord of the Rings in a game box. If you only get one board game, get both of these. Okay, yeah.
Interesting.
I'm going to look into these. Second edition, he says. Okay. And Fallen Angel says, what would Jim's special? Like, what would his be?
I actually have this. So I don't know if his special, but I have Jim's passive ability as a hero character. Jim's passive ability is that his health actually goes up in relation to an ability where Jim has an aggro ability. Think of the taunt from the warrior from World of Warcraft. And so he can taunt people by wheeze, cough, laughing at them. And if you fall into this radius, the character gets taunted at Jim and starts attacking Jim and starts going after him. But that actually also increases his health and makes him live longer.
That's great.
Let's go.
Is one of the stages the Battle of Jim's Driveway?
It's Jim's. Yeah. Oh my God. That's so perfect.
That's his like.
That's so perfect. And he just, oh my God. That's amazing.
Nightmare, no! He says you can gain health by recycling, which is drink your own semen mixed with Fanta. Why?
Yes.
Oh my God. Anyways, we're pretty much caught up. Adam says Star Wars reading stream when?
So
well,
I
James,
joked.
You still have to read through some.
I joked about doing that a few months ago, and the more time goes on, the more I actually want to do it. Do I do it? Should I do it as like a special one-off? And we'll see if people actually like it. Melee books, and I just read Dark Force Rising to you all because I don't have any time to read books, so I might as well just turn it into a stream and be like, "Do you guys want me to read?" And I will do a Thrawn voice for you. I will do a Luke voice. I'll do a Leia voice. I'll even speak in Wookiee. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I can set up little candles around us. It'll be nice. I like it. Would people like how it would be so cringy? Adam says, "Do it, pussy." It would be so cringy, but I think part of me is like, I just wants to try it. Look,
I mean, we could try whatever on this channel.
We can try anything we want.
Angry Canadian says they did a Sonic hero shooter. It's called Sonic Rivals, right? Yeah, well, yeah, I guess so. Fallen Angel says special stage, Jim's driveway, with an Asian on the roof doing somersaults. Who would be the final boss, though? Jim could be a secret boss.
Who would be the final boss of Lolcow Heroes? So I guess this would have to be for a certain single-player mode or something. I'm imagining something like Smash Brothers, how you have Master Hand, so it's not a playable character. So who would be the Master Hand in Lolcow Heroes? I guess it would need to be similar to Master Hand. It would have to be like, I think, the internet. So it would have to be like a giant keyboard because like the Lolcows don't.
What about the farms?
You could literally have a giant.
farms?
You could have a giant corn harvest. You have to fight.
That's true too.
Oh my God, Oh my God, JF Garepi as a hero. He would be a stealth killer.
If you go
He would be a rogue. Oh my God. He would be like a rogue, right? And he goes, and he could stealth.
Take your phone, and I will plant your phone in another place.
I just let my wife run free. My retarded wife is now free
The like
in the
bad
fields.
ending is you see him bleaching the entire house and replacing the floorboards.
But like JF would
How
literally.
ominous would that be? That's
Oh
just
my
like a silent,
God.
like final scene, and you're just seeing. No one knows what the fuck we're saying. But
I'm
JF
having
is just
so
like
much fun.
scrubbing the entire house and just like in silence. That'd be fucking haunting, man.
No, but like I imagine like this is actually a good game, and like JF like because JF Karepi would be like spy. He could like backstab you, and then you'd just be gone, and no one would even know you're dead. Whoa, this is amazing.
This is beautiful.
Holy.
I guess I'll let you do the outro. There's a few more comments. You can read those in with the final, like reading out the super chats and stuff.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming out for 5.5 hours of the Melee
Thank you,
Madness
guys.
podcast. Maybe the spiciest Melee Madness podcast of all time, in my opinion. I mean, we're ending it on serial killer allegations, so what more do you want? But don't worry, it's video game related, I promise. What's coming up for us next? Well, let's see. We're going to be live tomorrow night, and if you hated this show, you can come tell us live. We're doing the Melee Town Square. It is our one day out of the month where we open up the floodgates and we say it's no longer our show, it is now yours. Kay, have you announced what the topic is?
Of course I have. So it was suggested by Carl of Dojima, RNG Gaming Podcast, and he wants us to talk about everyone's favorite promotional key art. Now, for those who don't know what key art is, it's essentially like your basic art for video games. So like your covers and stuff like that. I'm expanding the topic a little bit, just to add a little more flair to it. Just because, I mean, we can stop at key art, and I think that's going to be a great conversation, but I think a lot of people are going to want to talk about, their favorite trailers, favorite posters, like all that kind of stuff, and like favorite pre-order bonuses. So we're opening it up to pretty much anything marketing-wise that got you excited for a game. Tomorrow is your chance to talk about it.
So come on down. You know how the town square is. It always devolves into whatever the fuck you want. But bring your favorite game art. Bring your favorite game trailers. Bring all that stuff. That'll be tomorrow night at... what time?
7 p.m. PST.
7 p.m. PST. And then this Saturday, we're going to be hanging out over on Gaming with Spoons' channel. We love that lad, and it's going to be a great, big, deep dive discussion. And then this Sunday... You know what? I'm going to pull up the tweet for this because, my God, this was chaos. I can't believe it. This Sunday, it's Cape Shit Day. That's right. This Sunday, worlds will collide. Whoa, buddy. We got a new follower, International Hookup, just subscribed to the channel. Thank you. This Sunday, worlds will collide. Over 9 platforms, over 140 games, over 9,000 levels of chaos. We are doing Superhero Roulette this Sunday. That was voted by you people. Thank you to all of our members for voting for the special roulette this Sunday. And this is going to amount to a high total of CCCs. And there you go. So don't miss this Sunday. If you like the Cape shit, if you're sick of the Cape shit, it's going to be a blast. We're celebrating all things superheroes. We are seeing who would win, Marvel or DC. Finally, maybe we'll have the answer this Sunday. With that, that is the Melee Madness podcast. So until next time, see you guys later. Goodbye, everybody. Oh, yeah. What an insane show. What a spicy show for 5.5 hours. Thank you guys so much for all the insane support. Let's thank all of our lovely supporters today. Dude1286 coming in live with that Rumble raid. Thank you so much, Mr. Dude. Thank you, Adam, for hanging out. Thank you, everybody. Let's go thank all of our supporters here now. JT Epsilon coming in on YouTube with that super chat. Thank you so much, JT. And then gifting 5 memberships. Fallen Angels calling out that bar bussy. Nightmare's going to have to miss the town square, but looking forward to Superhero Roulette. Oh, hell yeah. Gaming with Spoons saying Sunday sounds fun. Not sure about that Gaming with Spoons asshole, though. Thanks for the stream. Always fun to hang. I'm looking forward to it this Saturday hanging out with you. Have a good night, Nightmare. And Fallen Angel appreciates the song, and he's dropping those frozen puddings. Have a good night, Flame Mage. Have a good night, everybody. Official Potato is saying Dead Rising is fun. I agree. James Clone number 69 coming in with that tip. Thank you so much. Gaming with Spoons himself, who we're hanging out with this Saturday. giving a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Then the insane level of support for the Triss Force One. Thank you so much, Triss, for unlocking that bear energy for the $50 super chat. Thank you so much. JT Epsilon coming in with a $5 super chat. Thank you, JT. Metal Shred Freak and Demi Baki together coming in and fucking the Alliance with that raid. Thank you so much, Metal and Demi. After that, it was JT Epsilon with a $2 super chat. We got a new follower, Sixus Designs, and then a new raid fucking that Alliance from Gino. Thank you guys so much. After that, it was another $5 super chat from Gaming with Spoons. Thank you. And then a tip from LGBT Gengar, whose hand I shook violently. Then JT came in with a super chat for 5. Thank you so much, JT. And a super chat for 2. Thank you so much. And then 2 new subscriptions, Pang Jack and International Hookup. Folks, that was the Melee Madness podcast. We'll see you tomorrow night for the Melee Town Square, something you're all invited to. So come on down. So until tomorrow night at 7 p.m. PST, so long, goodbye, good night, farewell, and see ya.